initiating. Ricky! Oh my god, the transfer for Ricky onto this A site. And he's going to find another double. Sin because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing it well. He opens up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
And he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. Oh, they're player number 3 boat, finds that EMP, everybody's dead.
Two come through Dojo, one down. The trade is through. Second opportunity, it's gonna be Splody. Once again making the plays.
Result. Again, I think this is all scary things that will play in his mind as he gives someone a nice, quick, clean haircut.
There's a
Making
chance.
it
There's
two.
EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map.
Wow.
That's 3 dead from Cow.
Welcome everybody here to day number 2 of CCL Regional Playoffs. We're about to get into a very long day of action. Apologies for the short delay. Look, we're all on the edge of our seats here to get into the games. My name is Infinity. I'll be hosting and casting the first 3 games of action today. And to do it, I've brought back Zepp on the cast. How you doing, bud?
Doing absolutely fantastic. You're an absolute trooper with the 3 games ahead of you. Fortunately for myself, only have the 2, but really excited to be joined by you to cover these next 2 games. The first of which is going to be an absolutely fantastic one. Marshall Thundering Herd versus USC Sumter Fire Ants. Again, look at the records of these 2 teams. You can see it in the screen. 10-1, 9-2. Immaculate record so far this season. Not quite perfection, but good enough to get to this stage of the season. But now we're going to see how they fare up against each other in what should be an absolute barn burner of a series.
Yeah, this first series of the day, folks, is going to be a match for qualification for the next stage of competition in CCL. And if you're wondering what that stage of competition is, well, let's show you what the entire season kind of looks like. Let's break it down for you folks at home. Of course, we've got those CCL LAN finals at the end of the season. We've had the conference championships. We've already brought our teams down here, and now we're into regional playoffs over the course of this weekend. At the end of this weekend, Zep, we're going to CCL playoffs with the top 32 teams from all regions across the entire competition. They're going to go head-to-head to decide who goes to LAN.
Yeah, the pressure just keeps rising from here, right? The regional playoff, you think that's going to be the biggest stage yet. That's where you really start to feel the heat. But by the time the teams who reach CCL playoffs actually reach it, they'll be looking back at this stage thinking how easy we had it, because the pressure keeps mounting. The opponents you're going to be fighting keep getting better. But of course, you're getting closer and closer to that reward and closer to stop 4, which is where we all want to be, ladies and gentlemen, which is the CCL LAN finals. Getting to play some Call of Duty action in person on May the 2nd and 3rd at the Impact Gaming Center in St. Louis. Absolutely love to see it. I gotta say, I think you'll agree with me. Super jealous that we're not going to be able to be there.
Yeah.
But it's fantastic that this is taking place nonetheless.
Yeah, I would say it's discrimination against the Europeans that there's going to be no Europeans there. It's just insane, isn't it? Either way, it's going to be a great event. I can't wait to watch it as a fan. It's going to be an awesome time in St. Louis, and that's where everything is leading. The CCR 2026 season has been great so far, and it is going to end in St. Louis on May 2nd and 3rd. So that's everything that you guys need to know. It all comes down to which 8 teams are able to qualify for that big boy LAN event come May. And for the teams in today's competition, well, it's about getting past their current stage of the comp, which of course is those regional playoffs. I mentioned it very briefly there. The match that we're going to kick off today is all going to be about basically the winner is going to get through to the next stage. They're going to get through towards CCL playoffs. So I'm really excited to see who makes it to that LAN. Let's start talking about this first match then. Of course, we already mentioned it a little bit. It's the Marshall Thundering Herd versus the Sumter Fire Ants. You want to stay away from those. They'll burn you. And these are 2 excellent teams. I mean, just looking at the record already, I mean, just from the first glance at that record, you know we're in for a banger matchup.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Hardpoint 12-1, 10-3. I mean, my God, near perfection, and the Overload's not too far behind in that perfection comment either. The Search and Destroy is leaving a little bit more to be desired, but of course, that's very much clutching at straws, trying to find a weakness in the sides of these 2. But I mean, it'll make it very interesting if we go all the way to the end, right? Because both of these teams are immaculate on the respawn modes. They might be able to go tit for tat, trading maps throughout. The S&D records then being a little bit shakier in the context of things means that when we get to that map 2, potentially map 5, it's really going to be up in the air as to who will be able to get the job done. It's one of those series where it truly could go any which way. It's a very difficult one to predict from these stats alone. It could be a very mixed bag.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? We talk about these 2 teams comparatively to last year. They're basically almost at the point that they were last year. We had a top 6 finish in the Southeastern playoffs for Marshall last year and a top 8 for USC Sumter. So both teams looking to either match or beat their record from 2025. But what are our maps and modes for this best of 5 coming up here to decide which team will be guaranteeing a place in the next stage of competition? Well, we're going to kick things off on a Blackheart. We love a little bit of a mixy start of the series.
Oh, it's great. Blackheart triple then if it goes all the way to map 4, and then if we end up in map 5, Scar, Search and Destroy. I mean, look, Blackheart, as you said, to start out to begin with, it's great to see because such a chaotic map, very gung-ho, sub-heavy, so you got to start off warm. And if you're a team who's starting off warm, catching your opposition cold, you can find yourself getting a lot of time on P1, successfully rotating to P2, picking up at least 40 to 50 on that, and all of a sudden, you're near 100 points in the lead before your opposition has even had time to blink. So it can be a great map to start on if you're feeling fresh. And if you're not feeling fresh, you got to go as quick as you can to try and get up to speed. The dens will be great to see as well. It'll be a case of waiting and seeing them because for now we are loading in to the first map of this series, the Blackheart Hardpoint. Between these two sides, this is going to be an absolute, as I said it already, it's going to be a barn burner. It's going to be great stuff between these two.
The Bacage of 2026 is Blackheart. It's a very small map, and you're going to see a lot of subs. This is probably one of the only ones. Wow, English today is horrible. This is going to be one of the only maps in the game right now that you are going to see more subs come out than ARs more often than not, and there is a reason for that. It is incredibly potent to have those subs out on the field, and we're kicking things off in the Sumter Fire Rounds. I think I've casted Martial Thundering Herd at least once. I think it was in their matchup versus Cumberland where they got ran through, but they have been a really good squad. The Fire Rounds, I'm less familiar with this roster. I don't really know what to expect for this team outside of they have consistently been one of the better teams in CCL over the last few years. I think this is going to be a real hot competition.
Oh, absolutely. Again, I think if the same boat was you, I think I may have covered Marshall once this season, if I remember correctly. USC, the first time seeing them, but excited to see them here in this matchup as we're seeing 10 points traded for 10. Marshall now on the point, evening it up. And picking up a little more if they got pushed out for a few more kills. The USC Sumter are going to try and get themselves pushed back in, but so far, actually having the spawns that they will want, will they be able to keep them? It's just a case of wait and see and trying to collapse them for a little bit more of that P1 time. Not quite happening for them. Marshall have done a great job locking it down and actually have rotated back well for P2, and this has been a great hold off the back 30 for Marshall.
And now you're in a really good position as well. Remember, folks, as well, we are experimenting with the new meta here. So you're seeing a mix of players in the lobby. Some of the Fire Ants have got their Drabats out. You see a couple of NPCs on side for Marshall. Orbitals, a lot to do here. Players towards the back line. Back spawns have already been influenced, so there's going to be another wave of gunfights before those spawns go back in favor for Marshall. That little push will force players to spawn out on the other side, but one player has survived the onslaught. Mayhem's trying to play distraction around the back line. You've got help from Mortar towards the cut as well. And now the assault on the hard point. It's a pinch 2-1. 2 players at the back, 1 through the front. And that is a quick break coming in through the back 30.
Yeah, it was a great break to get through. They played a patient around the back, making sure to stay alive, waiting until they had numbers, and went straight on in. Mind you, though, Marshall doing a great job from the front, trying to force these kills through. Will they be able to flip the spawns? I'm not too sure, but at the very least, they're getting the hill pressure and going to be able to hold some of the scrap from the front, making it more shaky for Sumter than they would have liked. And yes, they're going to finish off a little bit of time, but not as much as they would have liked after that great break around the back. 30 points to 16. Marshall double ahead. It's not too far ahead. It's early doors in this hard point, but once again, another great rotation. I'm sure if they could. No, they don't have the back spawns. The spawns have gone the way of Marshall. Been great play from them so far. Sumter a little bit on the back foot.
They are good at breaking, though. We've already seen that once. Unfortunately, when you use one of your players, goodness gracious, you aren't going to find it time to break. They will move square open momentarily. Mortar will find a double off the back of that, and that will soften things up a little bit through the front. However, back spawns in. Marshall should be able to get back up towards full HP here as they brace for the kick through the front. Here we go. Santi immediately cut down. Action looking for number 3. Not going to find it. Gets cut down by a player. Quan good for the cross, and Sumter Fire Ants, they're trying to break through what is a pretty stalwart defense for Marshall Thundering Herd, and with 15 seconds left, I would just hit that rotation. You've already got those spawns locked in. Be very wary of potential players flanking through.
And this has been so good from Marshall now, up 115 to 31. A great rotation through from Sumter. They have the chance to reset, and they have held the spawns well. Can they hold against the push from front? So far, so good. Picking up a wave of kills. It's going to be Action, the last left alive. A call to action from him is needed to push through and try and create this break while the rest of his side look to push through mid and try and influence these spawns. And going to get great timing in doing so. Now getting around the back. Surely the trades are going to be there. and just about hanging on. Is this going to be a spawn flip? Oh, it is. Great play from Marshall to get round. Now we'll be able to pinch collapse on this point. Although he's that being a little bit, pull the spawner out, managed to get round, make life difficult, and force Marshall to spawn out again. They've done a great job hanging on this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's one thing Marshall have done very well so far through this Black Heart, it's influence those spawns and make sure they're aware of what they need to be doing. If it's not successful at the very least, they are certainly doing the right things in terms of the idea. Unfortunately, the execution there was far from desirable. So that's a crucial hard point hit for the Sumter Fire Ants. They will close the deficit somewhat. Do what David Cameron could not. Matty now trying to find in 3 towards square. Not going to happen. He's going to get cut down. Santi for the follow-up. Big gunfight. Should be able to sandwich that player. That's orbitals down for the count towards the back line. Big gunfight. And that should surely be a spawn flip here unless Mayhems can go down. All down to one player towards the hard point. Action trying to play his life. Not able to do so. And there is that spawn flip for the Fire Ants.
This has been great from them in the last couple of hills. They've been playing discipline, getting a couple of crucial kills to keep it that pressure from getting overwhelming. Marshall have not been able to get through in enough numbers to affect any play, even going for spawn. They only seem to be able to get it for just a second before being forced off, not being able to sustain any kind of presence. Maybe going to be able to go around the back here, but holding on. Santi with a huge kill, and Sumter Fire Ants holding on to control of the map, control of P5. A bit of unfortunate timing. Orbitals might get around the back and cause a few issues as Marshall eventually do collapse onto this point. Maybe getting a little overzealous on the flank angles there. Marshall took full advantage of that. Now 112 to 126. Marshall nearly running away with this at one point. Now back to near even. This is a cracking game.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, for the first couple of hard points, I really thought that Marshall was going to take full control of this game, and this was going to be a boring one for us to watch. But over the last couple of hills, it's been all the Fire Ants coming through, breaking when they needed to, and holding afterwards as well. So Marshall Thundering Herd. They looked better on P1 and P3 on the first set. Maybe that same thing will ring true here on the second. So far, so good. All the different points of ingress being watched, but as Quan goes down, Paralysis has already been softened up here. He probably shouldn't last for long. And there he goes. Brilliant little embracing of the hard point coming through from Fire Ants. They fully flood it. Not really much the Thundering Herd can do there.
No, not at all. And the Fire Ants have warmed up so well in this series. Definitely in the last, I'd say, 3 to 4 hills have been the better side as they look to finally try and get a lead for what will be the first time since the very beginning of this map. I believe they got the first 10 points. I'm not going to get it here just yet as Paralysis holding on in this P1, continuing to try and make life difficult. But Sumter have rotated well for P2. They are in the ascendancy here. Can they continue to be so? Mortar trying to rotate out with his life eventually getting taken out. Orbitals pushing through the front, trying to get these back spawns. But every time we see Marshall get engaged in what will be a crucial wave of kills, Sumter managed to hold on there each and every time. It's been immaculate for them as they continue to have each other's backs and continue to hold on to this time. But now trying to brute force it once again from the front. Can Marshall get through?
Big hole here. Players pushing around the flank. Mayhem's going to find a double. It's going to isolate players towards a hard point. Santi goes a little bit early here, so that's going to even things for the players inside. Quan goes out towards the front, not expecting Mortar. There goes Paralysis as well. And that's a perfect pinch for the back 15. That 15 might not look like a lot of time, but when you talk about how close this game is, that 15 seconds could make the difference between the victor and the loser of this game. Marshall have got themselves over towards P3 for the rotation, but Fire Ants, their brokes have gotten better and better every single kill. I have no doubt they can do it again.
Oh, absolutely. This would be a great break for them if they can get through. Mayhem's with a big 2, trying to cause an issue, but just rotating back, playing it patient, waiting for the assistance from his team across all angles. Now the push through the back will come through the collapse onto the point as well. Surely the trades are there, and the Fire Ants envelop P3, wrap themselves around it, and force Marshall to spawn out. But spawning relatively close means that action will be able to get round to the back, potentially pinch back onto this P3, a back and forth on what is a vital point between these two sides as action goes huge. 21 and 21. Marshall on the point. They don't have spawns, but they're hanging on and continuing to keep this game tight.
Oh, that was a beautiful read on that second player. Action still going, by the way. Force spree for him now. Very close to a Hellstorm. Oh, action! Oh, it's disgusting. Don't do it again. Oh, he will go down before the Hellstorm goes through, but still, Action does so much for his team there because not only does he find those kills and the time on that hard point, but he also keeps Fire Ants away from the kill for the back half of that time. Now we move to the next rotation, and Thundering Herd, they are trying to flood for these back spawns, but Fire Ants, they are wise to it. They've already got the first couple of kills. Action, the last player to deal with through the middle of the map, but I mean, Thundering Herd here, right now, they are just continuing to flood from behind. I love this kind of play call from Thundering Herd.
Yeah, it's great for them and leading the way. As you said, it's action. They decided a little less conversation, a little more action was needed, as he's been the key player now. 26 kills and counting in these last few hills to try and force their way through, and forcing their way through front is what they do. A 4 down flip with the spawns, and Marshall, towards the death of this hardpoint, may just be able to flip it around. They'll only be able to tie it even on this. They'll need to push back out again for crucial P5 control. This is going to be a make or break hill coming up, as Marshall have really found the second wave of form here in this hardpoint, but will it be enough to get over the line?
You can see just how desperate both teams are to fight over the tiniest scrap of time. Even that 5 seconds for the fire ants could be everything. Juan's being allowed entrance towards the front of the hardpoint. Goes a little bit early. Follow up from action is good. Marshall, Thundering Herd have done enough to press the front of the hardpoint. Mortar gets tagged from behind. Is that softening up? Yes, it is enough to find the kill. And now it's all just down to one player in the backline. Matty, you've got to deal with him. You have to take him out. You can't leave him there because he will influence the spawns. And he's just trying to be a nuisance. He's just trying to play his life perfectly. He's bought enough time here. Matty, though, does go down, opening the door for his teammates. Mortar with the follow-up. Santi through the front of the hard point, picks up action, and there is the spawn flip. It's not enough time to close things out, but it is enough time to do some serious damage.
They're so close yet so far. Marshall proving now and feeling confident in their ability to be able to hit from the front, so they will have plenty of time to get back onto this one to continue to make life difficult. Action one with 2, meaning they get it on the point. They are going to get the scrap, and it is going to be 2:32 to what is probably going to be 2:25, as there's actually parallel spawns going through here. Will Quan get the read, or is Mayhem there? He absolutely is trying to get some of that scrap time as well, or get the scrap kill at the very least. Not going to happen, but all even here. 2:32 to 2:30. We go back to Shirley, last point of this map. Who's going to take it from here? It's a big 3 from Sumter, as they've given themselves the best shot possible. Up to Marshall to break.
Santi wasting enough time there that his teammates can get back through. And now it's on Marshall to break. 10 seconds away from victory. Paralysis has to go in weak to the pistol for the second kill. Santi, last one left up, 7 HP. Nade takes him down. And now it's Marshall back in towards control of this hardpoint. No choice with that spawn for the fire ants to split their efforts through doubles and through the front of the kill. Mayhems finds the first kill against action. Flanking play from Mortar. Not going to find that kill. And now it's all just down to 1 inside the hardpoint. Orbitals is already weak. Gonna get shut down. Respawns coming through from Marshall. Mortar of the fly takes down another player. And some of the fire ants can no longer finish it here, but they do have the rotation towards B2.
Surely they have it done from here. Marshall are spawning far too far out. At 3 dead as well. Marshall will have to run faster than they've ever run before. It's going to be gung-ho, guns blazing. They're not going to make it though. Sumter have done enough. And they take what was an absolutely phenomenal map 1. 250. Now, what was it? 241, 242 in the end. Almost as tight as it could be between these two sides. Managing to pull it back to nearly a 100-point deficit in the beginning to take the lead. Marshall nearly turning it back around, but then Sumter doing just enough to get over the line.
What a wild final hardpoint, by the way, from both teams. The efforts there from individual players to survive for as long as they did, to buy time for the teammates to come through. I think just characterized pretty much that entire hardpoint game. Or I think more specifically, as you said, really the back 60% of that game. Because look at that P3 on the first set of rotations. It was 114 to 31 for the Thundering Herd. I still think that kind of counts as a bit of a choke for the Thundering Herd. Honestly, they had a massive advantage in that game, especially looking towards the P3 stats. And still, it was not enough. The Sumter Fire Ants, they woke up and they played so much better in the back half of that one.
Yeah, it was terrific for them. I think Marshall did benefit from being a little bit warmer going into the series. You could tell they were a bit more on it. Sumter slow to get out to the races, but once they did, my word, did they bring the heat. It was back and forth at times, and I did think towards the last hill or two that Marshall had enough in the gas tank to be able to see this map over the line. They were having some fantastic presses, whether it was from the front or whether it was getting spawned. They were doing it together in unison, making sure to cover each other's backs. But as I said in that map one, so often we've just been crucial gunfights be won by Sumter, and I think that was the difference maker. Whether it was a kill for back spawn, the last on point to be traded, 60 to 70% of the time, that went to Sumter. Constantly hold on to the next 10-15 seconds, ultimately being enough in the end up for them to come away with the victory. Terrific from them. And then also to make sure off the back of that P1, make sure that they're rotated from P2, even though there wasn't that much time left needed for either of the side. Very good positional play from them.
Beautiful sub plays coming through. I wonder how that looks in the stats for these teams. That's the question I have because, again, the subs felt like they were everything really for both teams in that game. Shout out to Mortar because he was the guy that was playing his life to perfection towards the end of that game. Inside the hardpoint, what a freaking nuisance as well. Over 2 minutes, 39 and 24. 31 non-traded kills. Again, it's all about those NTKs for a sub player to get those kills, get in, and get the hell out with their life preserved. Just being a nuisance. Mortar deserves so much love. As does Santi as well at 35 and 29. That sub duo, proper nuisance there for the Thundering Herd towards the back off of that one.
They were complete and utter new. Said, look, massive credit, I think, to both of these teams, though, I will say, because they put on such an entertaining map one. And I will say as well, you know, I called it going into this map. I think it was going to be a real back and forth between these two teams throughout the entire series. And off the back of the stats, of course, and look, that map one certainly did not disappoint. Now, thinking about that map two, thinking about the potential throuple of Den that is going to be underway, it really just makes you think about what will happen between both of these sides. Both immaculate hardpoint records going into what is a bit more shaky in the search and destroy. Will we see cracks appear in the armor of both of these sides, or are they so evenly matched that it'll be tit for tat round 11s? Either way, I just can't wait to see what's coming next.
Yeah, I will say, I think from my memory at least, when I talked about the Marshall Thundering Herd from when we've seen them in the past, it felt like their ARs were generally the better players on the roster, so maybe Blackheart isn't map tuned to them. I guess we'll find out, because Den Search and Destroy, that is coming up next. I will say on the whole, it isn't really a map set that plays, I think, at the strengths of an AR player. Obviously, again, we've talked at length about kind of the meta of Black Ops 7 Estate, how the feels like it's a little bit more well-positioned than the Dravik and NPC. Den is one of those maps that, you know, SMG players really carry around. There's a lot of routes you can map. There's a lot of kind of close quarter engagements that you're going to have on this map, especially on the defending side in particular. This series, I think, on the whole, isn't, I would say, Thundering Herd are going to be feeling very unnecessarily. If we get a map, things will be different on that Scar Search and Destroy, but still, it does kind of feel like maybe survival going on here for the Thundering Herd, especially as we've got them coming up. They're going to be very wary of those subs running at.
Oh, absolutely. But again, I think, you know, if you're confident enough with your ARs to pick up these power positions, you can get yourself in areas where you can cover those subs from getting into dangerous positions, right? Especially if those subs are on offense, they're going to have to push into these lanes where ultimately to get where they want to go, they're going to have to go through danger zones for that AR. So making sure that they keep it themselves covered, I think is going to be very important for Thundering Herd. They don't want to sit too far back, turtle up, play corners. They're going to want to be outward with their Charles, keep the angles, sort of try and dominate the map to slow down Sumter and stop them from getting too far advanced into the positions they want to get into too quickly. Ultimately, they are on the back foot, and they could do it would be a great job for them if they can stutter the momentum of Sumter at the very least, so that they can find some of their own, because they were very close pulling that one back and having a lot of momentum going into this map, but they're going to need to generate some momentum of their own here.
All right, we'll see how this is going to go down. I think this is going to be a real litmus test for what we should expect. Main series we talked about, well, the choices of the maps, right? The process that Marshall, Thunder, and Herd have gone with this entire series, and it is not exactly the most AR heavy. There isn't that many scars in this one, so we'll see whether or not Marshall, Thunder, and Herd are able to get this one done as we kick things aside to see their search and destroy, whether or not they've got on the battlefield. It's an immediate NPC through the middle of the map for orbitals here. Spots out Mortar, just backs the hell off. Early information gathering being done here.
Yeah, great job going back together now towards this B site. We've seen so often the hard points, they like to rotate together. They make sure to cover each other's backs, which, you know, on Search and Destroy, it seldom works to your detriment if you make sure to keep each other's angles covered, at the very least playing the trades. And Mordor trying to make sure he doesn't get isolated here, managing to pick up one. Can he get out with his life as well? Absolutely does. The subs playing those creddy angles for one, and then getting out, as you called, their defensive angles, playing it tight, now making it a 2 versus 4. Marshall struggling a bit here as they're already running out of options towards B with that bomb dropped.
And now Sumter trying to take some space. This is really awkward now for Thundering Herd. Mortar going to react. Player's going to back up. Now knows where the second is as well. Easy for Mortar, and that's what you've got to worry about. Again, we talked about it. Information gathering from Marshall, that's all well and good. But if you lose the numbers, I really feel like the fire ants there are going to fly at you. And Mortar closes out round number 1 with an ace. just like any other day in the office.
Well, that's just the level he brings to the table. And again, I mean, I think you were just so on the money with it. We've been harping on about it already, even though it's just the first round. But the presence of the subs already looking like it's going to do such a good job for Sumter. This is where Marshall really need to lock in and win their defenses. If Sumter start to force these offenses early, getting through into those power positions with the subs, then Marshall are in real trouble. They need to use the ARs in their distance to their advantage here, like they've just done here. Shut down Sumter before they can get too far ahead. But Santi trying to even it up 3 versus 2 now. Sumter still with a chance, still with the bomb in hand. But Paralysis on the flank.
Yeah, I was going to say, Paralysis actually might get some horrendous timing here on this play. He's run all the way through. He's not going to see this flank, and so that comm's not going to be made to a player like Quan. This could be horrendous for Thundering Herd in this 2 versus 3, unless there's an audio crew coming through. Quan going for the read. Mortar ready for it. And all of these players, by the way, in this 3v2, totally isolated in this play. They have no idea what's happening with one another.
Yeah, this is that timing around the back was crazy. It's left us with a very unique scenario as Marshall are now trying to collapse in, trying to at the very least link up together to get through. But again, are they going to be able to do this? I mean, Santi I think has a sub in hand as well, so it's going to be a danger player. But Matty managing to pick up one, waiting for the second as well, knowing he's there because he got the stun hit and getting through with the getting the job done. Sumter, the second round here, going 2-0 up, and I'm not acting as a Marshall hater. I'm an objective viewer here, but just 2 rounds in, Sumter are looking far more comfortable in the search and destroys than their opposition right now.
I mean, it's just the smallest decisions, right? I mean, you push Paralysis through there in the 3 versus 2. That's all well and good, but you have to be wary of the idea that you might have got some bad timing, right? Those players aren't necessarily going to go all the way into their spawn to try and get out of that situation. They could go through couches, which is exactly what happened. And I think Paralysis probably needed to be more aware of that fact, and I think Thundering Herd probably need to be more aware of the fact that you had a man advantage. Why are you playing so separately? It just felt like a really weird decision coming out from Thundering Herd. Either way, looking to try and make good on it here. Teruo down. At the very least, took Mortar off a streak in that round. Early util going down. That's going to buy them a little bit of real estate here. Is it good enough real estate that you can take the entirety of the dojo? Or removes himself from the pre-aim. Looking to get the trade. Not going to happen if you're a Mayhems. And now you're in a 4v2. The big issue, though, you don't have any mid-map presence here.
No, but I mean, they're in a position to grab it, right, if they wanted to get pushed out. But I think they're going to just decide to play a little bit closer together here. I mean, 3 of them on the site with 1 further back in Quan, who, you know, again, he doesn't know, but he has the option to move further up. It's going to be maybe terrible timing again, as he might try to grab mid. We'll have Sumter already now controlling that mid to try and get pushed in, rotating together. But Quan with a huge 1 means that Matty will get 1, but surely that's going to be 20 seconds left, 1 versus 3. No time to get on this side. Marshall about to grab their first round.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Matty doesn't die here by Paralysis, his little flank through, he most certainly will. By his pressure towards the site. You are on 3 in a row if you're a Matty. I think you necessarily need to find these frags. Regardless, Thundering Herd going on the flank for it. Easy one from Matty. Spots out the second. Oh, and that's unfortunate. Not necessarily a stair glitch, but you stand on the stairs. You sometimes get yourself in a position where all you can see if you're on the opposing side is a hair on that player's head. And you're not going to win that fight. We'll see this as a Paralysis POV as this round closes out. Yep, here it is again. Not an intentional one, but if you're on the opposing side of that fight, you ain't seeing anything of Paralysis.
No, absolutely not. That's just a super unfortunate scenario, right? You do as much as you can with making sure that people don't intentionally go into stair glitches or whatever it may be. But sometimes an angle is just an angle, whatever way you look at it. And an unfortunate one there. But one that means that Marshall are getting their first round on the board at the very least. Garnered a bit of momentum and got through with the subs there as well in that last round, doing a bit of damage. They're going to have to continue to do that and go, I think, tit for tat with those subs, because they can't afford to rely on sitting deep, because Sumter have already proven they can push through and do the damage. But so are the Thundering Herds pushing through now, 4 versus 2.
Almost good as bad timing. I was going to say, how on earth has Orbital's gotten away with that one? That's despicable. Mayhem's now has revealed his position. They know where Mortar is as well, so all the information here has been acquired by Thundering Herd. This is going to be very difficult for them to get out of. Now you've lost your teammate, and Mortar dead to rights. That is a perfect round from Marshall. That is more of what we want to see in this search and destroy.
That's great from them. It feels like they're dictating the pace a little bit more in these last 2 rounds, putting the pressure on. I think Sumter maybe got lulled into a false sense of security with the initial couple of rounds, thinking that they will be the ones dictating whether the pressure is applied or not. But they have seen the shoe firmly put in the other foot now, as they are applying the pressure themselves. Marshall doing such a great job in these last couple of rounds, evening it up. Sumter now on the back foot. They absolutely have it in the locker to answer back, but Mayhem's is going to be looking to get a kill on the board. 5 rounds deep now, not a kill on the board. Will be looking to try and help his team as much as he can.
So much of this round, so much of this search and destroy has been decided by the pace set. Orbitals decides, well, if Mortar and Santi are going to play like that, I might as well do. Good read from the player in the corner, though. Oh, Walk, I was going to say. If your Mortar there reveals his position just a tad too early, finds the kill regardless, brings this down to a 2 versus 3. This is a problem, though, that's very similar to Sumpter Fire Ants. They've got 0 control over a beat. They're trying to play this one slow. Actions position himself towards the back line. And so it all comes down to what can Mayhem produce on this push. Isn't looking for paralysis, gets shut down. Mortar, please give us one of the most sensational 1v3s we've ever seen. I think the issue is, yeah, he's just got no idea if paralysis is repositioned there. He's not going to get that in a month of Sundays.
Yeah, it did not happen for him there at all. And I really like the adjustments that Marshall has made in this map. They are playing far better now. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if Orbitals hasn't gotten at least every first blood in the last 3 rounds, he's at the very least been getting the second kill very quickly after the first. He has been flying through the map the last few rounds with that sub, consistently getting relatively early picks as far as the rounds are concerned. And that has been crucial in just punching a hole through Sumpter that is just making them a little bit more shaky and giving Marshall a little bit more of an ability to expose them in the latter stages of the rounds. It's been great from Orbital so far. Let's see if we can keep it up.
First blood going Mayhem's way. Advanced position for Mortar here. Lumps up. Got to be careful. He's got the bomb. Oh, never mind. Paralysis gets deleted. And now you've got a massive life advantage for the Fire Ants. You've got entire map control. Thundering Herd have to brace for an A push that will not get. This is going to be a fast rotation for the Fire Ants.
Getting around quick, and again, we've talked about it so much already. It is amazing to see the difference maker just being the pace that whatever team sets within a round. That it seems to be the quicker team most of the time is getting the job done better, right? Marshall slowed it down a little bit in that round, and Sumpter exposed it, rotating quick to B as well, catching Marshall off guard, and now in a 4 versus 2, are poised to take this round and even it up. It's just been absolutely terrific to once again answer back. Such a back and forth between these two, but now a 3 versus 2.
Numbers in favor of the Fire Ants. Quan putting warning shots out. Trying to gather information here. Stun check comes through. You now know a player's there. Quan's going to survive it due to tack, but it's not going to matter. The nade, of course, can't run tack and flak at the same time. You get cut down by the nade. Beautiful coverage here for Sumpter Fire Ants. That is just great off the back of those first 2 kills in the round.
It's terrific to see them answer back as well. Neither team is letting the other hold any sort of consistent momentum longer than 2-3 rounds, right? They're both learning off each other. They're both finding ways to answer back against the plays that are being presented. It just really shows, again, the level of these two teams. You have to commend them. The reason they've gotten so far this season with such immaculate records is their ability to be able to adjust on the fly to what their opposition presents. Both teams adjusting well. Both teams even going into round 7. But who's going to crack first?
This has been a very back and forth search and destroy. Paralysis trying to do what Mortar did in that last round. Ready for it. Beautifully played and gets that first kill against Mortar. I'm surprised Mortar didn't check it considering he did that in that last round. Mayhem's now going to have to reposition to deal with this 1 versus 2 engagement over by A. Oh, almost gets with that first blood. And now things tipping heavily in favor of the Thundering Herd. Orbitals gets over aggressive by B. That makes things more palatable here. Mayhem's actually going to find paralysis as well. This is a couple of 3Bs that honestly, I don't think Fire Ants should have got.
No, Orbitals in the last 2 rounds now, and instead of pushing mid, has decided to push the off-wide angles. If his team was at A, he was pushing B, and twice now it's not worked for him, and he's left his side in a precarious position now, 1 versus 2, all up to Quan to try and rescue this round, but tapped by the stun. Getting 1 though, can he get out with his life? Does he know where to look? He's sitting waiting in the same angle. I love the discipline with this. Will it be enough? Santi is weak. 15 seconds left on the clock now. Marshall can toy with the time. Surely having done enough. And as the child comes in for the back, Santi! That's huge. He's through for the defuse. And is that going to be a make or break round for this Sumpter side?
I was about to give all the praise in the world for the way Quan played that, by the way. And honestly, I think up until that final challenge, he played that to perfection. You're in a 1 versus 2. First kill. You get it. Maybe a bit over-aggressive, but you get the kill. You immediately play a little bit steadfast. You go out for that second kill, and you do enough damage, and you play steady. The little flank around in that final play is so unfortunate because it's a perfect read coming through from Santi. And if he just sits still inside servers, that most certainly does not happen. That is a 1 versus 2 for Quan. That could be a tipping point here in the game. Mayhems, by the way, has had a horrendous search and destroy at 0-6. If he activates, Fire Ants could blast through this S&D, and it is going to be a blast in towards A. I don't think anybody's going to stop this. Quan could. He's bracing for it, takes some shots, and now has to get the hell out.
Yeah, very wise decision. Again, discipline from Quan to make sure just to get out of there. He knew he didn't have the backup. He knew a lot of something would be there and playing the angles, trying to do the damage against Maddie, waiting for a side who are going to push together. Huge wave of gunfights coming on up. Quan gets dropped. Orbital's there with the trade. It is back and forth. It is absolute mayhem from Mayhems as he's still trying to get the first kill on the board. It doesn't quite happen. Marshall cut down, and Sumter now with the map point.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan there of Marshall leaving that bomb site entirely open. Generally speaking, you kind of always have a player over the site, right? And just keep an eye on things as that A approach happens. If you spot something, you back the hell up. It feels like Marshall's defense is leaving a lot to be decided at the moment. We could probably expect a little bit more from them in their current state. Either way, what that round leads to is Fire Ants being 1 round away from a 2-0 series advantage here. Thundering Herd, got to buck your ideas up right now. What have you got for us? It is going to be an A hit once again. Sumter Fire Ants, they've got a couple of players in position. Mortar, this is big. Point of ingress. Are they going to check for it? Mortar has been checked. You've got 3 players, but you take a 1-for-1 trade. You're fine with that if you're the Fire Ants.
Absolutely, won't complain about that whatsoever, but one of the players you have still alive is Mayhems, who is still struggling to get a kill on the board. Marshall actually seems to be deciding to rotate off the site, which I understand why they've done this, but I don't think it's entirely the good play because they're going to see nothing happening towards A, and as you see in the map, Sumter realizing the wrap is happening are going to be kind of there and ready to go on B. They're not catching or being caught off guard whatsoever, as Atty's going to try and get one, but Paralysis, terrific trade, 3 versus 2 now. Can they get the bomb down, I think is the big question.
Yeah, they should be able to now. Mayhems with a knife. Hold on, how enough has that happened? Mayhems gets the knife for the 1. Gets the hell out of dodge. It's actually going to be Santi for the kill. Can't produce more than that. Matty brings it down to a 1 versus 1 for the game. Quan trying to raise the action, raise the stakes, runs up, bullets, goes for the pistol, and Marshall survive. Oh, that was a weird rotation from them, but it somehow all shakes out.
A weird rotation, a weird round. It's as strange as it gets. Wow, I mean, that is... I was a little bit all over the place, to say the least, but Marshall doing enough to be able to hang on, giving themselves a chance, but they're going to need to get at least a cleaner round than that, as Mayhems still hasn't gotten a kill, I believe, with an actual weapon. It has been the knife, I think, the only kill Mayhems has gotten, so... Again, it would be huge for him to be able to turn up in what could be the final round here to try and see his side through, because Marshall, you don't want to underestimate them despite the issues that have been present in this S&D. You want to make sure you get the job done here as Orbitals gets aggressive and gets another first blood.
Good view on that follow-up, son, as well. That's information. You don't know where this bomb is going down just yet. I love this reaction coming out from the Fire Ants, right? Because you've got one play outside of the play. Bomb now going down. Thundering Herd have to deal with Matty before they do anything else. And it is going to be a 2-2 split. Matty now regroups with the squad. Opportunity, starting a knock. Action, putting some initial bullets in towards Santi. Reposition here. A 2 versus 1 against Santi. 2 versus 2 on the other side. Mortar's going to come out on top, and the smoke's not helping. Brings us down to a 1v1. It's once again Quan. He knows where Mortar is. Problem is, he's on the bad side of a heady, and no flak to survive the nade. An explosive end to this search and destroy. The finest of margins, but it is the Fire Ants that crawl all over their opposition.
An absolutely fantastic end to the round. Again, chaotic. That leads to another 1 versus 1, but throwing the nade in, knowing that Quan would play that one patiently and potentially rip you off the heady. Throwing the tactical, throwing the lethal in there to try and get the job done, proving to be the ultimate choice that gets the victory for the Sumter Fire Ants here on map number 2 to go 2-0 up in this series, as you can see on your screen, folks. A nice back and forth between these two sides, but Marshall just having a couple more issues in comparison to Sumter, which ultimately were their undoing. And let's be honest, a round or two as well, they almost got a little bit lucky to win. So Sumter, I think they're in the ascendancy. I think they're feeling confident, and I'd be worried if I was a Marshall fan going into map 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, we always talk about Search and Destroy as the great equalizer. After what was a sensational map number 1, we maybe thought Thundering Herd could change things in Search and Destroy, and it really was the most minute of decisions that could have changed things for them there, especially where Fire for the most part were basically in a 3 versus 4, right? Mayhem finishes that at 1 and 9. He was not helping the squad one bit, but it didn't matter in the end. Fire they come out on top with just so many beautiful decisions in that game of Search and Destroy. And it is a close one, and I think that is still going to be frustrating for Thundering Herd.
Yeah, absolutely. Thundering Herd, I think they've been so close yet so far on multiple occasions. Look, at the end of the day, as we talked about, a couple of issues here and there in the Search and Destroy, but I mean, some rounds potentially maybe could have gone their way if you changed up 1 or 2 things, right? But I suppose, look, map number 1, so close yet so far. Map 2, you managed to keep it close. You managed to nullify Mayhems, but then again, you also look at it that Sumter were able to win that one with essentially just 3 out of the 4 players actually picking up kills on their side. So I think when it comes to the non-respawn, Marshall are certainly not going to be looking at that to try and pull themselves back in, and potentially looking at a weak point if they are going to try and reverse sweep this series. If they get all the way to that map 5, maybe some questions will be asked, but you know, as you pointed out already, map 5 going to be a scar if we go there. It will suit Marshall's playstyle a little more, I feel. So potentially the ball will be in their park if it gets that far. But it's going to be a long time getting that far. They're going to have a hard fight ahead of them because Sumter will be looking to wrap it up on a map 3 on a Den overload. And I have to say, they are looking confident when it comes to Den. And you were talking about it going into that first or that second map as well. You know, the confidence of those subs, the ability to push together. They feel more at home on that map. So now going into a respawn here, if they start to get control of those lanes, it could be an early GG.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it's interesting, right, because it is that lane control that was not necessarily a massive issue for Den. I think there were some rounds in which the sub pressure for the Fire Ants was another issue for Thundering Herd that they didn't really have much of a response to. They did have some players on their own side that were able to reproduce that. I think for those 3 rounds they put back-to-back through rounds 3 through 5, that was a good kind of showing for them being able to emulate what was being done to them through the first couple of rounds. My issue is I think that this is where Fire Ants are really going to kind of turn up the heat by a large margin. Again, Santi and Mordor, I think we kind of saw it in the back half of that Hardpoint when they woke up a little bit. When Mordor and Santi are frying and creating so much space for the squad, that's a problem. And I think that problem is going to be emphasized tenfold here on Overload, right? Where your idea is you want to have those sub-players kind of acting as blockers in a way, creating space for the roster so that that Overload, that EMP device, can be pushed through towards one of the zones. And I feel like Fire Ants, this is a mode that's going to suit them perfectly. So I guess on the flip side of that conversation, right, Seb, that's the way that you beat them here. If Thundering Herd find a way to kind of identify where Santi and Mordor are going to be pushing them and be ready for those pushes, shut those players down, this Den Overload, it's going to be awkward to park.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is the opportunities for counterattacks against the Sumter side, right? We know Sumter are going to get aggressive. They're going to try and dictate the pace of the play and the lanes. But I mean, look, if you're Marshall, you're picking up the right positions, you're getting the kills, you get 3 or 4 down, dealing with a push, then you get moved out in the mid-map. This is where a little bit of ball knowledge perhaps comes in, right? In terms of maybe trying to force out the spawns. I mean, look, if you're getting pushed on your right side, are you going to try and then send it straight up, or are you going to try and wrap around? How are you going to try to affect the spawns? I think with Marshall, their caps are going to come from, as I said, counter-attacks, but doing them in such a way where they're influencing the spawns, dealing with the push from Sumter, getting it 3 or 4 down, picking that EMP up in whatever position it is, and getting themselves into what I would call, I suppose, the key middle positions to then try and dictate where the spawns are going to be. They're going to try and force them out wide so that they can rotate up top, say over to an A, whatever side that ends up being, and getting that pick through. It's a counter-attacking game versus a side who I think are going to apply a lot of that pressure, but I think what worries me for this Marshall side is Sumter seem to be 99% of the time very successful when they apply that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that is the issue, right? I mean, this just feels like a very well put together roster in Sumter. Although it has to be said, right? I think we should be giving a little bit more credit to the Thundering Herd here. They're 2-0 down in this series, mind you. But ultimately, these have been really close games. They were up by a large margin in the Blackheart Hardpoint. They looked really good over there at the beginning of that one. They just let that one slip through their fingers. Were it not for a couple of different decisions, even individually made in like 1 versus X situations in that Search and Destroy, they could have won that as well. It was only a 6-4 loss. So Thundering Herd, they are still very much in the conversation here, but it does just feel like the subs and the fire ants. That is a big issue right now. We're going to keep on talking about it. And again, if you guys are just joining us, this match is very important. Ultimately, there is a lower bracket, so even if you lose this match, your tournament isn't done by any stretch of the imagination. But 8 teams from every single region will be making it to the CCL playoffs, where we have those 32 teams from across the entirety of the CCL going head-to-head for a spot at LAN. This match decides who gets into the top 6, so this is a guaranteer to make it to the next stage of the competition. It is a big one. It's a very difficult match for both of these two teams.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And that's where, again, you have to give full credit to these teams, right? I mean, Marshall, Thunder and her going into this series are 10-1. I mean, that is immaculate. Having barely dropped a hard point up until this point, right? So it really just shows the level that both of these sides are bringing to the table, having reached this stage. But of course, one was always going to have to fall. I just, to be honest, didn't think if one was going to fall, it would be Marshall potentially falling in a 3-0 here going in with 10 overload. Of course, they still have plenty of time to have that not be the case, to at least fall a little bit more dignity, perhaps taking it to a map 4 or map 5. But for Sumter, they certainly do smell blood, and the opportunity is there to win this one against a terrific team 3-0 and really have it be a massive confidence booster moving further and further to the end of the CCL season. But just think about how much this is going to mean to both of these teams now. Marshall, they get a reverse sweep, they're going to be thinking that there's no mountain we can't climb. They think they're beating 10-1 teams like it's nothing. So look, you just got to commend what both of these teams have done until now and look at these situations and be like, either way, whichever way this goes, whatever team wins, it's going to be the making of them.
Alrighty, well, Fire Ants currently 2-0 up in this series. We've got a Den Overload coming up, folks. We're going to reset the lobby and get all those players back in here. We go to a quick break. On the other side, we've got what could be the conclusion of this series in a spot for the next stage of the competition.
Boilermakers might not be in the hill, but you see two players working through the tunnels. It's Revy through green. He's going to open up with a kill. He's still got the traffic in hand. Goes for a slide out. Take a different look at this break. A couple players going to stretch to flip the map. That's going to force these spawn outs. See those white arrows? They turn around to deal with it, still locking down the time.
I mean, what can be said about this? And as you said, they didn't get straight on the point in P3. They played it patiently, right? The case of how long can they hold on, because it's going to take more than one clean hill to get them back into this one now as Red finds them merciless.
Yeah, he's got 10 in a row, make it 11, looking for number 12. He's not going to go.
The reminder, Slayer and Spooky getting a couple, but I mean, it's just drops in the ocean here right now in regards to the flow of this series. This is all going the way of Boilermakers, one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen, and this is because you have Revy going on a 15. So should he go for the nuke? He might as well while he's on it.
He's able to put some shots in on one, does his best to get away, but it's going to be reaped. Schluck now the last man alive in a 1v2.
Wow. How did Schlepp manage to stay alive there? I do not know, but needs to continue to try and stay alive, pick up the next kill as well. Maybe actually going to go for the push here against Mikkel versus Schlepp for what is already a massive round early on in this search and destroy. Will Schlepp be able to pick it up? He absolutely does, and that.
Start closing off all the lanes and make it very difficult for Midway Eagles to even get a chance on this defense. Their number 1, Cal. He's in the back. He's found 1. He's found 2. That's Honor as well. That'll be all 4 dead. There's a chance. There's EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map.
Wow.
That's 3 dead from Cal.
It was a bit of a weird reposition there from Condi. Actually gives him a look in the middle of the map, and now he goes down himself. Leaves Drafty in a 1 versus 3. First kill through. 25 seconds. There's time for them to pull up this 3 versus 1. Drafty down to 59 to the pistol. Surely not for the 1 versus 1. Drafty, you maniac!
The fact that they took that result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play on the mind here, but Amatine not letting it play in his mind as he gives someone an...
A few moments later.
Second time around, technically, not really a miss. The shot was never really on, but Amity looking super dangerous. Every shot could be the last you come up against in this round, but Amity with the pistol going to pick up one. Knife out for two!
Let's have a den overload, shall we? Could be the conclusion of this series between Marshall Thundering Herd and the USC Sumpter Fire Ants. And Thundering Herd, they have their backs well and truly pressed against the wall. I was very curious to see what kind of sub pressure we were going to see from the Fire Ants. Turns out already a lot right off the rip. It's a 3-for-1 trade in their favor.
Yeah, so far a great start for the Fire Ants to get early control of that EMP, trying to dictate the side. However, action making life difficult eventually gets taken out, and Sumpter already have control of this lane, trying to push up the team. Marshall now going to try to be holding on. Anti-moving up through mid, it's going to get great timing. Will action be able to stop him? Those are the big questions. Anti but won the trade eventually there. Marshall maybe going to be able to hang on here, it seems, with this defense already being forced into situations where every gunfight is crucial, but they do enough to clear out the lane.
Good start here from Thundering Herd. They should now be able to push this one through the dojo. This is what we talked about before, right? You've got to have those blockers pushing through to try and create space. It's a bit of a gambit action from the Fire Ants, right? Because they've sent a couple of plays through the middle of the map. Now it's an opportunity here, an open goal potentially for Thundering Herds. Quan gets stunned. Oh, and he gets the detonation regardless. And that was a bit of a weird choice from the Fire Ants. You spawn up, you need to constantly wrap behind the EMP because that's what happens when you don't.
But what did we say before we began? We said it would be the counterattacks. It would be Marshall answering back off the pressure from Sumpter. That would be the key to their victory. And now they're keeping these spawns pushed out. The wave of green. Finally, Mortar coming through with one and actually getting the second man one as well. Paralysis, or Orbitals, excuse me, continuing to put the pressure up front as Marshall try and get pushed off now towards this EMP side. This last couple of wave of kills have been going very well for them as they look to apply the pressure themselves. Orbitals potentially going to be through, collapse onto this. Playing patient though, going to be able to pick up one, going to be able to pick up the second, and Orbitals is doing a lot of damage here on the 6th spree.
Yeah, honestly, we were talking about Fire Ants being the players to create a lot of space for the subs. So Orbitals is doing it all by himself right now. 1 kill away from the Hellstorm missile. Do not chow that. He is really thinking about it for an extremely long period of time. And the issue again for the Fire Ants, they're trying to overextend it to get out of the base. You need to deal with a player like Orbitals, and finally they do. That is going to be stopping short of a Hellstorm missile. Action now. No way Action gets this through. There's no way. He's just lost his lead blocker, so he should be dead to rights here. Nade going out, about to be in a 1v3. Action finds the kill regardless. Extends this play just a little bit longer. Now has help from his teammates. He will go down, but here elongates the play enough his teammates have arrived.
Great job hanging on, but we can only hang on for so long to stop the Fire Ants. Now to be able to get out with this EMP, trying to create a bit of space through this lane. Not really the lane you want to be pushing the EMP through on this side, but of course it's still possible to do a bit of damage. But now, as your comrades, your brothers in arms drop, and eventually you drop as well, nonetheless, and Marshall are going to be able to move up once again as Sumpter are scrambling back to try and get a bit of control of this defense. And to be fair to them, they've held on well. Mayhems with 2. Now this A lane is open up again, and look at the position of Santi here. Could do a lot of damage around the back if he gets stayed up, but he drops quickly.
Mayhems trying to shoulder here, play his life. Killfeed is going to be Fire Ants here for the moment. He's got so much in front of him. The Mayhems just cannot land the shots, and almost immediately here, Thundering Herd will be right back in the faces of the Fire Ants. Action trying to create some space here. Turns, not going to find the kill versus Mordor. Now flanking play by Santi as well. Good opportunity here actually for the Fire Ants to answer back. Paralysis gets shut down. If Santi can create some space moving forward, this should be the play. The issue is they've got their own issues in their house. That's Orbitals. Orbitals get shut down, but again, buying time, buying space, that's all these individual plays are doing.
Yeah, Orbitals and Paralysis especially as a 2-up and doing such a great job of just stopping something from being able to get out to the positions they want to get out to, right? Whenever there's a bit of danger, Orbitals, Paralysis kind of lock in, they pick up kills, and Sumpter eventually get doing what they want in terms of positions, but they buy an extra 5 or 10 seconds to allow Thundering Herd to get back into key positions. Now Thundering Herd in key defensive position themselves as they are trying to force the way through, but once again, who is it? It's Orbitals in now 18-7 on a 4 spree, going absolutely massive, as it looks like this half is going to be rounded out at 3-0 unless they can get one more cap through here, Marshall, which they do have the opening for. It's been a terrific regain for them in the top 3 so far.
More kills coming through. 3.5 seconds. Opportunity here for Fire Ants to at least make this a somewhat more acceptable scoreline going into the second half. They should be able to get this one through. Never mind. There's 3 ARs looking at you. No choice now for the last remaining player about to touch the EMP. Not going to be able to do so. What a brilliant half for the Thundering Herd there. 3-0 start. Again, we were talking about this Fire Ants roster having all the sub-pressure in the world to create so much space for the squad. In reality, it has all been the Thundering Herd. Shout out to Paralysis especially. He was doing so much damage, as was Orbitals.
I mean, they have E for their side here, needing to be as well. It was go big or go home, and we're only in the first half of the first map of what needed to be a reverse sweep, but every great journey begins with the first step, and Marshall's first step couldn't be better here so far as they look to try and wrap this one out on the second half and get a series, at least a map point on the board. Orbital's 19-9 as well. I mean, we've been glazing him enough already, but my God, does he deserve it? This has been such a crucial player, because managing to stay alive in the positions he's taken up as well, but only 9 deaths has been just as critical in the ability for Marshall to be able to dominate these lanes. But unfortunately for himself, getting dropped early there.
Losing their numbers early on in this one. Flanking play being made by Santi. Even that doesn't really work. Paralysis now going to create some space for his squad. 17-12. It's freaking insane for Paralysis. He continues his reign in terror here in this game. Long range shots from the NPC. Now going to be difficult to get this one into the overload zone. Paralysis might be able to get a perfect flank through. Yep, here we go. Easy peasy for Paralysis. 5. Oh, gets cut down before he can get yet another one. And there are the trades. But the fact that Paralysis almost gets away with that, it's kind of like Fire Ants lost track of him.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's really bizarre and maybe shows a lack of communication by Paralysis was able to stay alive there to get round the side, because, I mean, he had made his presence known before from the previous kill. Granted, they maybe thought he pushed through, but at the very least, you're running while you're going up the steps anyway. Check up top to make sure he's there or not, and that could have been very, very detrimental to them, but the Sumpter Fire Ants have regained spectacularly to get through. Maddie getting a multi-kill of 3 to get a few more kills on the board. He's kind of been the weaker player for his side in this map, but trying to pull up the numbers as Sumpter get their first point on the board.
Yeah, that was a big play coming through from the Fire Ants, but almost immediately a response here. They were not ready for the reset on the EMP. So now there's 1 minute 17 on the clock here. Of course, a reminder, folks, it does stop when someone picks up the EMP device. Fire Ants aren't going to be wary of a potential flanking player, and that's just been their Achilles heel the entire game so far. Every single time Thundering Herd have somebody in the flank, it is not read anywhere near quick enough. Fire Ants are not doing a good job at filling holes here on this map. Pause. 4-1 right now. 1:05 on the clock, and that EMP. There's no real choice here for the Fire Ants. They've got that reset. I don't think they're going to be able to. Actually, trying for it, and he will not touch. I think the reset's coming through.
It ultimately does come through, and now with 54 seconds left on the clock, the Fire Ants are running out of time. As you said, the clock does stop, but they need to go through at 3, and even with that clock stopping, it is going to leave them very little time unless they start being able to chain these overloads together. It's go big or go home. Marshall, the end is in sight for this map, at least to get something on the board and to engineer the first step of the reverse sweep. But with Sumpter Fire Ants, they have the EMP in hand now. They're going to be patient with this. It's important for them to just keep that EMP holder alive at this stage. They can't afford to let it drop, because they can't let this clock run down any more than it already has.
More kills coming through for Fire Ants. This should be an easy cap. Yeah, the blockers are in. More kills being made off the rip as well. Hold on for a second here, folks. 35 on the clock. Fire Ants have got all the pieces in the position to maybe get a rally through. Santi's position now becomes paramount. He's halfway towards the Hellstorm missile. Has to win this 1 versus 1. Big. Good start. Now you've got to try and create some space through the dojo. Pick up that EMP. It's a 2-2 split coming through here. If I'm Fire Ants, I play this one significantly more as a team, because the 2 players through the middle of the map, they're going to get cut down in a 2 versus 4. There goes Santi as well. Paralysis following up the Hellstorm missile. This one feels like it's solidified already.
Yeah, that seems like, again, another horde piece of miscommunication. You either hit that at a 3-1 split, not a 2-2 split, especially when your priority is to keep that EMP holder alive. You can't afford to play the trades, because you can't afford that clock to be run down. It is just Operation Guard the EMP holder. Sumpter Fire Ants clearly not in the same mindset in terms of the lane push there, and that ultimately costing them, as they had found a way of perform towards the back end of that overload, but it ultimately ends up not being enough. Marshall taking this one 4-2, making this series now 2-1, still to Sumpter Fire Ants, but Marshall finally turning up and showing off a bit of heat.
It was just that start, man. Even outside of maybe the decisions that weren't the best in that second half from the Fire Ants, that 3-0 start is the single best piece of gameplay I think we've seen this entire series. Even with that, what was it, like 100 point deficit, 89 points, something like that. I don't know exactly what the numbers were. At the beginning of that Blackheart Hardpoint from Marshall Thundering Herd, that 3-0 stretch at the beginning of this game is the best we have seen them, because fundamentally everything was pitch perfect. You had players push through with their SMGs, being a nuisance. You had the follow-up, the lead blockers. You had everybody in position to constantly rally those overloads through. And also, you have these flanking players that are being nuisances, right? It's such a key part of Overload, is just having a flanking SMG in position to be a nuisance at all times. The Thundering Herd had players doing that all the time, and that's where we start to talk about those mistakes in that game, because, man, Fire Ants, I don't know, it feels like the least uniform we've seen them this entire series.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there with that one, the least uniform. I mean, so many little decisions not going their way in terms of just a lack of unison in terms of the pushes, whereas I think I would say for Marshall, other than a few moments here and there, for the most part, Marshall have been very good at playing together, which I think very much worked to their favor, because I mean, you actually look at the way that plays out, and again, looking at these KDs, perfect time to talk about Orbital's 28 and 18, Paralysis 28-21, phenomenal plays for them. We thought that it would be something for Fire Ants with that sub control, pushing out lanes, making life difficult in spawns, causing something to be delayed in whatever they want to do, or causing Marshall to be delayed. But no, it was the other way around. You know, Orbitals and Paralysis completely dominating the show. How many times did we see Orbitals picking up a crucial wave of kills with that sub, getting into a spawn, forcing Sumter to split apart, just cutting, punching holes through the defense of Sumter on a regular basis? We were expecting the shoe to be on the other foot with this one, but Marshall proved that they could turn up with those subs and be dangerous given the right circumstances.
Man, I don't know where you go from here. This is a turn up for the books, right? Because this entire series has been a story of the Thundering Herd on the back foot, really struggling to breathe in this game, in this series. And this is them coming out firing on all cylinders. Shout out to Paralysis, by the way. I just want to give him a bit of love here, because he's showing up at 28 and 21 in the stats. And mind you, I think towards the back half of the game, he definitely slowed up a little bit. And I think you kind of saw that with those two overloads coming through from the Fire Ants. But he created so much space, created so much pressure in that 3-0 start for the Thundering Herd. Human Orbitals were paramount to the offense for Thundering Herd. They were big reasons why it worked as well as it did. And then, of course, we saw that kind of snowball effect of having a couple of Hellstorm missiles towards the back half of that game. Just kind of provides a get out of jail free card, as I always say, which they did use very well. So, shout out to Orbitals and Paralysis. So they went huge in that game, and that means we have a series on our hands here, folks. Thundering Herd, they've got a map on the board, and we are going back to Den once again for the next one. Honestly, if our Blackheart Hardpoint is anything to go by, Zep, we're in for a banger here.
Oh, absolutely. Look, both of these teams are very strong at the hard point, and they put on really entertaining games. And to be honest, in terms of actually trying to figure out where this one goes, it is hard to say. I think the only credit I could maybe give in terms of trying to predict it, and I think it could go to a map 5. And the reason I say that is because we go back to that Blackheart, how close that was. You think back to it, it was such a sub-heavy performance, which I think on the overall suits Sumter a little bit more. We've seen Marshall go into their sub-play through the likes of Orbitals and Paralysis, and now we're going on to a map that is definitely bigger than Blackheart at the very least in terms of the lanes that you have to watch. We'll see the ARs on this Marshall side have a little bit more of a presence throughout the map. I think all the signs are pointing to that this one could be on them to pull it back and take us to a map 5. And I tell you what, if it goes to a map 5, you look at the way these sides have faced off against each other, and you look at the attributes necessary to make the SCAR S&D work, I gotta say, I think a reverse sweep could be on our hands here if Marshall get off to some good momentum here in this 10 hot one.
Man, I hope so. We love ourselves a game 5 here, and we could have one on the cards if the Thundering Herds are able to roll through that momentum in towards this Den hardpoint. Almost immediately, Util going over the top, and that nades pretty much perfectly through the middle of the map. Mordor softened up, Orbital's following up, and he's trying to follow up with more space. I love it. And Thundering Herds, they're being proactive.
Yeah, very, very proactive to begin with, as they do sit on this time. It is going to be contested in the first 6 seconds. Mordor trying to go huge, but he gets dropped as the majority of this mid-map control remaining with Thundering Herd, as Santi tries to push out, trying to flip the spawns here with Mayhem by his side. Paralysis still able to pick up one, already 2 and 1, playing a great defense with his AR in this lane, locking it down. Mayhem's back, trying to at least get a little bit of the scrap time going for the Fire Ants as they look to push through and try and regain P2 spawn. Thundering Herd, they have set up very, very well. Paralysis has been pivotal.
pressure now starting to come through. Orbitals thought he was safe towards P2. Now, no longer the case. Paralysis. Now, I'm going to do it all by himself. Try and create some space. I can't imagine he's long for this world, and he's not. Matty, is he good for the follow-up? Nope, has too many to deal with towards that back line. Action now for the follow-up as well. Beautifully done towards the back. Quan, has he gotten through? Potentially puncture a hole in this hard point. I think Quan's presence here is just enough that he's a proper nuisance towards that back line, and it is enough for distraction that, well, Thunder and Herd, they puncture a hole through the front of the kill. Matty following up, though, with a triple. Action, isolated, double of his own. It's not enough, but it will open the door here. Thunder and Herd, constant close spawns. They once again throw their necks at the hard point.
Well, you called it going into this one off the back of the map one. We've seen how close it can be between these two sides when it comes to Hardpoint, and so far, once again, not disappointing. Only 1 point in it as it's back and forth on this P2. Both sides now starting to think about P3, the rotation coming on over. It will be Mayhems against 2 here, going through onto P3, rotating back, waiting for the assistance from his side. 27 to 35. Neck and neck here, barely going to be 13 points in the difference going on to P3, where both of these sides have proven they can trade each other out.
Thunder and Herd in control for the moment. They've got themselves ready and watching all the points of ingress towards this hard point. Paralysis takes some shots, reveals his position, still somehow good for one in that situation, but one does manage to filter through, as does a second through the middle of the map here. So Thunder and Herd starting to break on this hard point, and that is exactly what happens. Now, they have to try and break back through towards this kill. Somehow, again, they've managed to get players through. Orbitals is going to do enough damage. Takes one player down. Follow up now. 3 versus 2 towards this hard point. 1 falls in towards Tin. Mordor, good for 1. Now a 1 versus 1 here for Quan, and he's going to win it. Follow up through the middle of the map is there for Santi, but he's down to 9 HP. He's not going to win that gunfight whatsoever, and somehow Thunder and Herd are able to recover some time with that kill.
And for some reason, Santi has spawned out there. No idea why. But now that Marshall are through and Santi's back there, that is 100% guaranteeing the spawns will have flipped completely out. But then you've had Paralysis flip out, a parallel spawn across the side. Bit of weird spawns going through back onto the P4, but it looks like Thunder and Herd will have got them, and it was crucial for them. These spawns here to regain a little bit of time, and P4 get on there first. Oh, Thunder Fire Ants hanging on, 4 dead, but Orbital's getting a close spawn still around the back. It's been a little bit bizarre watching the spawns for these last 2 hills, but it's leading it to be very, very close.
Yeah, this has been a very back and forth game thus far. Thunder and Herd now looking for the back 30. Again, it's one player they need to be wary of. It's Santi up top. He will reveal his position through the P2. He gets shut down. Now moving forward, Mordor going to get down as well. Backline now being watched. Matty, perfect shots at 10 and 11. Paralysis keeping an eagle eye on that backline. Can't cleanly get away with the gunfight, so Orbitals is going to have to go in for the follow-up. A flanking play being made here by Matty and Mordor. Beautiful team shots from the roster. That's again for 10 seconds. This is such a crucial, weird hardpoint game, isn't it, so far? Both of these teams, again, they aren't locking down these hardpoints, I want to say. I think both teams could do a little bit better at keeping an eye on their flanks.
Absolutely, but neck and neck, you say, between these two sides. Mordor are massively doing a lot force up the Fire Ants right now, but the KD's a little bit better for Marshall, it seems. But that's not, I mean, it is a little bit, to be fair, but it's not really coming through on that scoreline. They're back in the lead here, granted only by 5. It could go any which way, but looks like where Sumter are getting their kills, it's a little bit more together, a bit more in unison, and directly guaranteeing time off the back of it. It's key breaks that is allowing 10, 15, 20 seconds to go their way instead of these territory sort of outsider kills while trying to break through onto power positions. Sumter are getting them where it counts, and that's why they have a 20-point lead here as we go into the back half of this P1 as per up that P2.
Big 1 versus 1 for the time. Paralysis will win it. Start to focus on this next rotation now, and this was a messy one last time around. I think Thunder and Herd will probably do getting a player out towards the rooftops and making sure they've got a player in the back line for those back spawns. I know they've got the luxury to do that because they're starting to lose a lot of numbers through the middle of the map. Now they've lost numbers through the front, and all of a sudden it's Fire Ants. They're knocking at the door, but those back spawns are still good for the Thundering Herd.
And they make them count, though, because people were there for a little bit last time around, but done nothing with them. Quan desperately trying to stay alive, but ultimately the kills are there, and the spawns will flip. Thundering Herd now fighting from the front, but it's a wave of white in the kill feed here. Sumter Fire Ants seem to have found another level on this transition from P1 to P2, holding this immaculately, and it's going to be the biggest lead that's been picked up so far on this hard point. But how much further will it grow as Thundering Herd desperately try to get themselves broken in? They do not want to let go of the pressure from this point. They need to keep this at the very least within a 20-30 point game until the death if they want to try and rescue it. But so far they're finding themselves on the back foot. They're finding something fire ants grow a little bit more momentum as they see the finish line in sight.
This is now starting to feel a little bit more of an indomitable game for the Fire Ants. More kills coming through, though. All of a sudden, it is going to be a green feed, and now the Thundering Herd in control. I like this advanced position coming through here from Quan. This might get checked, though. The double chow, you take a 1-for-1 trade. It's all about delaying the inevitable at the moment for the Fire Ants. Beautiful nade over the top from Action. Mortar now going to be left on his lonesome. Split spawns now starting to come through, though, and whether or not Marshall read this is the question for me. I think the fact they've got Quan in the middle of the map suggests that they do know about it. They have to deal with Mortar, though, because if he continues to play his presence here through Dojo's side, well, that's now going to open the door for those players to come through on the other side, and that's exactly what happens. Mortar inevitably goes down. Santi towards the kill. Can't produce anything, though. Matty not able to get the double, and it was a good effort there from Mortar, but ultimately, no dice.
Yeah, it was crucial for Marshall to keep that point, but they also needed to keep spawns for P4, which they haven't quite done. They need to get through. They cannot afford for Sumter to get any more clean time. They need to keep it scrappy, and they need to get through for a bit of presence up front. But the trades are going to be through, meaning that Marshall are going to have to go for a full break from front. Sumter are set up in P4 with the spawns in hand, so the next wave of kills is big. Orbital's managing to pick up one. Can they chain it together? Orbital's picking up the second. This may be the chance to get through. But Mortar could go huge, back and forth on the trades, but the spawn's flipped now. If anything, that's going to favor Sumter, because they're just going to reclapse back onto the point and keep the spawns in question.
Good hold. It's back and forth game. Mortar able to find one. Pressure around through Red Room here. Paralysis with the slide out. Immediate challenge, though. He's on his lonesome momentarily. Stun flies past him. Paralysis now trying to open the door for his roster. This is a lot of time being bled here by the Thundering Herd. Take a 2-for-1 trade if you're the Fire Ants. Orbitals hitting a reload, and he goes down as well. This is the best look that we've seen for the Fire Ants so far in this game. This is the biggest margin that they've had. They are starting to look a little bit more convincing here.
Thundering Herd just have not been rotating well enough on this map, and it has been their undoing. The only point they've really rotated well for is P1, but that's more so to play a reset off P4 where they were getting no joy whatsoever, and rotate well, but on the most mixy hill isn't the way you want to go. So they are going to need to actually do something on this point, get enough time as Orbital's picked up another kill there with the knife sliding on through, not able to get the second. They also need to hold the P2 spawns and actually do something with them this time around. Already you see Santi flying around the back now in P2. You also have on the other side the push coming through, so they don't have to wrap around and flip these spawns early. But Thundering Herd have held on great. That's a huge clean 4 down.
Yep, big 20 seconds as well. If I'm the Fire Ants, I don't think I'm investing anything into this whatsoever. He's spawning out on the other side of the map. They are actually going to try for it. They're going to try and take this time away, and in doing so, they're getting cut down. Finally, there's the trade. So it's a back 10 for the Fire Ants. And now you start to talk about these players that are going deep in towards the spawn. It's read perfectly from Quan, though. What a great read. But his job is far from over. The Fire Ants are going to continue to knock around the front. Oh, and he gets movemented out of the play. Mortar needs to be dealt with. Spawn's still intact.
Still attacked just about, but again, they weren't great from spawns last time around. They need to get a little bit more advance on the point, or else they'll be held down the stairs, and Sumter are just going to be happy to push from front, which is exactly what happens. Now pushing up the back, now flipping the spawns. Thundering Herd on the overall for the P2 really need to go back to the drawing board when it comes to taking full advantage of spawn control, because it has been a real letdown for them in this map, as they now have to rely on a bit of pressure from the front. Although the spawn's flipping once again, they cannot allow Sumter to get any more time on this. They need to at the very least get it contested.
Yep, 20 seconds. This is definitely worth fighting for here, albeit if you do lose these fights, I think it is just best to cut your losses. Yep, go nuke. Paralysis! Oh, never mind! No, cut your losses to Paralysis! He takes 3 down, and that is scrap going the Thundering Herd's way. Not only that, but you alleviate pressure towards the next hard point. It is still a 2 versus 3 here on this rotation. Everything up to Action and Quan. Action has to play his life. Be careful of Snake in there, buddy. Keep your head up for a moment. You need help. Just play contest. Middle of the map being won here by Orbitals. Now it's going to be the split. The pinch coming through on the play. Quan producing kills. It's a green feed. The Thundering Herd, they've got control.
got control. The spawns have flipped, which they have read. I think Action has read it perfectly, although still getting dropped. Marshall, I know they need to hold this time, but they need to think about P4 as well. P4 has not been great for them. They cannot afford to let it go, and Action's not going to get good timing on this read. Santi's going to be around the back. It's going to at least get one, surely, which is going to be a clean 4 down and a break onto this P4, and that could be that, unless Marshall can get a clean 4 themselves and push straight through onto P4.
Yeah, this could go from bad to worse. You have to make sure you can test here, and as you said, make sure that P4 goes your way as well. I think he's done enough. Now no tick over. Now the race towards the next hard point begins. Can anybody from the Thundering Herd touch in time? Fire Ants, you just need 3 seconds. Your knives will be out. Nobody's touching the hill in time. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But that final flank from Santi, that finishes everything off for the Thundering Herd. They are done off the back of it. Man, how about this for a final play? Paralysis stops the Thundering Herd from flatlining. But even in the end, it did not matter as the Fire Ants, they come out on top. What a huge game for the Fire Ants.
Massive congratulations to the Fire Ants. That was an immaculate series to watch, and you know, commiserations Marshall Thundering Herd, but I gotta say, I think that map at the very least was in the palm of your hand. You had so many opportunities that you worked so hard to create for yourself. So often you had control of P2 spawns. So often you were able to break through on the likes of P3 for some crucial time. And on many occasions, they had spawns successfully flipped for P4. But whether or not they just weren't catching a timing, got a bit unlucky, or just weren't thinking about it, they never dealt with the player that would either push through mid or wrap around from P2 to P4 to flip those spawns out with 20 seconds or 10 seconds remaining. They were never able to get the job done on the key positional players of Sumter, which was completely their undoing, and a lack of being able to use those P2 spawns to your advantage to actually get some time is really a head scratcher for me, given the quality that this team clearly possesses. And I think it's something that they'll feel a little bit let down by in the end up, because again, as I said, in my opinion, I think that map was there for the taking for them.
I think it's just that P2. Honestly, I think it is just 100% that P2. You talked about it, right? Getting broken as consistently through the front of that hard point as they did, I think is disappointing ultimately. They held it a couple of times and they focused so much on those back spawns that they just didn't have the numbers to deal with the pressure coming through the front, and that plays out there. You can see that, what, a 32 to 101 point split when we talk about those P2 holds. Some Fire Ants just so much better at it, and it really does make the difference overall in that game. So shout out to the Fire Ants. They are the ones making it to the next stage of the competition. They are through to CCL playoffs, where 32 of the best teams in CCL will throw down spots in LAN. Thundering Herd on the other side, fortunately, they will have to go to the lower bracket to obtain the same spot. Either way, looking over towards the stats, we have to give so much stuff to Mortar because he had an insatiable series. 35 and 26, 26 NTKs, and 100 plus seconds inside the hard point. Mortar was doing it all.
Yeah, Mordor got like a couple of incredible 2 pieces and 3 pieces throughout. Sort of reminded me of how Orbitals played on that Overload. I think he was just that level of key player for Sumter Fire Ants here in this map. And again, going through with that sub, getting breaks, again, was pivotal on a lot of kills in P4 and also I think on P2. I mean, we've been talking about it as a team throughout this entire series, that Marshall seemed to be a little bit more better on the overall at the ARs and that range and creating the distance, as opposed to Sumter, who like getting sort of mixy and playing aggressive and quick. And you know, you look at that P2, it's a very tight P2 where if you get in it, it would suit Sumter way more. I think the way Marshall played in the end up, they just miscalculated what they needed to do. I think they were a bit too focused on making sure that they were playing the distance from spawn, trying not to get the spawns flipped out, which allowed Sumter to get into those closer range engagements on the point. Marshall would have benefited more from getting a bit pushed up on point, playing to control the lanes, and maybe moving up mid at the risk of losing spawns, as opposed to turtling deep and allowing that pressure to come on. Because when Sumter are able to apply that pressure, it seems like there's not many teams that are able to deal with them, and Mortar absolutely showcasing that, going through, being a key player, picking up wave after wave of kills.
Yeah, just an impressive hardpoint. I think from the Fire Ants there, we have to give them, I think, a lot of credit for their hardpoint control. I do want to give some love to the Thundering Herd here. That's what I'll say. I think the Thundering Herd throughout this series have shown some serious promise. I think that 3-0 start to the Overload is a big one. That 110 to like 30 start they had in that hardpoint. The Thundering Herd, I think, are a roster not to be taken lightly. If you're a team in the lower bracket, that is one team, in my opinion at least, you want to watch out for.
Oh yeah, completely agree. I think, you know, for both of these teams, they are incredibly dangerous teams, and we've seen why, right? Which is why it's been such an entertaining series to watch from beginning to end, despite the issues that, you know, we picked apart from Marshall, almost seeming like we've been overcritical at times. I think they have been, you know, a side where we have seen their strengths come through, especially on that overload. I mean, there were just some terrific moments there throughout. And at the end of the day, yeah, we go back to that map number 1. That Hardpoint could have gone any which way. And would have that been a momentum changer to potentially allow Marshall to sneak a map 2 and change this series? You put these two teams, if you were to give them the exact same map set and tell them to run it again tomorrow, you could see a completely different result. That just shows the fine margins between these two sides.
Absolutely. Well, Fire Ants, congratulations to them. They've made it to CCL playoffs, but their tournament isn't done just yet. They've still got a ways to go in the bracket. I was trying to take a cheeky peek at who they were going to play next, but I couldn't get it up quick enough. No worry. Anyway, we got Fire Ants. They're going through. Thundering Herd, they've still got a lower bracket. We've got more CCL to come tonight. We're going to see you for more after this break.
That scorecard. Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3. And, well, right now they got one player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's going to have to play his life.
I was going to say, Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself 2, looks for the 3rd. Can he get the entire team? We'll see as he travels with the pistol onto quick. Good shots from the pistol.
4 as well in the back, getting it done, and then doing so, creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A site. And he's gonna find another double. Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. But first, Arbo's found 2 of his own. First of all, he opens up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He's on a 6 spree, a double with a nade, and he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. Oh, down to player number 3 at Bo, finds that kill.
Working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get 1, make it 2. Can they find more? They get 3. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're gonna find it inside Dojo. Ground now will push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. B through mid hop. Can you find anything? You come through Dojo. 1 down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody once again making the plays.
But intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, crack for the ace. Or rather, backside rotation, crack clearing everything out. I don't know if he spotted him there, but I'm sure they're going to wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a college COD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the college COD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team, and I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun. Making a name for yourself is fun. It's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently like the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were like watching the football game. And so like then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about like, they were like, oh, like the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team, and I was like that's me. It's really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so for somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid of rejection. You just kind of have to put yourself out there, and if it's meant to be, it will find its way to you. But don't ever really give up hope, and I promise that whatever you find, it's meant to be there for a reason. I definitely, honestly, it feels funny to say, but like kind of what everybody's doing this year, like, you know, like the listen-ins, the player interviews, the behind the scenes things, kind of like humanizing it, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. I definitely think that, you know, putting names to faces and all of the things like that, where you're going behind the scenes, you're going more in depth. It's not just becoming another league. Like, you are, like, this is college. These are students in this league, and so being able to have these students have the opportunity to, you know, discuss their lives and, you know, be more than just a Call of Duty gamer and things like that. Like, it's definitely really interesting to see, and it's really cool to, you know, be a part of it now. I definitely am excited this year for the competition because I'm the only one that's returning, and so it's definitely interesting to see, to go from being on a team with people like Bowie and Thieves and MZ to people on my team that nobody like really knows who they are. So like kind of giving these guys the opportunity to prove themselves and build their own names for themselves while also doing the best I can as, you know, the veteran. I say that so that way I don't call myself old. Teach them kind of the ways and teach them how to play proper, learn the game while, you know, like kind of pushing them forward, so that way once I'm done after this year, like they can kind of carry it on, and then who knows, you know, in the future, maybe not let them focus too much on what Akron was and now picture what Akron can be with them in the picture.
Hi, my name is Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing CoD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But yeah, I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing CoD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCO was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in CoD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCL gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in the US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like scrims and tournaments and everything. I would say the journey was, at least for the last 2 years, have been like very stressful, but it did teach me a lot about like time management, prioritizing things. So I actually get asked this quite a lot by people on Twitter. Why do you do this to yourself, or how do you do this? What I learned is that the biggest thing is kind of like I said, it's time management, but not in terms of like sitting your day out and being like, okay, I'm gonna do COD from 1 until 8, and then I'm gonna do school from 8 until 12. Not every day is gonna be the same. You can't follow the same schedule every day because some days you might get 8 hours of sleep and some days you might get 2 hours of sleep. Don't waste your time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think over the last 2 years, I've barely watched any movies, any TV shows, always doing something that I think is productive. The amount of time that people spend procrastinating on things, they could definitely work a full-time job with that amount of hours that they spend doing almost nothing. I would say that you should do it because I think that it is hard and it will take you a while to get used to it. I think the hardest part for me was my first 2 semesters because I had never experienced juggling all of these things. The thing with competing in CoD is, as much as it's a great thing, the chances of actually getting something out of it are very slim. So playing like while you do college is a great way to have like not necessarily a backup, but it gives you something else to do. Like, you should have enough time while you're competing at any level. And if I can do this while we're getting like 3rd to 6th at majors and whatever, making champs, then you can do it as well. You have enough time to do your degree and then also compete to the level that you want. I never went pro, and that's fine with me. I'm not really bothered about it. I think that I had a great time and I achieved a lot of good things that I'm proud of. And now I'm done competing and I almost have my nursing degree. I'm already 3.5 years ahead of where I would be if I waited until I was done competing to start. We had not played really with Gus the whole year, and Gus had also not competed at all on Black Ops 6. So he hadn't played any sort of competitive. So we were basically kind of starting from square one with him, which, when all of you are all juggling your own challengers teams as well, makes it quite difficult to kind of get there. But I think going into that event, I'm not gonna lie, we drove like a van down there or something. It was like a 9-hour drive. I did not think that we had really any chance of winning that event on the way down there. I was gonna go there and give it my all. Going into that event, there was St. Clair, which was like a full Challengers Elite team, Fisher, who was also pretty stacked, and then Northwood, who were all top Challengers players, but like Flames and Muck also didn't play that much, so they were kind of in the same boat as Gus. But I feel like on paper, we were probably like the weakest team. Yeah, I don't know. We got there and it just all started clicking, playing on LAN with the same guys that I'd been playing with for like 3 or 4 years. Honestly, that stage that we played on at the CCL finals, I think that is probably the best experience I've had like competing in Call of Duty across like any game. Like walking out on the stage with those lights and like the setup that they had there, that was insane. I think that was so cool. And then like you said, like to be able to win on that stage, I don't even know if it was about winning. I think it was about how close the series was and then winning. Like being with the guys that I had been with for like 3 years, and these guys are like probably gonna be my like best friends or really good friends like for life. It just meant a whole lot seeing how much it like meant to those guys as well.
Hello, my name is Michael Wiglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had A little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challenges for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of align for it to happen. I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars align for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out. Kind of life changes. But the stars align for me to go to College COD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Potsy for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. Even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to, just because life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. We have a very flexible team that we can work around. We practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day, life comes first, school comes first. You got to make sure you're finding that right balance while also finding the time to practice at the same time. We have 3 new players with Cole, Mintz, and Sweep. 2 of them, it's their first year playing challengers, or I think it's Cole's first year and a half. We have a lot of young talent coming up this year. I'm very proud of what our roster last year was able to do and the progress we made. But the ceiling this year, man, it's pretty different. These guys have a lot of skill. I think we showcased it a little bit at Toronto XP, the most recent one. If you didn't see us there, yeah, we're really excited for this year. We got a lot of hungry talent. We're just looking to showcase our skills. I'm kind of the unk of the roster this year. I mean, I was last year too, but I'm just trying to give these guys, give them the best advice I can, lead them to victory, because they're really talented, man. You're going to see them in challengers this year. You're going to see their names, I promise. Oh, he's been a real pleasure to work with, honestly. I think me and Eric have a really good relationship. Starting, back from last year, he's taught me a lot. He's kind of, even at this stage in my time here, he's teaching me a lot about myself competitively as well. And he adds a very good structure. He supports me with the structure that we provide to our team. He has a lot of analytical things that he provides, a lot of stats that kind of help us break down some of the issues that we need to figure out. He's a great presence, in the locker room, honestly, like, before games, before LANs. He's a great presence to be around, and honestly, I consider him a friend. He's a really great guy. For sure. We're always streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe it's Conestoga Esports is the Twitch at. But yeah, we stream all of our NACE matches, all of our CCL matches when we can. You know, myself, I don't stream as much, but my teammates Cole, Sweep, and Mince, they all stream. So yeah, we're streaming all the time. Like I said, we're always looking to get better. We're looking to showcase this year in CCL, you know, build up on our T25 performance last semester and show why, you know, Conestoga is a force to be reckoned with.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg and a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Hey guys, my name is Lucha. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting Dark Matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really knowing the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. It all started growing, you know. And then at some point in 2019, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile. And then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the Latin Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what college CoD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right, in ONA. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trade is not only my CoD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met them through CoD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trakes was going pro if he tried it. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah. He's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy and motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, Aaron, and Desmaze. Maxwell recruited us to go to ONA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like all just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same. But from the very first semester, like it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in S&D, which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like I'm competing to be on the top, on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah, that'll be it.
Hi, my name's Chris Rodell. I go by Seaws. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing CoD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like, he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive CoD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in CoD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like, only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like, that extra leverage, you know. Like, I think going to school, like, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like, if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here, and it's been fun since then. Oh, it's great. I think it's one of the best esports programs. It feels like they really do care about us. I'm not going to name the school I went to before, but it just felt like they didn't care as much as St. Clair did, and that's like, I think one of the reasons that we all like really enjoy the school is they just really care about how we are, not even just like how we're doing in our esports, but also just like how we are like as people, like how we're doing mentally. So I think it's just like, it's a great group of guys we have. Like, we always hang out. Like, I wouldn't say perfect here, but it's pretty up there. It's one of the best programs. Sometimes I do, yes and no. Coming here, playing in Canada, like, you know, like we want to be like the best in Canada, you know, like that's just, we already know we're the best in Canada, but Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, California, Canada, like we have people from everywhere. So I think it's crazy to me how we're taking over Canada and possibly taking over NA. Like, we really only realistically lost one tournament last year. So I think we're putting Canada, NA, we're putting everywhere on the map. Yeah, so with CoD, I definitely think it's one of the harder games to balance, just the way the scrim schedule works, and it actually works out. I take my classes in the morning, so I still have all that scrim time. If you can find the balance, like if you want it, you'll be able to find that balance. That's what I tell everyone. Like, everyone thinks it's really hard to balance, but if you really want this, you'll find that balance. The advice I would give is always, like, school should always be one of like the number 1 or 2 priority. You never want to, like, they're giving you this opportunity, like at least in my case, I'm in a different country. Like, that is just insane to me. I'm in a different country to play Call of Duty and get an education. The advice I would give is like, take the opportunities that you're given. Like, CCL is one of the biggest opportunities for you to still chase your dream and also get an education. Like, it's almost like a no-brainer. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are kind of like nervous, or like, I don't know, they get a weird perception on esports, but we're just like any other sport. Like, we still get the same opportunities, the same everything as any traditional sport would. It's just, back to what I was saying, it's more of just like, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Like, no matter what other people say, like if it's your dream, like nobody should stop that dream. Yeah, it was really fun. Like, having the guys here, it honestly felt like we were like almost like pros. Like, you're thinking like we were here to be like to play COD. Like, we were all basically in the same room all day. We were boot camping almost. That's what people kept saying. It was awesome. It was really fun. Everyone at the school says like our team has like the best like team dynamic. Like, we're always hanging out. So I don't know, just us coming together to win like a whole bunch of college stuff, and then also take our talents into like the challenger scene and kind of be like one of the first teams to have like pretty good placements as like a college team. It was nice. It was like we were all like really hyped. Like, it was good for us. So we do watch like VOD together. That's like one thing. I know you said outside, but we like going like to the movies a lot. Like, we'll always have dinner together. Like, all of us like to cook. Just really hanging out. Just like if it's just your friends. Like, it's not even like, these guys aren't just like my competitors now. Like, they're not just my teammates. Like, these I'm gonna have these friends for life for sure. Initially, the first thing we said when we lost the CCL finals last year, or we didn't make it to finals, whatever it was a bad day to be bad at COD. Like, we knew we were the best team there in the venue. It's COD at the end of the day, so it was just a really bad day to be bad at COD. So I think it's more of, last year was that was the most like we've all won in our careers. So I think we know what it takes to win now. We know like the steps and like what it takes to actually achieve to win. So I think this year is gonna be insane.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie, I was really nervous. And this was when I was like, I don't know, 14 years old. So ever since then, I was kind of just playing for fun. Obviously, since the 18 under rule was a thing, you can't be under 18. I couldn't compete, but I was like, okay, I'll play like these little tournaments, like the Twitter tournaments, you know, tweet those kind of things, and start growing from there. And eventually, I mean, hey, I got good enough and, you know, landed myself in a pro spot. I landed myself here at Wichita, and, you know, it's been the history. It was different. I can't lie. I mean, initially, when I went to school, I was still competing. But I think in terms of all my workload of school, homework, work, everything became like just a little too much. So I kind of took a step back from COD and just started focusing on my education, started focusing on like college COD league, like that kind of stuff, just with Wichita State. And, you know, that's all really gone. It's been a lot easier for me. It's been a lot nicer. It's a lot less work to do. I really just focus on my schoolwork now, play COD, you know, play some college COD, have fun with my team. And, you know, I enjoy it. I love it. It was different, because I mean, I'm from Ontario, so we have something called OSAP, which was like the student stuff that I'm supposed to be filling out, but I'm also going to school in Wichita, so it kind of made it to where it was kind of confusing initially. I needed some help from some of my directors there at Wichita, and I needed some help from people at, you know, my OSAP stuff that helped me out with it. But the transition wasn't the worst. I mean, I don't really visit the school very often because, you know, I am an online student. The transition was okay. I didn't have really many issues. It was just kind of figuring out all my paperwork, my FAFSA stuff, my OSAP stuff, and like I said, it wasn't too bad. Well, I mean, you gotta think, it's very, like I said earlier, it's really time consuming. Obviously, if you compete competitively, you want to have some kind of end goal, right? And a lot of people, that end goal is to play in CDL. And that's obviously what everyone wants to do. It's not as simple as just, you know, snapping my fingers and you're the league. You know, it's gonna take a long time. You have to work your way up. You have to, you know, actually learn the game. You have to get better. You have to have a lot of connections. You have to know, like, understand people, find good teammates. It's a lot to go. So, I mean, for me at least, the CCL is a really good entry point into a tier below CDL, if you could say so. So it's a really good entry to where you can, you know, meet some new meet some new people, some new friends. CCL is actually really important for, I mean, Call of Duty in general. But it really is a big foundation of, you know, just Call of Duty, the entire challenger scene, the entire scene itself. I think CCL should be a lot more looked at than it is, and, you know, I love it. I think CCL is doing a fantastic job, so. I mean, a little bit, right? Because you take some classes and you kind of learn some things from your classes, and you put it into real life situations. And for me, my real life situations is Call of Duty, right? So I can learn a little bit easier. I can read things easier. I can understand things easier. But I definitely think there's some correlation between, you know, going to school, learning, and then translating that into COD. I mean, for me, you know, I've always been a player that enjoys LANs. I mean, I think everyone can really talk for that, right? Everyone enjoys the LAN environment, the LAN gameplay. And I know College COD, they do have like the end of the year LAN League, the playoff LAN League, or the playoff LAN, which is always a good time. It's always fun. Really, besides that, I mean, I feel that CCL's done a really good job, especially since when I've joined. They've definitely changed things up, and I think every year is progressing better. It's always a fun time. It's always a good time, and, you know, no one can really complain about that. Well, for me, it's just how friendly they've been. I mean, you know, a lot of people, and just in jobs in general, they're always like, oh yeah, we have a family environment. Wichita is literally a definition of a family environment. I feel like no matter what happens, I can talk to them about anything and they'll always be there to help me. If I'm ever struggling in a class, or if I'm ever struggling with my own personal things, any single person on that team and every single person in the program will be there to help me if I need it. And to me, like, that's just one of the biggest things, right? I feel like I have a family here, and I feel like I can trust everyone, and I appreciate and love everyone here. So yeah, shout out to those guys. Love them. Well, I mean, I come from obviously like the CWL era, so I might have, I guess one could say, ego. But I think the players I'm playing with, they've definitely grown from their own, you know, when we first started playing together, which maybe about a year and a half ago. And I've seen them individually progress as players, as friends, as people. And that's something that I enjoy seeing, right? I enjoy seeing the people I'm around progressing through life and just progressing as a person. And in terms of COD, I mean, hey, they got a lot better. I think I'm not the only one who talks about stuff. I'm not the only one who gives input for our team. But I think that the input that we have given to each other has helped everyone, including myself. I mean, I got my passion back. I enjoy competing again. I mean, really thanks to my team.
Boilermakers might not be in the hill, but you see two players working through the tunnels. It's Riley through green. He's going to open up with a kill. He's still got the traffic in hand. Goes for a slide out. Take a different look at this break. A couple players going to stretch to flip the map. That's going to force these spawn outs. See those white arrows? They turn around to deal with it. Still locking down the time.
I mean, what can be said about this? And as you said, they didn't get straight on the point in P3. They played it patiently, right? The case of how long can they hold on, because it's going to take more than one clean hill to get them back into this one now, as Red finds the merciless.
Hey, he's got 10 in a row, make it 11, looking for number 12. He's not going to go.
the reminder. Slayer and Spooky getting a couple, but I mean, it's just drops in the ocean here right now in regards to the flow of this series. This is all going the way of Boilermakers, one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen, and this is because you have Revy going on a 15. So should he go for the nuke? He might as well while he's on it.
Backline's able to put some shots in on one, does his best to get away, but is going to be reaped. Schluck now the last man alive in a 1v2.
Wow. How did Schlepp manage to stay alive there? I do not know, but needs to continue to try and stay alive, pick up the next kill as well. Maybe actually going to go for the push here against Mikkel versus Schlepp for what is already a massive round early on in this search and destroy. Will Schlepp be able to pick it up? He absolutely does, and that.
Start closing off all the lanes and make it very difficult for Midwegos to even get a chance on this defense. Their number 1, Cal. He's in the back. He's found 1. He's found 2. That's Honor as well. That'll be all 4 dead. There's a chance. There's EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map.
Wow.
That's 3 dead from Cal.
Was a bit of a weird reposition there from Condi. Actually gives him a look in the middle of the map, and now he goes down himself. Leaves Drafty in a 1 versus 3. First kill through, 25 seconds. There's time for them to pull up to 3 versus 1. Drafty down to 59 to the pistol. Surely not for the 1 versus 1. Drafty, you maniac!
The fact that they took that result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play on the mind here, but Amity not letting it play in his mind as he gives someone an
A few moments later.
second time round. Technically, not really a miss. The shot was never really on, but Amity looking super dangerous. Every shot could be the last you come up against in this round, but Amity with the pistol going to pick up 1. Knife out for 2.
My name is Caden Lee. I'm from Lexington, South Carolina, just down the road from Newberry. I'm Kate Beasley on the Call of Duty team, and I'm an accounting major here at Newberry College. I mean, I played CODs before, but it wasn't my main game. Like, I played other stuff. I didn't really get into Call of Duty until I actually got here at Newberry. They were holding tryouts, and actually, Buki, my now teammate, said, all right, we played a game anyways, might as well come try out just because we played Warzone. We came and tried out together. I ended up making the varsity team. I actually didn't know what a hardpoint was till December of MW2, probably why it's my favorite game, but still relatively new compared to people like Nico who've been in it for 9 years. Coming from just walking on, like, I didn't know anyone, so like I didn't know who was good and who was bad, so I didn't really respect anyone per se. I just was confident in myself. So my teammates actually played challengers at the time, so I just grinded rank every day. I knew what I was good at, knew what I was bad at. At the time I would just sit the hill. There was one map I went 7-3 in my first year and had 2 minutes and a half of time, so I just focused on Killhorn and ranked, and then eventually we got to a good spot. Probably was easier for me at first just because I didn't have all those, I wasn't in any outside leagues, or I would just have my 1 CCL scrim a day, so it wasn't too hard to balance it. Not much changed for me because, like I said, I was gaming like in my dorm, but like it didn't really have a purpose. Like it was just free time, so I was like, might as well go try to get a scholarship for it, which I didn't get till my 2nd year, but I did end up doing that. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I left the country for the first time because of COD. I met all kinds of good people, man. It's just definitely a good decision. Know what you're good at and know what you're bad at and go work for it, because you're not going to get anywhere if you don't put in the time yourself. And if I'm honest, I probably play COD the least right now, but that's just because I'm old. Know what you're good at. Like when I was first, I was like, everybody else was more cracked than me. I just sat the hill, did my job, and then worked my way up the ladder. In reality, I've had 3 directors in my 4 years, so crazy at times. We pretty much had the same core 3 between me, Diff, and Cells, exchanging Eternals or James for Jordan Freaky after the first year. We just had a lot of stability because we only needed 4 people. The program outside of COD, it had a lot of ups and downs through the years, but it's on its way back up now, I think. My experience has been okay. At one point, I wasn't going to play anymore, and they pretty much bought me back. Definitely had some disagreements, but I'm still glad I did it anyways, and good experience inside of the COD world. That's probably a hard one, actually. Probably actually knocking FGCU down to D2 is up there, and yeah, that might be number 1. Just a dope, because there was no way we were making it. We thought we had a role change. Just the underdog story that first year was just so great for us. I think it's okay. It's definitely better than Black Ops 6, I'd say. You know, losing those long-time guys like Diff and Cells and working Sleepy and Buki in. Buki's been here, so he knows what it's like, but Sleepy's completely new, so we hadn't really gotten to scrim all that much at this point, but we'll definitely lock in towards the end of the year when everybody's schedule lines up a little bit better. I think it's a fake movement, CoD. Everybody thinks it's about wall bouncing and stuff. I think it's fake movement, bro. I think it's just boots on the ground. I hope they just learn to respect that, like, Newberry's gonna be here as long as I'm here, and we're gonna be good. So we recently played a match that some people thought we were actually gonna lose, and got us a little fired up. So maybe you'll see a better Newberry this year than usual. My name is K Beasley. This has been my player spotlight, and thanks for the CCL for holding us.
That scorecard. Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3, and well, right now they got one player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's gonna have to play his life.
I was going to say, Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself 2, looks for the 3rd. Can he get the entire team? We'll see Izzy Childs with the pistol onto Quick. Good shots from the pistol.
4 as well in the back, getting it done, and then doing so, creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A side. And he's gonna find another double. Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. But first, Arbo's found 2 of his own. First of all, he opens up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He's on a 6 spree. A double with a nade. Carries in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. All down to player number 3 of 4. Finds that kill.
Working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get 1, make it 2. Can they find more? They get 3. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're gonna find it inside Dojo. Ground now will push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. B through mid hop. Can you find anything? You come through Dojo. 1 down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody once again making the plays.
But intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, crack for the ace. Or rather, backside rotation, crack clearing everything out. I don't know if he spotted him there, but I'm sure they're gonna wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a college COD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the college COD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team. And I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun. Making a name for yourself is fun. It's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently like the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were like watching the football game. And so like then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about like, they were like, oh, like the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team. And I was like that's me. It's really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so for somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid of rejection. You just kind of have to put yourself out there, and if it's meant to be, it will find its way to you. But don't ever really give up hope, and I promise that whatever you find, it's meant to be there for a reason. I definitely, honestly, it feels funny to say, but like kind of what everybody's doing this year, like, you know, like the listen-ins, the player interviews, the behind the scenes things, kind of like humanizing it, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. I definitely think that, you know, putting names to faces and all of the things like that, where you're going behind the scenes, you're going more in depth. It's not just becoming another league. Like, you are, like, this is college. These are students in this league, and so being able to have these students have the opportunity to, you know, discuss their lives and, you know, be more than just a Call of Duty gamer and things like that. Like, it's definitely really interesting to see, and it's really cool to, you know, be a part of it now. I definitely am excited this year for the competition because I'm the only one that's returning, and so it's definitely interesting to see, to go from being on a team with people like Bowie and Thieves and MZ to people on my team that nobody like really knows who they are. So like kind of giving these guys the opportunity to prove themselves and build their own names for themselves while also doing the best I can as, you know, the veteran. I say that so that way I don't call myself old. Teach them kind of the ways and teach them how to play proper, learn the game while, you know, like kind of pushing them forward, so that way once I'm done after this year, like they can kind of carry it on, and then who knows, you know, in the future, maybe not let them focus too much on what Akron was and now picture what Akron can be with them in the picture.
Welcome everybody here to CCL Regional Playoffs. We're about to get into our second match of the night. Apologies for the long delay. Sometimes these things happen. And also sometimes they provide us with something brilliant on the other side, because we've got ourselves the most beautiful man in esports. He's here with us here on a CCL cast. It's McCornmeal. How are we doing, mate?
I don't know if most beautiful man is a moniker that I will tout with any sort of confidence, but I appreciate the kind words nonetheless. But I'm doing good, apart from losing in the regional playoffs today, but that's the name of the game right there. So look, you go down swinging, it might not work out, but hey, at least you tried it. You know what I mean? First year competing in how many years? So it was fun. Yeah. I enjoyed my time. It was a good time. I love the CCL.
I have no doubt in my mind that you were beaming, mate. All right, that's all I can say. I know that you're good at the game. Don't put yourself down. You know,
well, double negative map 1 doesn't help out anything, I'll be honest.
I just need to hear good things. That's all I need to hear, mate. Anyway, let's start talking about this match coming up here. We are sticking with the southeastern region as we were back in the first match of the day, because we've got the Cumberland Phoenix going head-to-head with the Newbury Wolves red roster. This is a really interesting one, because I was like checking in just before we started. I was like, yeah, all right, just to check how high these guys were within their individual regular season this season. I think the stats kind of speak for themselves, right? 11-0 for the Cumberland Phoenix, 9-2 for the Newbury Wolves red. These are two of the best teams in the region throwing down.
Yeah, it hasn't really been a particularly rough stretch for Cumberland in any regard. They get all the way through, haven't lost a single map throughout the first few rounds of the regional playoffs. Other side, Newberry, they dropped 1 to Coastal Carolina. So I know Coastal Carolina actually had a pretty difficult upset that they were able to pull off coming in as the 12th seed over the Cumberland Phoenix Academy team. Obviously a much different look here, but the fact that they gave Newberry some trouble, that gives me good signs for Coastal Carolina, but also shows me that Newberry have a tendency to potentially have a flaw within their game plan. So I'll be interested to see how Cumberland are able to kind of capitalize on what Newberry have, or at the very least, you hope that Newberry's been able to go back, watch a little bit of VOD, and then have that ready for this Cumberland match, because it's going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait to see what Newbury are going to bring to the table here in this matchup. It is very difficult to go against a roster that has not lost a single map across the entire season. I think that's just a crazy stat line coming into this matchup. Let's take another maps and modes then in towards this best of 5 as we jump into this series. We've got a Colossus Hardpoint. We had a Blackheart Hardpoint to start the last series. We might as well start this next one with another bang out map.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, Phoenix coming off of a conference championship as well. Looking to this map 1, they played a Colossus against, what was it, Marshall inside of the conference championship. So we saw how that one went. It was not particularly close whatsoever. And I'm kind of assuming, maybe not the exact same here, but I'm assuming that Cumberland are going to get to the hot start. The one thing that we always talk about Cumberland is the pace of play that they have, specifically when it comes down to the submachine guns that they have at their disposal. And I feel like that's what we're going to see a lot of here on Colossus. The other thing is they also have a very well-rounded AR kind of stout with them too. So when you pair those together and you're able to not only hold rotations, but again, this is probably one of the best respawn teams, specifically hardpoint teams that we have within the CCL. I don't think that's going to be a significant speed bump or roadblock that's going to be prohibiting them from being able to maybe take map 1 here.
Alrighty, well, let's see how this is going to go, folks. We're not going to waste any more time. We know you've been waiting for more CCL action. We're jumping right in here with the Cumberland Phoenix versus the Newbury Wolves Red. It's going to be difficult for Newbury to kick things off. And again, they're looking to take a map away from the Cumberland Phoenix. And off the rip here, they are going to take a 3-for-1 trade. One more player to deal with. And Cyro goes down. So that's the start that Newbury wanted here on Colossus.
Yeah, absolutely. And the entirety of the Southeastern DM group chat on Twitter was the talk of the town for the beginning of the playoffs, trying to figure out what the GA rule set was going to be. It was about 4 teams that came to the consensus out of 20 people in the DMs of what it was going to be. So we're seeing Newberry and Cumberland come out on top of that. They were actually some of the 2 most vocal teams.
Yeah, we've seen a mix of the NPC come in, right? I think the last series we actually had a couple of Drabex and a couple of NPCs in place simultaneously. So, yeah, I think the team's still kind of figuring out. I don't know, I'm kind of figuring out whether or not I'm going to be used to sub. I was previously, and now I know I'm going to be even more the NPC in hand, but... yeah, something to keep in mind, I think, for a lot of these teams moving forward. That meta is going to change gradually as we move forward into Major 3 season. Anyway, right now, Cumberland Phoenix getting a better look over on Newbury Wolves Red off the back of P1. It's going to be Cumberland now in control. Disfigured pushing up towards that statue side. They've got Newbury Wolves Red in a chokehold right now with those players trying to push statue side. Honor SM Jesus going to find one. Disfigured now, able to double up towards the statue, and they caught the flanking player. The issue is they don't have any anchor in those back spawns, so there will be a flip.
Yeah, there was no anchor, and I thought that maybe Honor was going to be far enough back to get it full on block, but I mean, they read it out perfectly as well. I mean, the fact that they only go 2 for 2 here and still have body spawning in the back is a wonderful reread and a rewrap to be able to secure those spawns back. So, I mean, everything that you wanted from Cumberland is fantastic here. It was the opening break that was like, más o menos at the beginning, but like, after Newberry got that first wave of the opening break, it's been all Cumberland since.
It's just not looking good, is it, whatsoever? At the very least, they might be able to catch one player off guard. On this rotation, it's the follow-up that concerns me. Sleepy, or Bookie, rather, excuse me, will be able to follow up with that 1 kill. Makes things a little bit more palatable here as we go towards the next rotation. As Eternals, he really needs to win this fight, and we'll have to switch towards his utility to do so. 1v2 in the tunnel. We'll lose that as Cumberland Phoenix now starting to encroach back towards the hard point here. Slide out from Cal. Has the crossfire. No longer the case if you lose Honor in the play. Cal overwhelmed. K. Beasley triples up. And all of a sudden, this is a great spot to need to be in.
I mean, honestly, Cal being able to stay alive as long as he did there allowed for time for the respawn to come in from Cumberland. So now it's all about breaking back into the front. This is going to allow Sorrow to touch. So good gunfights. They go 2 for 2. You look for Bookie down the long side of green. Those are great shots. Survives with 7 HP. That's another break in here from Cumberland. Good time on the initial from Newberry, but the break easy.
Yeah, you want to be careful how much you invest into this play now. K. will be trying for it, and again, you do currently have spawns. I was going to say you currently have spawns, now no longer the case, so it's starting to come through. Eternals off the back of that will be able to shock 1. However, that doesn't ease the problem here. Just 1 player now in control of that rotation. The world on the shoulders of Sleepy in the back line, and he will produce a double. That is a massive set of kills, and he gets a third as well. That's ridiculous. Across the back line, single-handedly locks those spawns down for Newbury.
It was on the backhand of timing, and then the ability to just go out and win it with the gunfights immediately afterwards. That is probably the single biggest swinging moment that Newbury are going to have. And off of that three-piece, you get full momentum, and now you can have your SMG start to push up. AR topside, P1 going to get the call out that they all spawn inside of blue. You know you've got basically free time here for the next 10 to 15 seconds. All you got to watch for is the middle side of the map and maybe that approach in top north, but hey, they're dead.
20 points down. Newbury in control here for the moment. 20 seconds left of time. I think Cumberland Phoenix, I mean, they'll definitely try and steal this time away. Honor's definitely going to do it with the fly out. Naded and traded in favor of Newbury. Flanking play from Syro, looking for it. One more player left to contend with, and unfortunately gets out-movemented by Sleepy, who has been phenomenal this game for Newbury. But even that little chunk of time taken away, that will hurt them, as we are all even Stevens here pretty much going into the second set.
Yeah, if you would have told me after P2 and P3 that Newbury were going to be able to basically get a full 60 on the back end of P4, I would have called you crazy. But again, one single play can swing the entirety of a map, and we saw that from Sleepy. So we'll have to see what's in store here for the next bit. Newbury was them who were able to win that opening assault, that first break into P1. Double trade back, they go 2 for 2. It's going to allow Sleepy inside of P1 to just kind of hang around Stone, and they might be able to influence the spawns here if he's able to get some timing, he's able to get final 1-1.
Newbury keeping an eye on all the points of ingress here. Buki able to trade on out. K-Bleezy's going to be responsible for that one. Now starting to push through here. K-Bleezy can do some more damage. That would be crucial. It would flip out those spawns. Now no longer the case. And this is where Disfigured had a great positioning previously. This time goes too far wide to the left. Gets beamed by Buki. Honor traded out from P1 as well. And now all of a sudden here, Newbury are knocking at the door of the front. 1 versus 1 from Eternals. It's a big gunfight if you can try and take it. Overwhelmed here. Buki trying to get through from P1. And so far, knocking at the door of Newbury, they are not knocking it down.
This is where the suffocation came in from Cumberland last time, though. Not a great set of time off of P1, but P2 is where they locked it down. They were able to rewrap the spawns after the break had come in. And the awkward spawn flip. Sleepy inside, though, looking to make noise once again. He's got 2 for it. Looks for the third one. Now the pistol will slide in around the right-hand side. You betcha he'll find it. One more. Why not give it to him? It's a team kill that comes in from K. Beasley, but they've got reinforcement. Spawns in the back here now. Newbury through the front. Eternal still looking for one.
It's all about suffocation. You know those back spawns are going to be locked in. You're not having anybody contest for them, so you know exactly where the players are going to be coming from. Oh, goodness gracious, Eternals did something crazy there for a moment in my mind. In the end, it is now going to come down to the last 20 seconds. Disfigured is going to shoot for this time, and I don't see any reason not to. You've got a split pinch around the back line alongside Honor, and both players do their role pretty much perfectly there for that back 15 seconds. Should be said, back spawn's pretty much locked here, so race towards the next hard point, and Cal will end up winning it, but his job far from done alongside Honor here. Cal going to get shut down. Honor still a little bit more work to do. Beans to the second, puts enough shots into the third that, well, Sleepy's going to have to back down here for a second. He needs help.
And I'll be honest, Sleepy over on P2 did so much to get the space, but credit to the rest of Newbury to continue to fly at the hard point. How many times do you see one person get up and then everybody's kind of apprehensive waiting for the next gunfight? They continue to apply pressure. That could have been a runaway opportunity for Cumberland. Instead, it allows Newbury to keep it within 17, and they're still fighting here on P3.
Lucky player. Okay, please, he should be dealt with pretty easily here. I can't imagine he's going to be long for this world. Yeah, it does go down. Honor now starting to get heat up here on this hard point. This is a lot of time you're giving away, and I like that little split away from Honor as well. Long flanking play. I don't think this is being read. Yep, not at all. Honor gets a freebie. Honor doubles up, and now the spawn flip should come in. That one play from Honor might well make a world of difference here in this game.
And you go 1 for 1, exact same circumstances of last time for Sleepy, where he was able to get through unchecked. Now it goes for the way of Cumberland. They've got the spawns in the back here. Regardless, though, Newbury directly through the front is what they were so good on P2. They do it once again. They just bombard you with 4 players at the exact same time. They weren't even trying to go for spawns at that point. They just wanted front control, and they got it.
Yeah, they really recognized, they knew immediately they had to flip their spawns back out in their favor, as this game might well have been done. Now they do have control. K-Bleezy doesn't have help, trying to create space around the back line. Going to get taken down. Now just down to Buki and Eternals. Both players out of the play. Cumberland now starting to dig their heels in once again. Syaro already has 1 Hellstorm missile in the back pocket. Heating up towards the hardpoint. K-Bleezy sliding in, though. Good for the first. Buki helping for the second. And Newbury refusing to go down right now. They are tenacious as ever. 40 points down. They want this back 20.
I don't think I've seen a team be able to take a fight to the front on both P2 and P4, as well as a Team Newberry throughout this series. If they're able to get some more rotations, the gunfights are there, the holds are there. I think it all is just coming down to, after those first set of gunfights go their way, where they're pushing out to next.
Oh, beautiful play from Sleepy in towards the next. Now really starting to get a hold on this one. 5 in a row. Has help from K. Beasley. 6 in a row for Sleepy. Oh, ends up going down. So that streak will be denied. But Newbury off the back of their P1 presence. The subs pushing out. They're about to take the lead here in this game. Disfigured trying to get some team shots through. But he's facing down 2 or 3 different players inside P1. And it is just too hot to handle. For the first time in a while here, Alex. Newbury, they've got control of this game.
And this is where their P1 comes in so handy. It's a 2-2 split. Now 3-2 goes to the side of Cumberland. They're going to stay on top of things for now. It's one player inside. K. Beasley by himself. He's just wasting time. Like I said, any good time here is good time for Newberry. They can keep it great. Fantastic. Honor over by P2 has another gunfight in front of him. It's all white in the kill feed now, though, as Newberry look to turn a new leaf.
Buki recognizes that helping his teammates on the cross there is pivotal to the play. Syro might have slipped the net hit. Nope, does get caught out. It's okay to give up this back 10. I don't think they'll necessarily want to, per se, but I don't think they also want to invest so much in towards this where they actually weaken things around the front of the P2 for Nuve. K. Beasley throws a nade out, gets caught with his pants down for the next play. Honor ready to double up as well. Kills in the feed here, and all of a sudden now, it's a couple of players isolated towards a hard point, all on Buki. He's already produced 2. Eternals still ready for 3, and that's a big triple for Eternals. Again, these single-handed plays continue to dominate this Colossus. It's Eternals this time.
It was Sara who was making the top route, north side P4, trying to influence the spawns. Instead, what ends up happening, it's a huge 1v1 gunfight in the back, and I believe it was K. Beasley who was able to take it. So you completely clear everything out, but now the Hellstorm has to be invested here because you're down 40, trying to go ahead and push on back. Honor now trying to flip this out once more. Spots K. Beasley out. You're getting good pepper damage, but you're not finding any kills.
3 in the feed for Newbury. Honor weakened up from the fight. No choice but to retreat to try and influence those spawns. Not going to happen. And how about this? Newbury commanding lead in this game. The most commanding we've seen from either of the teams so far off the back of this last 10 seconds. And Cumberland, they know it. They have to fly at the scrap time, but also invest in towards the next rotation. The latter of those 2 plans has gone their way. They give them the 2 versus 1 against K. Beasley on the roto. And now they have to look for the exit frags. Disfigured is doing his job to perfection. Cumberland will be the first team to touch here.
Oh, it's the yellow spawns. They're going to have to look north side for it. Everybody's looking over towards that left. Eternals has a flank in through here. Cumberland staring down the barrel of their first map loss of the year.
Syro getting traded out here. There goes Honor, down for the count. Trades in the feed in favor of Newbury. That's the kills. Orders down to 1 in the feed, and it's Buki to close things out. Newbury, you just need 10 seconds. Brace for a 1 more impact. And it's Cumberland flying at you. Disfigured trying to survive on the cross. Not going to happen. Syro able to double up now. Just down to Syro, who finds 3. Syro looking for number 4. Not going to happen. Buki taken down. Newbury, they're trying to get this last 7 seconds, but Cumberland, they're holding on by the fingertips.
And you have to decide now, do you rotate all the way over to P4, or do you stay here for the back 15 and try to contest it for 7? It's going to be a flip all the way from blue. K. Beasley might be the one to go ahead and spoil the party here.
Mode the play. Yeah, look over towards the rotation. Syro needs to get his kill. He's already been tagged up from behind. It's huge. K. Beasley, big gunfight. Not going to happen. Back spawns now have been locked in for Cumberland, but they need to fly towards the hard point. Just 2 players to deal with, and they win both of those fights. Cumberland, they're hanging on.
They stay on top of it. They've got the spawns, and the Hellstorm's going to be invested over the top. Do you find anything for it? Bookie's able to find 2 for it. Now it's everybody flying, but inside a middle map, they slowed the push down into the front. It's Cal for 1.
Not going to get the second. Trade on out. You got to fly at this hard point if you're Cumberland. Disfigured from down high. Disfigured. Now the trade for the second kill is still good. Newbury just 3 seconds away. It's a 3v1 towards the hard point. Sleepy softens it up a little bit, but they're still going to go.
It's a long flank in from Bookie, though, and now through the front, you have another contestation coming through. Honor has to go big here. Has the first gunfight in front of him. Slides in. It's still contestations. He's only got 2 more players. 1v2 for the win here, and it's going to be Bookie who finds the final kill. Newberry take map 1.
Oh, goodness gracious. What an incredible map number 1. Newbury do what no team has been able to do this entire CCL season so far. And that's rip a map from the Cumberland boys. That's exactly what they produce in an electric Colossus hardpoint. Wow. What an incredible map number 1. I mean, just look at this. You know what this graph's going to be like, right? Back and forth, the dance constantly through that game, the turning point, that P1 on the final set, and that P2 hold. Man, it is the finest of margins in this one.
Yeah, that's what I like right there. That's good stuff. That's a fun map 1. And I mean, for Newberry, the confidence after that map 1. This is a team that's already beat you once in the regular season. Or sorry, not the regular season. This is a team that's been beating you in scrims out. Some of the other matches we've had inside of the CCL, like, it's these two teams from the Southeast that are always kind of just entangled with one another. It's like quantum entanglement in a really weird way. It's just always one affecting the other at any given time. And I thought there for a moment, like when we saw that gap open up at the beginning of the game, I was like, okay, P2, P3, this has really been all Cumberland. But again, it was that one swing play that you and I both hit on inside of the game. It was Sleepy getting through. You get unchecked, you get the best timing in the world, you find 3 for it. All of a sudden, the rest of the team starts shooting. They're like, oh, shoot, we've got the entirety of yellow locked down, and now we can let our subs run free inside a middle map. Say less, full 60, right back in on P1, we're dead even. And then we started seeing towards the end of the game another gap, P2, P3, again from Cumberland. But then once we got back to P1 on that final set of rotations, that's where Newberry were winning every gunfight. They had full stone control, and that was the biggest thing. The fact that they were able to continue to fight through the front on every single hardpoint and keep themselves within it, even without getting that rotation and the spawns for it, is the single biggest thing that I look to Newberry. That's the best I've seen them all season.
Yeah, 100%. And what a time to activate, right? I mean, ultimately, you're already through to playoffs at this point. You're effectively playing for where you're going to be at in that giant bracket, that giant tournament format for CCL playoffs. And you're trying to improve your odds as much as possible of making it to LAN. If they can beat Cumberland Phoenix here in this series, man, that would be one hell of a way to do it. You know what's funny is the amount of times that we were seeing big plays from Sleepy and K Beasley, even Buki, right? Yeah. Eternals, he had a couple of moments for himself, mind you, but it kind of felt like he was almost silently doing this kind of performance in that game. But it's just 42 kills, 30 NTKs. Yeah, I mean, listen, Eternals definitely had an impact on this game, but until you see it like this, it really doesn't really hit you, does it?
Yeah, like it felt like he was like, he was one of the most important people that was pushing directly through the front and being able to get like 2 at the beginning of it. But I think a big factor of that is he was the one on the scoreboard that didn't pop the name up, so you didn't necessarily see it in the kill feed. So every time that we were looking for his name, it wasn't like, oh my god, Eternals just made a big play. It's like, okay, the blank name just made a play there, and like you're already looking to the next place for it. So he had just a great game start to finish, but 5,400 damage, tip of the cap there, 56 seconds to go along with it. You look to the other side, and it's like the slaying really wasn't all that different. It was pretty much even killing across the board. It was just, again, those little moment-to-moment plays. And that was kind of the hit that I had for Newberry. It was like, okay, well, we're getting 4 down to the front, or we're getting 3 down. They're still spawning in the back. We need that second wave kill. And it felt like that's where they were struggling for the most part on those first 2 rotations that we saw. And I think that's where they finally are able to get it to click together. Okay, let's slow it down. After we get these waves of kills, where are we individually pushing? And they played a lot tighter on the map. And I think that was the one thing that Newberry had that worked for them, was after that first push where they were already playing tight, they stayed collective opposed to spreading out a little too far.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I am blown away right now by what we just saw. In that one game, Newberry have done what nobody could do through this entire CCL season, and that is take a game. It doesn't matter what a game it was. Take a game away from Cumberland Phoenix, right? Yep. So now the question is, you've taken a hard point. Can you take away a search and destroy as well? And if they play anything like they did back in that National 1, I think the answer is a resounding yes. Obviously, Scar Search and Destroy plays very differently, but still, I imagine that's going to give Newberry a wave of confidence. And it's just the idea that you've done something no other team can. I mean, you come into the series and it's like, man, we're going up against the Reapers of the Southeast, and now they've done something nobody else can. They must have a total second wind here.
Well, here's like the double storyline that you have here, right? It's like for Cumberland, okay, this is the first time you've really faced a map loss throughout the entire season, but through scrims, through other things that you played throughout the year, it's not something that you're looking at going like, oh my god, we lost map 1, we're down 0-1 now, oh my god, we're in such a hole. They're not looking at that like from any perspective other than, damn, we played a stupid map 1. And there's a lot of mistakes that they're sitting there going like, man, if we didn't do that, we would have won that game. We didn't do this, we would have had that in the bag. And so like mentally, they're just sitting there going and they're replaying the negative moments from map 1 saying, okay, well, let's just learn from those mistakes. They're going to go into this map 2 playing the exact same way that they've been playing throughout the entirety of the season, and that's winning every S&D that they've played up against. Coastal Carolina against Newberry in the previous round of this tournament here for the regional playoffs were able to take only 1 game off of Newberry, and that was the Search and Destroy. So when I look at the overall series and I look at the theming going forward, that's the storyline that I have for Newberry here. They have a great map 1, but now can that translate into a Search and Destroy where you've already lost one this weekend? For Cumberland, you lose your first map of the year, you go into an S&D where you've been phenomenal throughout the entire season. Those are the 2 storylines that are back and forth here, and I'm quite excited to see what we're going to have here first.
Alrighty, how about this aggression? Oh my goodness gracious. This is one of those things where it's like, yeah, textbook. You win a map number 1, you probably shouldn't have won, and you are flying into map number 2. But they are punished for it. Cumberland not just read that play, but also are able to respond properly to it. Oh, goodness gracious. That is a beaming to close out that round. I feel like that is a reset of the momentum from frame 1 here in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, the one thing that Cumberland never really had for him was like an extreme AR presence throughout most of that Colossus. It felt like the good bit of gunfights that were going through the front, and the reason that they were able to break through P2 and P4 through the front was the fact that the ARs weren't able to get into the positions they wanted to. On Scar, especially in the Search and Destroy, this is all about just playing your life, making sure that you have the lane looked down. You're just holding your irons, and then you can just play your life. You don't have to commit or overcommit to a gunfight. You can just play the lane. That's what Cumberland has worked on and been so good at throughout the entire year. And of course, now that you have those ARs watching those lanes, this unlocks the SMGs to get crazy.
I think a much more respectful round number 2 here from Newbury Wolves Red, unless, hold on, Honor's been held back by Sleepy here. Perfect positioning for Buki to do some serious damage. Easy one. Honor now sandwiched between a couple of players. Has to find new space in this map. This is a very unique issue, really, for both squads, right? I mean, it's you got 3 players in the middle of the map for Newbury. Honor's going for the world's longest flank, and he might actually get some great timing here on KBZ. The bomb on the other side. Ooh. And Honor gets beamed as well. Oh, it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, you had the opportunity to kind of break that out, get a 3v2. You kind of depend the entire round on that 1v1 going the way of Cumberland. So as Honor falls here, now you have the full mid-map spread and bomb down all the way back over by RV. You were just kind of sitting ducks at this point in time, unless K. Beasley gives a 1v here. Shots are going to be a bit off. Somehow walks away with a gunfight. Still a 1v2, and they're just going to be able to wall bang that all the way around. They had the pinch and the collapse on that A site. So full round, full stop. Newberry on the defense look good.
Yeah, just a really weird round. When that bomb goes down, it's just like, what do you even do if you're on the opposite side, right? Because Havoc's got no choice but to go for the world's longest flank to try and get something, create some space for the roster. And then as soon as he doesn't get that one kill, the entire round just completely falls apart.
Yeah, not a bad play.
Big round. Yeah, not
either. It's just unfortunate.
It's just whether or not you actually managed to pull that through, which unfortunately you could not do. So yeah, big round for Newbury, able to tie things up, especially after the back of what happened round number 1. And I imagine, again, they'll probably play this round a little less aggressive. Nades through. Buki's going to get tagged up by that. No trophy system, I think, even in this early on. So Newbury now just trying to create some space. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Eternals through the smoke. Honor takes him down. And now for Newbury, they've got to find another way through. Buki has to be very careful, especially as you lose to teammates in this situation. Everybody falling apart.
The dependency on that round was making sure you got market control immediately. And instead, that nade weakened up the player that was trying to push inside. And then with Buki just having to play on the back end, you get nothing for it. So now it forces Sleepy into a 1v4. Everybody is fully collapsing. And yeah, you're not winning that any day of the week, especially against the Cumberland squad who's hungry for a map win here. But again, the contingencies there were get mid-map control, fly into market, and that nade over the top shuts it down completely. That's one that you maybe want to go to if you have the trophies ready.
I just felt a little less... Again, you have to be very careful about that nade over the top. You really do on this map, because if you come up against a team that, again, especially at this level of CCL, you're talking about the best teams in the southeastern region, pretty much. They know how to nade on this map, so it kind of feels like a little bit of a naive play out there from whichever player it was that did get tagged up by those nades on the car bomb. Either way, it's a round for Cumberland Phoenix. Snipers now starting to come out. Sleepy keeping an eye on the push through. Player goes back to get the bomb early on in this round, and if anybody crosses past with Sleepy, I imagine he's not going to miss. He's fed up and dropping a donut through this S&D.
Not only that, Cumberland playing a much more neat setup here this time. Oh no! Sleepy had it for a moment, but it was Sar who gets the first blood, and Cal rips him with the AR at distance, and now this gives him a clean 4v2, full sight control over on A, and now you have information on where the player is out middle. Eternals just gets way too aggressive there, but he had to challenge it. He had to win a 1v. And you can't walk away with anything. Essentially a flawless round there, and that is the most horrifying thing for Sleepy, knowing that you had a player directly in your line of sight, and with an AR, he rips you.
Yep. Sometimes those things just happen, and you got to put that to the back of your mind. You're like, yep, look, listen, I got kind of hard done by there, you know. I got done in. Just got to take a reset going in towards the next round, especially against a roster like Cumberland. That's exactly what they do. And I think for Sleepy, that's a particularly difficult task, considering he is 0-4 right now. He switched things up a little bit in the last round to try and get something figured out, and it still hasn't fallen into place for him. If it can, though, maybe the tide will turn early on in this search and destroy. There's those nades off the start. This time, nobody's going to go towards the car. And there are nades right back from Newbury as well. Oh, it's a beautiful triple challenge coming through. Buki almost immediately responded by getting this rock down.
Good hard stack. This is going to allow K. Beasley to really just play his life and however he wants to here. He can flank through plane. He can play up through middle map. They might be able to get the spot off, but they know that Honor's up top. Huge 1v1 top red. Somehow isn't able to get the second gunfight there. There's no trade that comes through. All of a sudden, now it's a 1 versus 2. Very manageable. Gets the AR to walk around with, has the sub for close range.
Has to walk out on the line of sight of K. Beasley. And now has to spend time hitting the reset on the HP. Actually, Buki wasn't watching the crosses, so we will get that reset. And immediately the Chow. And he's going fast. Knew where the second player went to in the 1 versus 1 hit. Oh, but gets horrendous timing. Chooses not to look up. And then he will check, but just too little too late. This kill, even if it comes through, which it does, beautiful shots from Honor, it's not going to matter. That is a round for Newbury.
The fact that they even got into that position is crazy, though. I'm going to be so honest. The 4v2, full map spread, and then you just kind of play way too fast. Like whoever was up top red who got gunned first by Honor, it was like, okay, why are we challenging that? And then out middle by a pistol, it was like, okay, you're just trying to like single out the one player, almost just attacking the red dot on the map, opposed to trying to look for both players and just keeping your lives alive. So the fact that they got to a 1v2 regardless is still insane. However, dashingly close for Honor, but he's on 5 in a row. So this is getting into Hellstorm territory. Potential streaks to use his utility. Looking out to the right. Such a cheeky angle. Put the nade over the top onto Cal. Good first blood for Newberry.
Buki getting aggressive. I love this play from Newbury. It all comes down to 1 and out, and he's on 5 in a row, so he needs to preserve this streak. He's going to get hunted down like a Jedi Knight in Order 66. And they're actually going to slow down. I really like this play call from Newbury. Don't get over aggressive here. You just be patient for Honors across your path.
I don't want to give him a free kill either. He's able to find, I would say probably 2 here, because he doesn't have any plants or defuses to go along for the streak. So he probably needs about 200 points. So the worst thing you could do in this situation is give a free life away, or let him walk away with his life here in the round, but he's going to go for it regardless. On the full cross, player 3 is going to spot him out. That's Eternals, and now they're all going to be able to run together. Is he going to get the free one against K. Beasley here? He is, but it's just pepper damage. A little chip to go ahead and go off to the side. Now on the backside of red. Doesn't win the 1v. Oh, almost does, though. Got close.
Yeah, and that's just a really awkward one. If I'm Honor, I know it's like, look, how much of the map can you actually traverse, especially here on this map, right? But still, I'm kind of surprised that he didn't more proactively just play his life. Right, I mean, you're challing out for that kill. There's only really 1 or 2 ways you can go, but still, it was a very proactive challenge. You have to be very confident you're going to win that fight to try and preserve your streak, and that just doesn't happen ultimately. So that's a huge win. Win-win-win. Word to Michael Scott. As Newbury, they take that round, and they prevent a streak from coming into play later on during this S&D. They are neck and neck now with Cumberland Phoenix. And now we'll see how they follow up that round. Last time it was a blitz straight towards A. This time they've got a bit more difficult play on their hands as the crossfire is being watched. I think I just heard the pop of his poke.
Oh, he doesn't know. He didn't know that Sleepy was under the RV and still gets pissed on. Okay, GG. Honor gets the first blood here in the round for Cumberland. Good God, that can't happen.
Yeah, and now that's going to split things up by the bomb sites as well, right? Because now Eternals has to go back to deal with Honor. It leaves Buki isolated. Honor, Eternals picking up that kill. He's going to identify that's the case. Buki's going to find one. Surely not going to survive for longer past that one. And yeah, beautiful play. And it's just that long flank, right, from Honor. You pick up that first kill, the entire round falls apart from there.
Well, not only that, but like, if you're in the situation of Sleepy laying down and seeing that player, Eternals is playing your top blue, and you're right on top of each other. In that situation, you see those first little footsteps, or you see the legs from the player. You got to be like, hey, Eternal, bro, like let's just solo this guy out real quick. It's probably only 1 on the flank here. Let's get that and then be able to trade things out, maybe, or even just go straight up kill 4v3 at that point, or even a 3v3 makes it easier. But yeah, I just don't know where the Eternals challenge was from unless he just wrapped all the way back A.
All right. Cumberland Phoenix, once again, initial trade going down. Honor just keeps on finding these routes. He keeps on finding these free routes in. How enough is it? He's done that with Bomb, by the way. He's still doing it with Bomb. This guy, you've got a crucial package on your hand. It doesn't matter for Honor. It doesn't matter that you're the bomb carrier. OBJ be damned. We're looking at prime ghost nade shot.
Nah, that was nasty. And he had a lackluster game 1. I was like, dude, he's not going to have a bad series across the board. Yeah, no, here, I mean, that's just nuts. Like, the last round, you get the full flank through. You win the 1v versus Sleepy, and then all of a sudden everything else completely changes, and now it's just full steam ahead for Honor. 13-3, was on a 6, maybe even a 7 spree at one point. No, he was just short of it, but regardless, continue to streak around the map here. Only dying a couple of times since the rounds that Newberry's been able to take. The rest of the team's not even doing bad. He's just having a great game.
Honor's just insane, and he's drawn first blood in this round as well. Look, when we talk about the post-match in a moment here, we're going to be talking about Honor, and we're going to keep on talking about him as well. He beams from player to the wall. I promise you guys, we don't need a PSG check right now. It is just Honor doing Honor things. CP for the 1v3 to salvage this game, and he has no choice but to run and hide, and it's horrendous. Honor is on the hunt, and it doesn't even come down to him to close out the search and destroy, but it will come down to him as to why Cumberland just ran it.
15 raw. I don't even want to know what the EKIA looks like in-game on the scoreboard. Probably up near 18 to 20 kills. Have a game. Have an absolute game, Mr. Honor. That is what we expect out of this Cumberland roster. But my God, dude, once he was on that spree, bro, he was not afraid to take a gunfight. Like, he was like, after he just started running at everybody, there was not anything that you could do to kind of slow that down. He is taking every single overheat that was going to go his way. The one thing I can say, though, every round that the team got a first blood, they were able to capitalize on it. So really not any misplays or missteps in any capacity.
I can't believe what we just watched from Honor. I absolutely can't believe it.
Nuts.
That was a pretty close game through the first 6 rounds. You know, I thought we had a really competitive one on our hands, and then Honor just decided, yeah, I'm done. I'm done waiting around. I'm annoyed about what happened in that map number 1, and I'm going to come up firing all cylinders. These back 3, he just completely took over the entire game. And I think Newbury, I mean, it's just one of those situations where you can't even really react, right? Because I think the reactions were relatively appropriate from Newbury. It's just, there's not much that you can do when you're in that situation. So, yeah, just crazy. Crazy play from Honor. I don't know what else to say about that search and destroy. Let's see what, I think you said 15 raw, I believe is the verbiage that you used.
That is exactly
brother, what is that? It's the NT case as well, right? It's the fact he's getting 15 kills and he's getting 12 of them and getting the hell out. And it's just insane.
He went penta positive that game. I mean, like, just nuts stuff. And an S&D in a map 2 bounce back nonetheless after losing a really close map 1. But that's kind of the storyline that we wanted to go into the S&D with. It's like, yeah, Cumberland lose their first map of the year, but when you get into the postseason, when you're being tested by the best teams, you're gonna have those pitfalls. You're gonna have those games that are a little bit more tough for you. And it's like, I don't think anybody was really expecting Cumberland to be like in the dumps, be like, man, we lost that game 1, that was really close, and then have that affect the mental. No, I mean, Honor's just gonna fry. And like, look. Big proponent of the NPC, might I add, inside of the GA chat. We're gonna call it an by game here, but doesn't matter. He's looking good. I can understand why he wanted that in the game. Almost 1,700 damage for him inside of that search and destroy. So Brody, we have ourselves a 1-1 tie series. We're guaranteed a map 4, but this, again, as you mentioned beforehand, both of these teams have already qualified for the CCL playoffs. This is for better seeding, but it's also for bragging rights as well. None of the teams that are going to be pushing forward in this tournament are going to want to lose. Cumberland at the front of that, at least after the search and destroy.
Cumberland are one of the best teams that we have here in CCL for good reason. And up until now, they had done so. They had got through CCL without bleeding. Newbury have taken a chunk out of them, but Cumberland have just answered back here. We are now 1-1 in our series. Next up, we will have an overload in this best of 5. We're going to send it to a break before we get there, though. Everyone can get yourselves hydrated, get yourself relaxed, because we've got a really long one on our hands here. I think this one might go the distance. We'll see you for that overload after this break.
Hi, my name is Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing CoD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But yeah, I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing CoD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like the thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCO was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in CoD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCL gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like...
Welcome back everybody here to CCL Regional Playoffs. So we're into one of our final matches of the night here between Cumberland Phoenix and the Newbury Wolves Red. This has been a phenomenal matchup so far if you're just joining us. Reverse time. Get yourself the time stone from Doctor Strange and get that bad boy moving back, or you could just go backwards on the YouTube or the Twitch stream if you really want to. Because it has been a really good series. We kick things off in this best of 5 with Newbury doing something no team has done so far this CCL season, and that's take a map, plain and simple, away from Cumberland Phoenix. And that makes it interesting, McCormick, because coming into this one, you would be forgiven for thinking this is just going to be a quick 3-0. Now, there's a real chance Newbury can take it.
There is, but the problem is not, you've done it once. That's great. You got to do it twice, and then you got to do it 3 times. Cumberland, we saw the bounce back that they had in the Search and Destroy. That was almost rather expected from them. That has been a very good mode from them. Like I said beforehand, it was very surprising seeing Cumberland fall in the respawns because especially in that Hardpoint, that has been something that they've been so good at. Throughout the entirety of the Black Ops 7 season, even Black Ops 6, they were still extremely good, and that carried over year to year inside of the CCL. Overload's the bit of the question mark here. Again, Cumberland's figured it out for the most part on the season, but for Newbury, this has been kind of like a hit or miss mode, so I don't know what side of them we're going to see here in map 3, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure myself, to be honest with you. I mean, there's so many questions, I think, in this series, again, given kind of how things have played out so far, the way in which Cumberland were able to respond in the last map. I don't really know what to expect. All I do know is that Honor is on one right now. He's continued to play movement pretty much perfectly, creating a lot of space for the roster. Instead, now, as he goes down, that's going to have to be down to Disfigured. Easy 2 for him, and there is the first overload through Disfigured, 4-0 start.
A card to route out. Allowed his team to just push it with the players and the bodies that they had numbers-wise, and guess what? Then he just gets off the spawn, goes middle, gets 2 for it, and has completely allowed them to grab this and try to rotate it through. There's only going to be one player there for it. That might have slowed it down just enough, but there's still a lot of bodies here for him. Slide challenge in. Pistol can't win it. Bookie and K. Beasley will double for 2 in the back, and this is going to be a flip around and an opportunity maybe to go B here.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially with the positioning of Eternals here, this is actually a really good opportunity. They do slow down, though. I don't think they necessarily need to do this. They didn't read the spawn properly whatsoever. I think they assumed that the spawn was closer to B than it actually was. If they had full sent it, they would have gone easy overload through. Now they have to work for it. Retracking here through the middle of the map, losing all the assistance. Is the escort? Wait, there's no way. There's no way. It's a 1v1 for the point.
Wow.
Oh, but you've faced Honor on the other side. I think that's literally the worst possible player that you could have faced in that 1 versus 1.
If he wins that, though, free cap, and you're looking at a 1-1 score. So it really did come down to the single gunfight there from Honor, but pistol on pistol, mano-y-mano, he'll be able to walk away with it. 3 players up through middle map and over by Black Box. You're going to be able to find 1, make it 2 on 5 in a row, looking for potential streaks. That might have been an overheat there from Honor, just running it straight into ring, but I really can't fault him right now. He is on a tear.
Absolutely. Honor is on one right now. Cumberland Phoenix now looking to move forward. That EMP is still at their feet, by the way. Oh, no longer the case. It is going to be Honor good for the reset. Trades over by the point, and Honor is now once again in a 1 versus 1. That's a pretty easy fight for a player with the MPC. And now I wonder, do Newbury Red go for this a little bit faster? It's worth saying they don't have anybody push forward this time around. Bookie throws the stun out. Gets traded out almost immediately. Starting to lose all the players in this situation, and all of a sudden, if you're Eternals, you have to play this one for a stop. Just try and play time, because Cal is pushed forward here. Cumberland Phoenix can very quickly swing this one across for a cap. If they can get it across P2, yeah, it's done. What a reversal from Cumberland.
I mean, Cal not even finding a kill in the back there just does so much damage to Newberry. To where when they come on the chow, the rest of the team is there pushing for Cumberland, who haven't had a gunfight since the first wave that they were able to get on that re-break. They were just able to put like 1-2 bullets in, and it's like, okay, GG's. For a pistol player, that's nothing. You can put 1 or 2 in, you're running on your way. So a quick 2-0 score there, very nice. I guess it's worth mentioning. I mean, at least for me, I haven't been on the stream too much here since the overload changes, but the fact that overload works a bit differently now if you are tuning in for the first time here. 2 minutes on the game clock instead, and the time does stall when you have the device in hand.
35 seconds. Newbury will grab it. If they can get an overload through here on this half, it would be pretty huge. They're going to have to work for it. And again, I think the best position that Newbury have had so far in this overload has been when they've got one player kind of split from the pack in a position where they can do some damage. Bookie might try to be that player. Yep, lovely kill. Good team shots. Now Cal, though, flies through, and he will disrupt the play somewhat. That was actually disfigured, excuse me, that disrupt that play. Now back over towards the A side. Newbury going to try and take this one through Zig. Not going to get anywhere close. And that's an immediate reposition coming in from Cumberland.
Yeah, I mean, Newberry's getting so far pushed up the map, and they're getting right to about the 20-yard line. It's just they can't get it any further past that. It's like they get that first wave of kills, and then they're almost mismanaging the spawns, whether either they're overthinking the readout or they're just getting the wrong read on the spawns. They're doing a great job coming off of the respawn and being able to get the majority of gunfight wins. It's just when they try to flip out the map, that's when Cumberland get the front foot forward, and this might allow them to get another opportunity here. Over the top side of Solar, you get behind the wall, and that's going to be, oh, right at the stop there was the flank that came in from Sleepy.
No, Sleepy's just gone huge. More work to be done. Oh, God. Shots out from Disfigured. Traded. Oh, Sleepy will just save that one for Newbury. Still, though, you are kind of in a hold somewhat. 2-0 down. Cumberland now starting to swarm through the middle of the map here. A lot to do if you're Sleepy. You can only produce 1 kill. And it is still a 2 versus 1 here on this overload through towards A. And now this player starting to spawn in the worst possible place. KBZ trying his best to play distraction here on the wrap behind. Can take down 1. Not going to be good for any more than that. And Newbury just feel a little bit disjointed now on these pushes because it's Cumberland once again coming right back at him.
Honor got caught sprinting. Eternals now here to reposition, able to set up. The flank now coming in. 1 on the opposite end. Wait a second, Disfigure gets it. 1 versus 1 gunfight for the final potential score, and Sleepy's going to be able to wrap this back out left. 20 seconds left in the round. This is still, realistically, a lot of time to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. You got players push forward. You take a 1-for-1. Buki's still the biggest player in this play. Yep, huge. 1 versus 1 for the ball. Oh, you have to win that. Buki's created the space for you. And now Ciaro can go forward for this overload. He switches to his POV to the left. Isn't ready for the player moving forward. But again, he does enough. Honor, he moves that ball forward. Cumberland now have opportunity here to stop this ball once again. Disfigured, ready for the cross. And he gets his umpteenth double here in this game. 25 and 13 at the half. K. Beasley, no choice but to try and pull this ball forward. CP with a double is going to create the space here. He's going to get that double back through. They want B.
And they try to go for the fake. Is it going to work, though? Everybody coming off spawn. You got 2 on the top side of the plat. Challenge out now with the pistol. They go 1 for 1. It's Cal who's able to find a double. Eternals, good snap. Has a few players directly in front of him, and now it's going to be a pickup with 8 seconds left. Cal on the opposite side. They're going to wrap this back over to their spawn. I love this.
This is the right position. And you just got to try and create the space here. Take a 1 for 1. Honor gets beaten by Eternals. Now 2 versus 2 in the middle of the map. Cal goes down. Last remaining ball carrier, excuse me, is going to be Cal. It was actually disfigured that got pulled out of the play. Codcaster, man, it keeps messing me up today. Cal looking for more. He only has 1 player on the approach and a flanking player as well coming through from Buki. So you're in a 2 versus 3 from the front. Buki now flanking from behind. This could very quickly result in a reversal of the overload. That's exactly what's going to happen because 3 come through down to K, Beasley, and Newbury. They finally get 1 through.
Oh, they didn't expect the solar spawns, and that allowed Newbury to be there so much faster than they expected. It was the flank that came in from Bookie that shut everything down as well. It was just a perfect culmination of circumstance that Newbury were able to give themselves. But now with 0.8 seconds, you've got the device in your hand. You want to go downside dirt. It's going to be a really rough wrap back, but it's a 4v3 on the front side. They don't want to push this too aggressively.
You got 1 player push through once again. It's Honor. He's trying to create some space. Big kills coming through.
Wait a second.
Honor still doing damage. Honor still doing damage. He's found more kills. Driving it down to a 1 player towards the backline. Eternals. Sun gonna connect. That's gonna be the overload through, and it's once again a tale as old as Overload, which is about 6 months old at this point. You just got to get player through towards the opposing side, create some space, and you pick up the overload. They're going to pick up the overload off the back, and they're going to get a 4th through. Nobody's going to be here to stop this with 0.1 second on the clock. They hit max score on the half.
And this is what's so different about Overload now. Where beforehand, it was just a simple game of time management. It kind of felt like it was almost like Capture the Flag as a 3rd game mode for back like MW19. But now you just had to kind of manage time more so than anything else. Now there's so much more added depth and layering on top of what you have to keep track of inside of Overload. To where you think, oh, the round might probably be over, and you're not necessarily challenging as hard as you might like to back over on the point. Just 0.1 seconds. That's all it takes. You're going to stall the clock out. You're going to get like a free lane completely. There was nobody even pushed up mid-map from Cumberland. It was just Newbury overextending way too far. I think they just got a bit trigger happy.
All right, Cumberland. They had a phenomenal end towards that game. Newbury went from thinking, hey, this is close to, hey, oh God, we are in the shitter. Cumberland now 4-1 up in this one. Cal will get the kill through the middle of the map. So things going to reset here somewhat. Now Buki's going to try and do what Honor was doing in that last round. Unfortunately, he has let Honor actually slip by. Perfect read on towards that player. Buki now not able to produce a second. So somebody else now from Newbury needs to be in that position. K Beasley's going to be the guy to try to get it done. But, well, he actually finds that first kill against Honor. Reposition now towards A, and K Beasley is just so far out of this play. Sleepy has no help whatsoever, tries to make something in the play happen, and it's just not to be. Buki is there to catch this, but, well, he's going to go almost immediately down.
And the only problem I have with that is if you're going to make that rotation back and you know the spawns are still going to be deep there, you have to have somebody slip all the way through the back. It can't just be one player playing by T4. You have to make sure you're all the way in the deep spawn so they can't get that jump off the ledge and be able to just funnel you directly through dirt. So, again, not necessarily a misplay. It's just it's all down to contingencies. You have to win the gunfights there. By the time the wrap was already out, it was pretty much over because you had no lane, no space. Sleepy in a world of hurt right now, just trapped inside of a corner. K Beasley there at least will clear out middle map, so you give yourself a chance to rotate back in through. Pretty tight right now, and an opportunity maybe to stretch this out to be as KB is going to be the first one here for contact.
They just aren't winning these opening engagements whatsoever. It's so difficult. I mean, every single time that they've tried, they get shut down and the overload can't get through, and this is another perfect example of it. The entire supporting cast has been reduced to ash. Sleepy, not able to do anything with the pistol, not the freshest of shots, and off the back of it as well, a couple of kills coming through the middle of the map from Cal mean that Cumberland Phoenix, I mean, they've just got the entire world right now is their oyster. This is their playground at the moment.
It is. Honestly, you can kind of attribute some of the struggle right now for Cumberland trying to get map space down to disfigured. Oh, he has 33 right now. He had 32 after the first half.
Yep.
And he really hasn't been able to find anything else substantial on top of that. So now it's just going to be all about wrapping back to the spawn. We saw what happened last time. Cumberland tried to wrap it into their spawn side. It was Newbury who got too aggressive and were able to flip it back out, get a free score off of it. This is out by dirt. This is exactly what might happen once again here. You get the read on it. Bookie's going to be able to turn back around, and that's a free cap there from Newbury because you just get too caught up staying inside of your spawn and you don't have enough lane coverage.
Yeah, and also a very proactive play from Newbury, right? To wrap behind like that, I think you got to have real balls to do that because you are leaving so much of a defensive side open that if that goes wrong, if that goes awry, that is basically a guaranteed cap on the other side, which might still happen, by the way, because both Sleepy and Eternals have now been taken out of the play, and this spawn is about as far away from B as you could possibly get. So all that work that Newbury did to blow up the last play from Cumberland, it will go awry, and Sayaro follows up with a kill almost immediately off the back of the overload, and he wants more with the NPC. Sayaro really starting to heat up here in this game. We are 5-2 in favor of Cumberland with 1:10 on the clock.
Out towards Dirt, 2v2 on it, still a flanking route in from Sleepy. You look back through. What does Sorrow have here for you on the hop up? Able to find shots onto the first. Traded out immediately there as they go 2 for 1. Now 2-2, 3-2. That goes the way of Cumberland Phoenix. They have mid-map control. It's all about getting the EMP payload now and seeing what you're able to do with it. You're going to see the respawns come in here. Now it's up to Cumberland. Where do you take this? Are you just going to try and waste the time here? It looks like that might be at least a play for now. But all the way through Dirt, they're going to wrap this back out middle.
Coming that ball. You got a couple of kills now. Sleepy has to win that 1v1 towards P3, and he's preoccupied with Honor. Look at Honor, man. He is toying with these players. They're going to bring that ball over towards B. Sleepy too late for the reaction. BC already weak, and there's the slide across from Sayaro. The kills are there from Newbury, but Honor does everything in that play. He toys with 2 or 3 players around P3, and that is just enough to create time and space for the team. The stick for Zin.
And then you get the double challenge that comes through as well, where you just have the guy with the pistol just a little bit behind, just lagging a bit. You know that they're going to be flying at you, trying to go and just throw everything in the kitchen sink to try and get that stop completely thwarted. And instead of it being something that Newberry are able to come out on top of, Cumberland now just winning the kills around middle map. 23 seconds. Nobody wants to grab this here. They're just trying to waste as much time as possible, knowing that a 4-score advantage is quite enough to be able to take them to the promised land here. Cal, another trade onto Eternals, and with 12 seconds left, Cumberland very well on their way.
Some extra love being given here on the overloads. Cumberland are well in their stride. That map number 1 was naught but an error. And this map number 3 is exactly how Destiny is supposed to play out. Newbury squashed, struggling and tumbling about here as Cumberland. I mean, what else can we say? They ran through Newbury in that map.
All the way through. There never really was a question of who had the map coverage and the presence throughout the majority of this overload. Cumberland always had the EMP within their possession. They were able to kind of move around with it at will. I'll be honest, the 2 scores that Newberry got inside of that overload there were just spawn wraps that went awry, and they were able to get the better of the timing of. So not really anything that they can be too proud of when it comes to the offensives that they've set up for themselves. And if Cumberland doesn't misplay those 2, very easily could have been looking at a clean sweep across the board there inside of map 3. So now we go to an exposure hardpoint. A very different look from Newberry on that map. They were able to win the bang out in map 1, but again, it just hasn't looked the same. I don't know if it's the fact that it's just not as tight-knit as Newberry were hoping for. The trades are still there from time to time, but it doesn't look as clean as we saw on that Colossus. And I think the SMGs is where Newberry really wanted to try and put it down on Cumberland. And there wasn't much that they were able to get off the back end of a very long-range map to where every lane that they pushed to, it just felt like there was always an overwhelming pressure. There was always a flank coming through. There was always somebody that they weren't able to keep track of. Usually that was Honor. Disfigured was just winning gunfight straight to the front the entire time and almost drops 40 in map 3 there. So credit where credit's due. Hey, keep frying, kid.
Yeah, let's talk about that roundabout. Let's get the stats up. Let's talk about that first half of that overload, because Disfigured went crazy. I mean, we can't do the stats, guys. Let me tell you something, though. Disfigured, he dropped 32 kills in that first half. I think you mentioned it there as we got into the second half, Alex. I think he dropped 40 overall, so he definitely slowed down. I think he kind of maybe ran out of pace, you know, like how, you know, some people when they go running, like me, for example, I'll like sprint for the first 10 seconds and I'll be like, oh, I can't do anymore. Yeah, that is absolutely generous. It's more like 4, really. And then I just get out of breath. I think that's what Disfigured was just doing there in that game, because, again, 32 kills through the first half. He created so much space in the squad. It's been a total nuisance. Big reason why they were able to end that half at 4 for 1. I mean, can we just stress how insane that is? I know we've got the new overload rules where time obviously stops when someone has the overload device, so it's much easier to put up higher numbers, but still, 32? 32? No. Are we for real right now? That's crazy.
No, it's good stuff in the first half. And like I said, like a large attribution to what Cumberland had when it came to being able to pick up the payload and keep that within their possession was just the fact that Disfigured was saying, hey, okay, I'm gonna get 1 or 2 up middle map. That's fine. I'll lead the charge and be the lead block. And then he was just a nuisance in the spawn for the majority of the time, where we saw Honor taking kind of those like weird routes around the map. Yeah, he opened up the map, and we talked about Honor at the very beginning, being able to find that 3-piece at the beginning and then be able to, you know, carve the opening to get that first score. He just played the middle of the map. Throughout that first half there, after they got that score in the rally, this figure was just playing in the spawn, and he was just cutting them off every single time. So you're just getting free kill after free kill after free kill. They're just funneling straight over towards you, and then all of a sudden, you're looking at a 4-1 half. And again, the one that Newberry got was like off a spawn wrap back because Honor wanted to run it to the opposite side and just didn't realize where Newberry was pushing from, which is, again, no fault of his own. But that's the reason that Newberry were able to get the scores in. So not a necessarily competitive overload in the score. The slang was still good. It was just Newberry not able to take advantage of the situations that they were given when Cumberland had 2 to 3 bodies down. Here on the Hardpoint, though, same map, same little atmosphere. Could be the end of the series. Could be the lower bracket for Newberry.
Yeah, Newbury now, it kind of feels like they might be out of their depth a little bit. Immediate trades almost, well, straight away go in favor of Cumberland Phoenix. Now I'll be pushing off the back of that as well. And it is this problem, I think, for Newbury that is the biggest issue here in this series, is the fact that when Cumberland gets some kind of inch in this game, we've seen it multiple times, they will take a mile. They get a couple of kills, they're going to constantly push the issue.
Double only look for K. Beasley, and they get the good trade out. A couple of seconds to breathe here. Stun check on Eternals. Tries to hop back to the opposite side of ring. Honor was able to push all the way up their middle map. You look at like all the way deep. You have Sorrow, who's just playing the block out. And this is everything that you want here on P2. You got everybody spawning back P4 by ring. You got middle map watch down too. This is Spawn Trap City.
It's a great position for Cumberland to be in. Not a single point, by the way, going Newbury's way just yet. This is about as perfect as you could possibly ask for here. Sleepy going to get the double up there. That's going to force Syro forward. And now the first point's surely going to come through for Newbury. Indeed, it will. It would be great if they could hold this back passage here of 40 seconds or so. Good efforts from Eternals to try and push up the map. Split spawns now going to come through. And that's going to pinch on towards the players that were in control of the hard point. K. Beasley should be able to leave Syaro towards his teammates while he himself moves towards the hill. And oh, he almost picks up Cal in that process as well. Eternals flies towards the hard point, and well, Cal will win those opening gunfights. So not the worst hard point in the world for Newbury with 15 seconds left, but they still don't really want to give this time away.
No, not at all. And both teams benefited from the emergency spawns out by the very deep side of generators. It was Cumberland who at first had Newberry spawning behind them, and then all of a sudden Cal got a great spawn, and he was able to then flip it back to where they got the majority of time on the back end of P2 after that break had come in. And now that you have them spawning in the back over by Jenny, this is where Cumberland can really start to set up. They've got middle map fully cleared out. They've got everybody sliding in from the back door. If this isn't a break that comes in from a player hitting through Zig, or you 3 hit the front and are able to get something on some good timing, then it's pretty much GG here in a full P3.
Newbury, you have to get players through the middle of the map here. KBC tries it. Now no choice but to brute force their way through the back line, and this is a hell of a chokehold to be in. It's really not good whatsoever, and I think Newbury might be forced to just try and hit the back as much as possible. They're attempting a flood through, and they're running into the L trigger of Cal and Ciaro. Those kills coming through now, 5 in a row for Cal, and those back spawns will continue to be locked in. This is one of the most punishing rotations if you don't have the spawns in the entire game, because you spawn all the way back towards P3, and you have to sprint across the map for P4. You have to win these fights.
You got 2 players playing out over on P2. You're going to get those deep solar spawns, and you can see Disfigured all the way in the back playing the blocks. Because those deep spawns came out back over by P3, you're going to get the read that Disfigured was here, but you tried to go deep, you didn't find him out, and the bad timing doesn't go your way. So they had 2 over by Solar, and up through the spawns of middle map. It is just Cumberland continuing to win gunfights here, and it is just simply that, nothing else.
Yeah, this one feels like GG already. I mean, listen, I'm never one to say it's you know, not over at all. You know, it's never over till the fat lady sings, right? It's the phrase that we always use here on the casting desk, or at least the British guys do. I don't know if that's an American thing.
No, we say it too.
But let me tell you, no one's singing anything right now. This is fully muted. Newbury is getting decimated. Oh, Honor, 3 Ps. He makes it look so damn easy. I tell you what, if this is the new meta, Honor's showing us exactly what's in store for us here with the MPC. It is yet another perfect hard point. Newbury couldn't rotate properly. And even towards the new hard point, Alex, there's no rotation in sight for Newbury.
19 and 7, 4 in a row. Doesn't even need time. Running around the map, being a nuisance, affecting the spawns in a positive way for Cumberland. This is some of the most tremendous belt edge I've seen in quite some time, especially given the circumstances of where these two teams line up against one another. And as Honor continues to fly all the way through up in dirt, not only is he making sure that his team is spawning in the spot that they want to, he's going to be able to get the trade there. And now it's making sure you're looking back to middle map. He's read the spawn out directly behind him too. Is there anything he can do? He's a human UAV at the moment.
Oh my god. And even the kills that you expect Cumberland should not get, they absolutely do. Oh god, you know what, honestly, I feel like it's a good job that the game crashed, if we're being perfectly honest, because I feel like we probably got it banned on Twitch for plus 18 rated content, because that was... Shush! That was horrendous. So apologies, guys. The game has crashed. I don't know if the entire game crashed, if it's just our Observer game crashed. Either way, we'll get a kind of an update for you guys. Okay, apparently it was just the Observer, which is very sad boy hours. I will say for Newbury though, not sad boy hours, because we don't get to watch the end of that arse whooping.
No, we don't. And it was only subs on the map right there for Honor, just running around. It was just paid content the entire time. Look, you guys are getting that for free, to be so honest. But there's so many times that you look throughout that map where it was either a 3-piece or it was just something that Cal was able to do on his own, and it was like it didn't even come, like, yes, it did come down to the team plays, and I'm not going to take anything away from that, because like everybody was making the important play when they need to, and those split-second personal decisions that are always so important to talk about, those were being capitalized upon from Cumberland. But when you have somebody who is rarely losing a life, not being traded out by anybody, is just walking 2 pieces and is reading the spawns out as effectively as Cal as well as Honor were, that's where you start to see the difference there. Newbury didn't have a response at all, and it was a stark difference, because like what was the one thing that we pointed out to on map 1 inside of the series? It was the fact that Newbury were able to lose the rotation and still be able to come out top on the hard points that were lockdowns like P2 and P4 on Colossus. They hit the front over and over and over again, and we're just bombarding with numbers. You can't do that on exposure, and it seemed like they were trying to rely on that, and it's not even like they were really having a choice at it. They were just losing the rotation, so they had to do it. Whereas on Colossus, they were getting rotations out a little bit more. They were able to play off their back foot just a bit less, where it always felt like they were on the wall and just kind of pinned there and lifeless at times. Sucks to say that, but that's just the reality of the situation we're in right now. Kind of how it felt when I was playing Newbury earlier or yesterday. That's how it felt there. Yeah.
Listen, mate. I know that you were beaming in that game. Don't worry. I know that you were just another Honor
slamming me. It looked pretty much exactly like this. We actually got 100 points though, so more than Newbury got on Cumberland. But that's not a shout at Newbury whatsoever. They're disgusting.
Listen, you win some, you lose a lot. Yeah, it is how it is. We're ready to get back into the game, guys. We're trying to see if we can watch the conclusion of that game. Although, if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves here, there's a very high chance that the game is over by the time we get back into the way that Cumberland Phoenix are playing for this game. You know what we'll do? We're going to throw a quick break here because we don't know if we're actually going to get the end of this game or not. So instead of us rambling, let's give you guys a break. Let's go get yourself a bicky or whatever you want to do. We'll see you after the break. It might be Cumberland Phoenix and Newbury. It probably won't be. We'll see you there.
Hello, my name is Michael Wiglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say, 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around. And we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders. So that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challenges for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of aligned for it to happen. I wanted to.
Alrighty, apologies for that, guys. We are back, but we will not be here for long, as you can see above our heads. If I'm going to try and point it to it correctly. That way. Right there. You can see. It says 3 now. It says 3. That's because Cumberland Phoenix did actually win their matchup versus Newbury Wolves Red. I'm shocked too. Honestly, I didn't see that coming. They were like 140 to 11. I thought they were going to lose that game, if I'm being honest. But they didn't lose that game. They destroyed them. It was a 250 to 20, I think it was, Alex. So, yeah, unsurprising.
A 230 victory. Look, we expected Cumberland to bounce back after map 1. They did just that. Map 2, map 3 looked good as well. They had full control of the map, basically the entirety of map 3. Map 4, I don't know if Cumberland just hit next level and they were able to just hit flow state, or if Newberry after maps 2 and 3 were kind of like, damn man, this is tough. And maybe just the vibes were tarnished. I am not going to put a definitive thing on that. It could be a very easy combination of both of those two things, and that is why we got the result that we got. But 250 to 20 was not at all what I expected after map 1 of this series. Yeah, that was a shocker nonetheless. But Newberry not knocked out of the tournament yet. They are knocked down to the lower bracket, so they will still be fighting with a chance to potentially play in the grand finals here for the Southeast Regional Playoffs. Difference is, they got a pretty rough stretch ahead there. Lower bracket looking pretty scary. The rest of the teams inside of the upper bracket also very scary. There's going to be another really, really strong team down there that they're going to have to play against, whether it be the side of the Fire Ants or whether it be the side of Marshall. There's a lot of really, really good teams left in the Southeast, so nothing to snuff at.
No, absolutely. Well, we got one more match to go tonight, and then we're going to be done with day number 2 of the CCL Regional Playoffs. So we're going to have that very soon. But before we do so, as always, we're going to send it to a break. Shout out to Cumberland. They won their series 3-1. On the other side of the break, we got a final match of the night here in day number 2 of CCL Regional Playoffs. We'll see you then.
Looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Hey guys, my name is Lucha. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting dark matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really known the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. It all started growing, you know. And then at some point in 2019, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile. And then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the Latin Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what college CoD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right? In ONE. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trade is not only my CoD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met them through CoD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trakes was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah, he's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy. It motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, Aaron, and Desmaze. Maxwell recruited us to go to UNA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically, Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like all just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same. But from the very first semester, like it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in SMD, which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like, I'm competing to be on the top, on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah, that'll be it.
Hi, my name's Chris Rodell. I go by Seaws. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing CoD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive CoD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like, that extra leverage, you know. Like I think going to school, like, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like, if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here. And it's been fun since then. Oh, it's great. I think it's one of the best esports programs. It feels like they really do care about us. I'm not going to name the school I went to before, but it just felt like they didn't care as much as St. Clair did. And that's, like, I think one of the reasons that we all, like, really enjoy the school is they just really care about how we are, not even just like how we're doing in our esports, but also just like how we are, like, as people, like how we're doing mentally. So I think it's just like, it's a great group of guys we have. Like, we always hang out. Like, I wouldn't say perfect here, but it's pretty up there. It's one of the best programs. Sometimes I do, yes and no. Coming here, playing in Canada, like, you know, like, we want to be like the best in Canada, you know, like, that's just, we already know we're the best in Canada. But Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, California, Canada, like, we have people from everywhere. So I think it's crazy to me how we're taking over Canada and possibly taking over NA. Like, we really only realistically lost one tournament last year. So I think we're putting Canada, NA, we're putting everywhere on the map. Yeah, so with COD, I definitely think it's one of the harder games to balance, just the way the scrim schedule works. And it actually works out. I take my classes in the morning, so I still have all that scrim time. If you can find the balance, like, if you want it, you'll be able to find that balance. That's what I tell everyone. Like, everyone thinks it's really hard to balance, but if you really want this, you'll find that balance. The advice I would give is always, like, school should always be one of, like, the number 1 or 2 priority. You never want to, like, they're giving you this opportunity. Like, at least in my case, I'm in a different country. Like, that is just insane to me. I'm in a different country to play Call of Duty and get an education. The advice I would give is, like, take the opportunities that you're given. Like, CCL is one of the biggest opportunities for you to still chase your dream and also get an education. Like, it's almost like a no-brainer. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are kind of, like, nervous, or, like, I don't know, they get a weird perception on esports, but we're just like any other sport. Like, we still get the same opportunities, the same everything as any traditional sport would. It's just, back to what I was saying, it's more of just like, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Like, no matter what other people say, like, if it's your dream, like, nobody should stop that dream. Yeah, it was really fun. Like, having the guys here, it honestly felt like we were, like, almost like pros. Like, you're thinking, like, we were here to be, like, to play COD. Like, we were all basically in the same room all day. We were boot camping almost. That's what people kept saying. It was just, it was awesome. It was really fun. Everyone at the school says, like, our team has, like, the best, like, team dynamic. Like, we're always hanging out. So I don't know, just us coming together to win, like, a whole bunch of college stuff, and then also take our talents into, like, the challenger scene and kind of be, like, one of the first teams to have, like, pretty good placements as, like, a college team. It was nice. It was like we were all, like, really hyped. Like, it was good for us. So we do watch, like, VOD together. That's, like, one thing. I know you said outside, but we like going, like, to the movies a lot. Like, we'll always have dinner together. Like, all of us like to cook. Just really hanging out. Just like if it's just your friends. Like, it's not even, like, these guys aren't just, like, my competitors now. Like, they're not just my teammates. Like, these I'm gonna have these friends for life, for sure. Initially, the first thing we said when we lost the CCL finals last year, or we didn't make it to finals, whatever it was a bad day to be bad at COD. Like, we knew we were the best team there in the venue. It's COD at the end of the day, so it was just a really bad day to be bad at COD. So I think it's more of last year was that was the most like we've all won in our careers. So I think we know what it takes to win now. We know like the steps and like what it takes to actually achieve to win. So I think this year is going to be insane.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie, I was really nervous. And this was when I was like, I don't know, 14 years old. So ever since then, I was kind of just playing for fun. Obviously, since the 18 under rule is a thing, you can't be under 18. I couldn't compete, but I was like, okay, I'll play like these little tournaments, like the Twitter tournaments, you know, tweet those kind of things, and start growing from there. And eventually, I mean, hey, I got good enough and, you know, landed myself in a pro spot. I landed myself here at Wichita, and, you know, it's been the history. It was different, I can't lie. I mean, initially, when I went to school, I was still competing, but I think in terms of all my workload of school, homework, work, everything became like just a little too much. So I kind of took a step back from COD and just started focusing on my education, started focusing on like college COD league, like that kind of stuff, just with the Wichita State. And, you know, that's all really gone. It's been a lot easier for me. It's been a lot nicer. It's a lot less work to do. I really just focus on my schoolwork now, play COD, you know, play some college COD, have fun with my team, and, you know, I enjoy it. I love it. It was different, because I mean, I'm from Ontario, so we have something called OSAP, which was like the student stuff that I'm supposed to be filling out, but I'm also going to school in Wichita, so it kind of made it to where it was kind of confusing initially. I needed some help from some of my directors there at Wichita, and I needed some help from people at, you know, my OSAP stuff that helped me out with it. But the transition wasn't the worst. I mean, I don't really visit the school very often because, you know, I am an online student. The transition was okay. I didn't have really many issues. It was just kind of figuring out all my paperwork, my FAFSA stuff, my OSAP stuff, and like I said, it wasn't too bad. Well, I mean, you gotta think, it's very, like I said earlier, it's really time consuming. Obviously, if you compete competitively, you want to have some kind of end goal, right? And a lot of people, that end goal is to play in CDL, and that's obviously what everyone wants to do. It's not as simple as just, you know, snapping my fingers and you're the league. You know, it's gonna take a long time. You have to work your way up. You have to, you know, actually learn the game. You have to get better. You have to have a lot of connections. You have to know, like, understand people, find good teammates. It's a lot to go. So, I mean, for me at least, the CCL is a really good entry point into a tier below CDL, if you could say so. So it's a really good entry to where you can, you know, meet some new people, some new friends. CCL is actually really important for, I mean, Call of Duty in general. But it really is a big foundation of, you know, just Call of Duty, the entire challenger scene, the entire scene itself. I think CCL should be a lot more looked at than it is, and, you know, I love it. I think CCL is doing a fantastic job, so. I mean, a little bit, right? Because you take some classes and you kind of learn some things from your classes, and you put it into real life situations. And for me, my real life situations is Call of Duty, right? So I can learn a little bit easier. I can read things easier. I can understand things easier. But I definitely think there's some correlation between, you know, going to school, learning, and then translating that into COD. I mean, for me, you know, I've always been a player that enjoys LANs. I mean, I think everyone can really talk for that, right? Everyone enjoys the LAN environment, the LAN gameplay. And I know College COD, they do have like the end of the year LAN League, the playoff LAN League, or the playoff LAN, which is always a good time. It's always fun. Really, besides that, I mean, I feel that CCL's done a really good job, especially since when I've joined. They've definitely changed things up, and I think every year is progressing better. It's always a fun time. It's always a good time, and, you know, no one can really complain about that. Well, for me, it's just how friendly they've been. I mean, you know, a lot of people, and just in jobs in general, they're always like, oh yeah, we have a family environment. Wichita is literally a definition of a family environment. I feel like no matter what happens, I can talk to them about anything and they'll always be there to help me. If I'm ever struggling in a class, or if I'm ever struggling with my own personal things, any single person on that team and every single person in the program will be there to help me if I need it. And to me, like, that's just one of the biggest things, right? I feel like I have a family here, and I feel like I can trust everyone, and I appreciate and love everyone here. So yeah, shout out to those guys. Love them. Well, I mean, I come from obviously like the CWL era, so I might have, I guess one could say, ego. But I think the players I'm playing with, they've definitely grown from their own, you know, when we first started playing together, which maybe about a year and a half ago. And I've seen them individually progress as players, as friends, as people. And that's something that I enjoy seeing, right? I enjoy seeing the people I'm around progressing through life and just progressing as a person. And in terms of COD, I mean, hey, they got a lot better. I think I'm not the only one who talks about stuff. I'm not the only one who gives input for our team. But I think that the input that we have given to each other has helped everyone, including myself. I mean, I got my passion back. I enjoy competing again. I mean, really thanks to my team.
Boilermakers might not be in the hill, but you see two players working through the tunnels. It's Revy through green. He's going to open up with a kill. He's still got the traffic in hand. Goes for a slide out. Take a different look at this break. A couple players going to stretch to flip the map. That's going to force these spawn outs. See those white arrows? They turn around to deal with it. Still locking down the time.
I mean, what can be said about this? And as you said, they didn't get straight on the point in P3. They played it patiently, right? It's a case of how long can they hold on, because it's going to take more than one clean hill to get them back into this one now as Red finds the merciless.
Hey, he's got 10 in a row, make it 11, looking for number 12. He's not going to go.
The reminder, Slayer and Spooky getting a couple, but I mean, it's just drops in the ocean here right now in regards to the flow of this series. This is all going the way of Boilermakers, one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen, and this is because you have Revy going on a 15. So should he go for the nuke? He might as well while he's on it.
Backline's able to put some shots in on one, does his best to get away, but is going to be reaped. Schlutt now the last man alive in a 1v2.
Wow. How did Schlepp manage to stay alive there? I do not know, but needs to continue to try and stay alive, pick up the next kill as well. Maybe actually going to go for the push here against Mikkel versus Schlepp for what is already a massive round early on in this search and destroy. Will Schlepp be able to pick it up? He absolutely does, and that.
Start closing off all the lanes and make it very difficult for Midway Eagles to even get a chance on this defense. Their number 1, Cal. He's in the back. He's found 1. He's found 2. That's Honor as well. That'll be all 4 dead. There's a chance. There's EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map.
Wow.
That's 3 dead from Cal.
Was a bit of a weird reposition there from Condi. Actually gives him a look in the middle of the map, and now he goes down himself. Leaves Drafty in a 1 versus 3. First kill through, 25 seconds. There's time for them to pull up this 3 versus 1. Drafty down to 59 to the pistol. Surely not for the 1 versus 1. Drafty, you maniac!
The fact that they took that result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play on the mind here, but Amity not letting it play in his mind as he gives someone an
A few moments later.
second time around. Technically, not really a miss. The shot was never really on, but Amity looking super dangerous. Every shot could be the last you come up against in this round, but Amity with the pistol going to pick up 1. Knife out for 2.
My name is Caden Lee. I'm from Lexington, South Carolina, just down the road from Newberry. I'm Kate Beasley on the Call of Duty team, and I'm an accounting major here at Newberry College. I mean, I played CODs before, but it wasn't my main game. Like, I played other stuff. I didn't really get into Call of Duty until I actually got here at Newberry. They were holding tryouts, and actually, Buki, my now teammate, said, alright, we played a game anyways, might as well come try out just because we played Warzone. We came and tried out together. I ended up making the varsity team. I actually didn't know what a hardpoint was till December of MW2. Probably why it's my favorite game, but they're relatively new compared to people like Nico who've been in it for 9 years. Coming from just walking on, like, I didn't know anyone, so like I didn't know who was good and who was bad, so I didn't really respect anyone per se. I just was confident in myself. So my teammates actually played challengers at the time, so I just grinded rank every day. I knew what I was good at, knew what I was bad at. At the time I would just sit the hill. There was one map I went 7-3 in my first year and had 2 minutes and a half of time, so I just focused on Killhorn and ranked, and then eventually we got to a good spot. probably was easier for me at first just because I didn't have all those, I wasn't in any outside leagues, or, I would just have my one CCL scrim a day, so it wasn't too hard to balance it. Not much changed for me because, like I said, I was gaming like in my dorm, but like it didn't really have a purpose. Like it was just free time, so I was like, might as well go try to get a scholarship for it, which I didn't get till my second year, but I did end up doing that. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I left the country for the first time because of COD. I met all kinds of good people, man. It's just definitely a good decision. Know what you're good at and know what you're bad at, and go work for it, because you're not going to get anywhere if you don't put in the time yourself. And if I'm honest, I probably play COD the least right now, but that's just because I'm old. Know what you're good at. Like when I was first, I was like, everybody else was more cracked than me. I just sat the hill, did my job, and then worked my way up the ladder. In reality, I've had 3 directors in my 4 years, so crazy at times. We pretty much had the same core 3 between me, Diff, and Seaws, exchanging Eternals or James for Jordan Freaky after the first year. We just had a lot of stability because we only needed 4 people. The program outside of COD, it had a lot of ups and downs through the years, but it's on its way back up now, I think. My experience has been okay. At one point, I wasn't going to play anymore, and they pretty much bought me back. Definitely had some disagreements, but I'm still glad I did it anyways, and good experience inside of the COD world. That's probably a hard one, actually. Probably actually knocking FGCU down to D2 is up there, and yeah, that might be number 1. Just a dope, because there was no way we were making it. We thought we had a role change. Just the underdog story that first year was just so great for us. I think it's okay. It's definitely better than Black Ops 6, I'd say. Losing those long-time guys like Diff and Seaws and working Sleepy and Buki in. Buki's been here, so he knows what it's like, but Sleepy's completely new, so we hadn't really gotten to scrim all that much at this point, but we'll definitely lock in towards the end of the year when everybody's schedule lines up a little bit better. I think it's a fake movement, COD. Everybody thinks it's about wall bouncing and stuff. I think it's fake movement, bro. I think it is boots on the ground. I hope they just learn to respect that, like, Newberry's gonna be here as long as I'm here, and we're gonna be good. So we recently played a match that some people thought we were actually gonna lose, and got us a little fired up. So maybe you'll see a better Newberry this year than usual. My name is K Beasley. This has been my player spotlight, and thanks for the CCL for holding us.
That scorecard. Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3, and well, right now they got 1 player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's gonna have to play his life.
I was gonna say Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself 2, looks for the 3rd. Can he get the entire team? We'll see as he chowers with the pistol onto quick. Good shots from the pistol.
4 as well in the back, getting it done, and then doing so, creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A side. And he's gonna find another double. Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. But first, Arbo's found 2 of his own. First of all, he opens up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He's on a 6 spree, a double with a nade, and he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. Oh, down to player number 3 or 4, finds that kill.
Working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get 1, make it 2. Can they find more? They get 3. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're gonna find it inside Dojo. Ground now will push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. B through mid hop. Can you find anything? You come through Dojo. 1 down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody once again making the plays.
But intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, crack for the ace. Or rather, back backside rotation, crack clearing and everything out. I don't know if he spotted him there, but sure they're gonna wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a college COD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the college COD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team, and I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like, you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun, making a name for yourself is fun, it's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently, like, the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were, like, watching the football game. And so, like, then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about, like, they were like, oh, like, the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team. And I was like, that's me. It's really, really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so for somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid of rejection. You just kind of have to put yourself out there, and if it's meant to be, it will find its way to you. But don't ever really give up hope, and I promise that whatever you find, it's meant to be there for a reason. I definitely, honestly, it feels funny to say, but like kind of what everybody's doing this year, like, you know, like the listen-ins, the player interviews, the behind the scenes things, kind of like humanizing it, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. I definitely think that, you know, putting names to faces and all of the things like that, where you're going behind the scenes, you're going more in depth. It's not just becoming another league. Like, you are, like, this is college. These are students in this league, and so being able to have these students have the opportunity to, you know, discuss their lives and, you know, be more than just a Call of Duty gamer and things like that. Like, it's definitely really interesting to see, and it's really cool to, you know, be a part of it now. I definitely am excited this year for the competition because I'm the only one that's returning, and so it's definitely interesting to see, to go from being on a team with people like Bowie and Thieves and MZ to people on my team that nobody like really knows who they are. So like kind of giving these guys the opportunity to prove themselves and build their own names for themselves while also doing the best I can as, you know, the veteran. I say that so that way I don't call myself old. Teach them kind of the ways and teach them how to play proper, learn the game while, you know, like kind of pushing them forward, so that way once I'm done after this year, like they can kind of carry it on, and then who knows, you know, in the future, maybe not let them focus too much on what Akron was, and now picture what Akron can be with them in the picture.
Hi, my name is Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing CoD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But yeah, I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing CoD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCO was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in CoD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCO gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in the US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like scrims and tournaments and everything. I would say the journey was, at least for the last 2 years, have been like very stressful, but it did teach me a lot about like time management, prioritizing things. So I actually get asked this quite a lot by people on Twitter. Why do you do this to yourself, or how do you do this? What I learned is that the biggest thing is kind of like I said, it's time management, but not in terms of like sitting your day out and being like, okay, I'm gonna do COD from 1 until 8, and then I'm gonna do school from 8 until 12. Not every day is gonna be the same. You can't follow the same schedule every day because some days you might get 8 hours of sleep and some days you might get 2 hours of sleep. Don't waste your time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think over the last 2 years I've barely watched any movies, any TV shows, always doing something that I think is productive. The amount of time that people spend procrastinating on things, they could definitely work a full-time job with that amount of hours that they spend doing almost nothing. I would say that you should do it because I think that it is hard and it will take you a while to get used to it. I think the hardest part for me was my first 2 semesters because I had never experienced juggling all of these things. The thing with competing in CoD is, as much as it's a great thing, the chances of actually getting something out of it are very slim. So playing like while you do college is a great way to have like, not necessarily a backup, but it gives you something else to do. Like, you should have enough time while you're competing at any level. And if I can do this while we're getting like 3rd to 6th at majors and whatever, making champs, then you can do it as well. You have enough time to do your degree and then also compete to the level that you want. I never went pro, and that's fine with me. I'm not really bothered about it. I think that I had a great time and I achieved a lot of good things that I'm proud of. And now I'm done competing and I almost have my nursing degree. I'm already 3.5 years ahead of where I would be if I waited until I was done competing to start. we had not played really with Gus the whole year, and Gus had also not competed at all on Black Ops 6. So he hadn't played any sort of competitive. So we were basically kind of starting from square one with him, which when all of you are all juggling your own challengers teams as well, makes it quite difficult to kind of get there. But I think going into that event, I'm not gonna lie, we drove like a van down there or something. It was like a 9-hour drive. I did not think that we had really any chance of winning that event on the way down there. I was gonna go there and give it my all. Going into that event, there was St. Clair, which was like a full Challengers Elite team, Fisher, who was also pretty stacked, and then Northwood, who were all top Challengers players, but like Flames and Mark also didn't play that much, so they were kind of in the same boat as Gus. But I feel like on paper, we were probably like the weakest team. Yeah, I don't know. We got there and it just all started clicking, playing on LAN with the same guys that I'd been playing with for like 3 or 4 years. Honestly, that stage that we played on at the CCL finals, I think that is probably the best experience I've had like competing in Call of Duty across like any game. Like walking out on the stage with those lights and like the setup that they had there, that was insane. I think that was so cool. And then like you said, like to be able to win on that stage, I don't even know if it was about winning. I think it was about how close the series was and then winning. Like being with the guys that I had been with for like 3 years, and these guys are like probably gonna be my like best friends or really good friends like for life. It just meant a whole lot seeing how much it like meant to those guys as well.
Hello, my name is Michael Wiglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was I'd say 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around. And we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders. So that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challenges for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of align for it to happen. I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of someone has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars aligned for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out. Kind of life changes. But the stars aligned for me to go to college COD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Potsy for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. Even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to, just because life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. We have a very flexible team that we can work around. We practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day, life comes first, school comes first. You got to make sure you're finding that right balance while also finding the time to practice at the same time. We have 3 new players with Cole, Mintz, and Sweep. 2 of them, it's their first year playing challengers, or I think it's Cole's first year and a half. We have a lot of young talent coming up this year. I'm very proud of what our roster last year was able to do and the progress we made. But the ceiling this year, man, it's pretty different. These guys have a lot of skill. I think we showcased it a little bit at Toronto XP, the most recent one. If you didn't see us there, yeah, we're really excited for this year. We got a lot of hungry talent. We're just looking to showcase our skills. I'm kind of the unk of the roster this year. I mean, I was last year too, but I'm just trying to give these guys, give them the best advice I can, lead them to victory, because they're really talented, man. You're going to see them in challengers this year. You're going to see their names, I promise. Oh, he's been a real pleasure to work with, honestly. I think me and Eric have a really good relationship, starting, back from last year. He's taught me a lot. He's kind of, even at this stage in my time here, he's teaching me a lot about myself competitively as well. And he adds a very good structure. He supports me with the structure that we provide to our team. He has a lot of analytical things that he provides, a lot of stats that, kind of help us break down some of the issues that we need to figure out. He's a great presence, in the locker room, honestly, before games, before LANs. He's a great presence to be around, and honestly, I consider him a friend. He's a really great guy. For sure. We're always streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe it's Conestoga Esports is the Twitch at. But yeah, we stream all of our NACE matches, all of our CCL matches when we can. You know, myself, I don't stream as much, but
Welcome back, everybody, to the College CoD Regional Playoffs. My name is Seymour, joined by Cash. We got a lovely matchup to close out the night. It's the Texas State Esports taking on the SJSU Spartans Blue. And Cash, it's our first time casting with each other in quite a long time. I'm so fired up.
Yeah, no, it has been a minute. I'm excited to be getting reps in. It's going to be a good night. It's looking like the day has shaped up well. And yeah, I'm stoked to be on the desk with you.
Well, I mean, this whole regional playoff so far has been a blast to watch. On stream, couple of 3-1s, but even kind of looking through what we got for the road between these two, we got, it looks like SJSU coming off of a 3-0 win over St. Thomas, Texas State University coming off of a 3-0 win over Texas A&M Maroon. When we look at the head-to-head for both of these two teams, Cash, we can kind of break down what it looks like for them to now go head-to-head in this playoff winners bracket match. You can see that on the season, Texas State undefeated, pretty good. For the Spartans, it's been close, but not as close, 9-2 record. I'd like to see them come out hot.
Yeah, you want to see them get off to a good start. I think in the Hardpoint, they should be able to get off on a good foot. Of course, you kind of have a look at things, right? I think it's jumped out to you too, that pain point maybe being the search and destroy as you get into map 2. So I think it's going to be really important for them to come out map 1 and try to get a series advantage.
Well, when we look into the series for this best of 5, I think that this is really going to tell a tale of what to expect between both of these two teams, because for Texas State Esports, this is a team that loves to run, gun, and take over the map. They get an exposure hardpoint map 1, then search and destroy map 2, Scar Overload map 3, and then a Colossus raid if we do get to the 4 and the 5, Cash. I mean, talk to me a little bit of what you expect from this one when you just look at it with the eye test.
Yeah, looking at the maps, like you said, you know, wanting to run a gun is going to be what Texas State wants to get out and do. I think the map set caters to that, especially the front half. If you can extend the series for SJSU, you're going to feel better, especially getting into the final couple of maps, of course, a map 5 if needed. But I think the earlier you can strike for Spartans Blue, the better off you're going to be. Really just slowing down that high octane aggressive front out of Texas State, just settle into the series, I think is going to be a key to success for them early on. And for Texas State, look, do what you've been doing to this point.
Yeah, it's going to be important to not go down 0-2 or even like 1-2 at any point. But you get to that Colossus, you want to have an advantage in this series, because I feel like that's what scares me with this Texas State Esports team. We've seen them on a map like Colossus in the past. We know that the takeover potential is a lot to deal with in terms of outslaying their opponents. I think for San Jose State, everything rides off of this map 1, map 2 start, because for Texas State, when they get to that Scar Overload, they're going to be feeling good in this series. And I think that for this exposure hardpoint, you have that opportunity, like you said, to really slow down this game and try to hold on to some big hills in terms of that 3 and that 4.
And I think teams, you know, can look at, okay, what can we do to, you know, counter Texas State? What are we going to do to kind of disrupt their gameplay? And of course, it's something you want to think about. But I think for SJSU, you also want to go in with your own game plan. You can deviate from that a little bit, like I said, and try to throw another team off. But if you can go out and execute what your, you know, plan is as a team to take this map, go out and do that. Don't think too hard about things. Take what the map's giving you. And of course, Texas State, not a team that makes a lot of mistakes, but when they do, you've got to be sure to capitalize.
Yeah, no, I think I'm excited to see what San Jose State University can do in this series. I mean, this is a team that comes into this season with an opportunity to do something that not a lot of people would expect. Now, through the winner's bracket, you're matching up against a team that has gone undefeated not only in this season, but in the regional playoffs now. Going into this matchup, I think that Texas State University, they're expecting this one to be business as usual versus our Spartans. But this is the team that we look at to make an upset. This is the chance in the winner's bracket where we get to see good teams become great. And I want to see if the SJSU Spartans can become one of the greats in the CCL playoffs.
Here we go, kicking things off early on. It's going to be mid-map control. That's going to be the priority. That's going to be the pressure coming in from Texas State. Let's see how this opening round of gunfights looks to shake down.
With Pant holding down long, you see Aurora, star of this show, already bottom turtle, turning things around. Summit doesn't even know where to look, and it's an early start for the Spartans to get on the time. Aurora's got that MPC out. Summit gonna take him off that hill, but it won't stop the pressure from the Spartans across this. Good time in their hands, and they're taking over so far.
Now it's going to just get the spawn flip coming in. You're going to get a quick gunfight out of Splody to at least open up the mid-map. But I think San Jose State doing a good job early on just to fight for map control, not necessarily needing to sell out for time, trying to make sure they have all of their avenues covered, and they've done that for the moment. A handful of points for either team on the board. Rotations coming into the top side of the map for the moment. You get gunned down. Doa going to take him down. It'll be early pressure out of Texas State.
Yeah, this is going to be an early setup for the Bobcats. Spartans, a little two-prong attack. 2 through mid, 2 through Solars. And Aurora can already take over that middle control. See if they can collapse at the same time. Aurora traded out 3-on-3 for the timing. Pent's going to get in there, slide out. Nice jump up from Summit. And the trade's keeping the Bobcats in this one. However, the Spartans have broken through, and they're into the hill.
It's going to be a game of, I mean, even just a two-piece being as influential as it was, just to keep SJSU with numbers on the point. Little pinch developing, and again, it's going to be Burn privy to it, going to turn around, but it's going to have a numbers disadvantage as though it gets one on the other side, so the pinch should fully develop. You end up getting the clearance, and now it's going to be Texas State able to respond.
Oh, late spawn out from Burn, but at the same time, Doa's going to realize this. See if Bobcats can hold on to their lives. Summit posts up in the corner. Pent's going to go for a route. See if he can flip these spawns. So a lot of pressure here onto Doa, and he's been spotted. So you know he's in P3. Aurora's going to get caught there, and Pent's not able to trade it. So now Doa's making some real moves at the new hill, making it difficult for the Spartans to get a setup. And for the Bobcats, this is great time to strike while it's hot to go down again. Summit down low, a team nade onto Aurora, and the Bobcats might walk away with this hill.
Doa did everything you needed to do. Got the kills early, even though San Jose State got the close spawns. What did Doa need to do after popping that two-piece? Needed to buy time for his team to run across the map. Did just that. That let Texas State get in from the front side of things. You're going to get a big 4-piece now for full clearance for Spartans Blue. But again, you can't ask much more out of Doa in that moment. Got them an early chunk of time. I'm going to see if they can get back in.
What a break, too, for the Spartans. Really mitigating what could have been the swing for the Bobcats. Holding on to this lead. Burns 2. Aurora in from the bottom staircase. Jumps up with the MPC, making it look easy. 3 in a row for Aurora. 12 in 5. And you look at the map already, Spartans going to have that set up over towards New.
Couple players getting things going early. Burn, Aurora taking over for this SJSU team early on. Got a 5-piece, can he make it 6? Absolutely, just ripping and roaring across the map. You've got Pentinel on the chase, going to be able to find Doa, and it is complete left side control for San Jose State.
46 seconds, long route from Splody. Really disconnected, though, from the rest of the team, and Aurora is making it difficult for you to hit this as a full 4 through the middle of the map. He's already got that Hellstorm. Splody has yet to make some moves either, and he's losing his teammates. He's got to take a chance. Splody's going to find his 1. He has some help from Ferg. 3 go down. It's just Fawn's going to have to get out of this hill, fight for his life, but Splody's the one to make the move. 3 in a row. Gets the break for the team. Now try to hold this last 20 seconds.
And he wish Splody would have got that kill just to alleviate pressure for this pinch coming in for the backside out of Spartans Blue. Not able to do it. Would have been a big 20 seconds for them to get, but they're going to have the ability to just kind of recoup, get down to the south side of the map, and this first wave of kills, Colin, is going to be oh so important for them because they need a decent chunk of time without any type of contest.
Yeah, I like this, though, from Penn. Just take this time through top mid. See if you can catch some kills before going for the collapse onto this P5 setup. 2-2 split in the feed. Aurora try to head this break. Nice timing in there. Takes down 2. And this is the SJSU fighting in for this P5. 36 seconds. A 40-point lead. Any time is good time right now for the Spartans. And you have Burn holding on to top mid. This is great.
It's just been fantastic map pressure and presence out of San Jose State. I mean, again, they're controlling the cutoffs in the lanes, not making it easy for Texas State to even get into the mix. So through this first set of rotations, you can't ask for much better out of the Spartans. They're doing a fantastic job controlling the pace as well. Texas State a little disconnected, as we've seen through the first 5 hills. A good chance for them to reset, regain, and start to fight more map control. P1's a good way to kick that off.
Oh, yeah. So SJSU walking away with majority of time in the first set of hills, 139 to 63. Penn already taking a player off of this P1. And Texas State Esports do not want to give anything up to Aurora here. You know, he hasn't been missing with the MPC. Good assistance down low. And with Burn, that's 2 dead. Aurora going to take a route. 3 kills for the Spartans. Can't take down Ferg. Ferg for 3 holds on as long as you can. Still, you see the Spartans going to break through. Trying to get some time off this P1. 30 seconds left.
I just shoot him straight. Full stop. The slaying, of course, Aurora, making his presence felt relatively even across the board the rest of the way. I think for Texas State, they just haven't been able to manage these big plays and kind of mitigate, finding a 2-3 piece at times, whether it is from Aurora or from Pitnall. So we need to see them slow that down. SJSU, need to make something happen here. They're up 80 points and looking good to get to P2 if they really want to put this one away.
Look at Penn. He's just going to grab the NPC off the ground and see if you can get mixy with your team. But first wave of kills going to be dealt with by the Bobcats. And I know we talked about Spartans trying to slow this game down, but I think it's really Texas State Esports who need to slow it down, and they're doing that as soon as they try to. It's a Hellstorm going to force the Texas State Bobcats to scatter into the guns of the Spartans. Hellstorm finds one, but it's the rest of the team that turns up in the feed. Aurora going to cut off those players through mid and look to assist for the rest of these 30 seconds with the Bobcats grouping up to take one last shot at it. Aurora going to strike first. Nade out, won't connect. Summit in for the contest. Penn up top. Can he provide any assistance for this one? No, the Bobcats get 4 clean. That's going to be scrap time their way.
Yeah, that's just a big 20 seconds for them to collect because they definitely aren't out of the game. And again, there's no one that's really lackluster as far as KD is concerned. Everyone's kind of pulling their weight, which is what you want to see, of course, for doing the heavy lifting of time. DOA trying to get things going as well, and is going to do just that on 3 in a row. So down but never out. A 50-point game here, Colin. They've got early time. We'll see what they can make of it to try to chip away at this lead.
It's going to be a lot better of a setup than what we saw last time. It was a double nade that really kicked off that re-break from the Spartans. So as long as you can avoid falling to those lethals, it's going to be a good chunk of time for the Bobcats. And so far, so good. You can see those spawn up for the blue arrows all over the place. A lot of individual gunfights to be taken, but with the setup, it's going to be so hard for these one-on-ones to go to the way of the Spartans. Good nade from Fawns, and here we go. 2 dead, 3 dead. Aurora should have found that kill towards Summit, but it is going to be a break for the Spartans in for the last 20.
Got a decent chunk of time, but as you eclipse that 200-point mark, get closer to it, right? A decent chunk of time is not going to be enough. That was a substantial amount. They need to try to continue to win the lion's share of time from here. Again, they're getting out on rotation. A much better second set of kills for Texas State to this point. Got to keep walking away with 40 or more seconds. You got to think every wave of kills that you get, you buy yourself 10 or 15 more seconds. They've got to get things going here. They've got a good setup. Now they just need to find the kills behind it.
All 4 players going to hit through mid. It's a late flame from Splody. Is it going to pay off in time, or is it going to be too little too late? Well, Splody gets there for 2. Can he be the hero? 5, make it 6 with a pistol. Lays down for the contest, but it won't be enough. Burn wins the fight. And Spartans are in. 37 seconds for this hill. And like you said, Amber, getting closer and closer to the 200-point marker for SJSU. 4 arrows up for the Bobcats, and they're going to collapse together. 2 dead, make it 3. Spawn out if you're Pent. There's no way you're finding your way back into this hill. That is good mitigation from the Bobcats.
Doing just enough to stay alive. Still plenty of time to work with, right? This game is far from over, and Texas State seem to be getting their footing as the game plays on. So as long as they're finding ways to, again, not let the game get broken open in the sense of not being able to get back in. They've done a good job re-breaking when they've had to and been asked to. You just don't want to find yourself in a situation where you have to continuously break. You need to find a way to get in early, get some kills on the board. But again, just great map spread. You can't say enough out of San Jose State.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're going to be looking heads on a swivel for Texas State. It's not going to be an easy route to kill.
In trouble. Big win, though. Traded out by Splody, but that's 2 dead for the Bobcats. Got to take your time for the rest of the players to get off spawn. And you see Aurora is hunting through mid. Splody's not going to expect it. Everybody funneling in through the front of the hill. The Spartan's going to try to deal with this one. However, you're in. You're contesting. Will it last? Ferg's last one here, and no, Aurora over the top. Another spree for this young gun. 5 in a row. Bringing the scoreline to 36 and 21 now, with only 25 seconds needed for the Spartans to steal away this map 1.
Not going to be able to take it here, of course. We will go back for our 3rd set of rotations. Texas State did a good job last go around. I mean, this SJSU team is so hot right now that it just feels like it's just an onslaught of kills coming in. When you find 2, they seem to find 3 or 4 in response, and that going to be the case as well. Another 2 for 1 in the feed. Burn gets another one. Sure, you get the trade, but trades aren't going to be good enough here. You need a big moment.
Rest of the team playing off those moments that Aurora are giving with you. Spawn out for Ferg. Can the rest of the team capitalize on this in time? What is that with the sub in hand? Aurora going to sneak away with 2. Make it 3 kills through long. Another break-in for Spartans. Aurora's going to clean up all 4 members of the Bobcats. And somebody's got to hop on this hill. 17 seconds. You can win off this time. You just got to find all the kills surrounding this and keep your foot on this hard point. In goes Burn. 16 seconds left on this clock. Can the Bobcats force another rotation?
Looks like they're going to do just that. Hanging on by a thread, almost, it feels like. I mean, again, still with 186, right? But you're down 60, and you really have no room for error at this point. 9 points needed for SJSU. You've had a hard time having someone make, you know, a big 3-4 down play to really get the momentum going your way. Aurora having his way up to 46 and 23. It seems like no matter what you do, Aurora has the answer. 5 seconds to go.
5 seconds is in. Everybody's going down, and you have to get the contest out, but it's not going to be. The Spartans walk away with the exposure. A kickoff in the hard point. And a big one, too, for your winner's bracket run against a team that has yet to drop a series across their season. Could this be the one?
I mean, if there's any indication to get off to that good enough start, this is definitely a way you want to go. I think for the Spartans, nothing short of fired up, especially with that performance. That's just one you feel like you can rally behind. And from start to finish, I mean, you have a look at that P3, right? Throw down 40 points there and really just kind of keep that stiff arm. Texas State made a good run there, the second set of rotations where they kind of got things going, but it just never was enough. When you get that full hill 60-second type of lead against a team, if you're good enough, especially at this point in the playoffs, right, you find a way to just kind of keep that stiff arm in place, not quite let them get back into it, and just a really resilient SJSU performance at map 1 to show that, hey, look, we can get a lead, we can hang on to it, and we can get up early in the series against the undefeated team.
I mean, you just look at that P1 into the second set of rotations, and that's where for quite a while it felt like Texas State were just one good hold away from flipping this game on its head.
Oh yeah.
But every single time we like asked that question in our heads, or we thought that was going to happen, it's like a double kill from somebody on SJSU. Most of the time it was Aurora, but there were so many moments where Aurora would make the play and everybody else would capitalize. A couple nades too. You think of that re-break into P3 twice. It happened for the Spartans. And there's just some moments there that you look at SJSU playing as a full cohesive unit. Yes, 9-2 across their regular season, but those 2 losses feels like an eternity ago with it the way that they're playing going into the postseason of CCL. So, I mean, looking forward to this matchup against the Bobcats, trying to hand them their first loss of the series. I want to look at the scoreboard, Amber, to see who was really popping off for SJSU, because we know it was Aurora having their way. Highest streak was 9, 4,700 damage. Not a lot of time in the hill, but that's okay. Fawns, Burn, they had that for you. You just had to be the playmaker, and when it wasn't Aurora, you had Burn making plays, you had Pent making plays, you had the team supporting you when you needed them.
You look at the non-traded, I mean, for Texas State, not bad. Again, barring Aurora's kind of takeover performance, Texas State didn't play bad hardpoint. And like you said, though Aurora had kind of that big pressure applying slaying numbers that we see, I do like that you called Defons, because though, you know, 16 and 20 doesn't look great, over 2 minutes of time in the hill, you don't need to run around and find 2, 3, 4 pieces. You know, do the job to get the points on the board. And so out of Fawns, it's just good to be able to get that time. Same thing behind Burn. You don't need crazy KD stats if you're pulling the objective weight. And so just an all-around good team performance to come out swinging. And I know we have a lot of room left in this series, but, you know, Colin, you knowing traditional sports, esports, the works, when it comes time to the postseason, who's going to show up and play on a given night? And I think that's what SJSU were thinking.
We had a story a long time ago about a man named Crit. Illini State, what a legend when it came to the playoffs. Every single time he turns up. So yeah, I mean, you look at the playoffs for CCL, really anything can happen for these players, just getting hot when it matters. And for Texas State Esports, they got to be worried going into this Den Search and Destroy because even towards the end, you had Splody starting to kind of mimic the way that Aurora was playing. A lot of disruption plays towards the flank, but it still wasn't enough. And when you go into a Search and Destroy like Den, I mean, you know that a submachine gun player like Aurora can get lost on the map, be a big playmaker. I mean, it's going to be so important for somebody from the Bobcats to stop this.
Even if you've got to play that with numbers, right? Call out, okay, Aurora's the side of the map. Even if you've got to, you know, play 2-1, play the trade, do whatever. We were talking, can SJCU kind of slow down this Texas State front? Now that map 1's done, okay, Texas State can have to slow down Aurora. And you just have to play smart around that. If you're not winning your ones, just take numbers, get yourself some good kills, trades on the board just to find some footing in the Search and Destroy. I think if you're Texas State, I don't know that you have to necessarily sound the alarm. You just have to play smart and together. And I think that first half of the Hardpoint, they played disconnected. So we'll see if they can turn things around here for map 2.
Let's see it. Looks like maybe colors will be swapped here on it. No. We are good. I was a little turned around in my own head. But it's going to be SJSU starting off on the defense. Look at Burn on an island over towards A, but it seems like there's going to be a steady default like we've seen across Den unless the bomb starts across it. No, this is full steam ahead for the Bobcats trying to head this B site.
No first blood in yet. Everyone's good position. You see the rat backs happening now. Texas State, you want to try to get early kill. Font will open up with the first blood. Aurora gets out with his life. Numbers disadvantage, but you've got to find a trade quickly. Burn's going to get one. Can Burn get another? No. 2 versus 3.
And here comes Fawns around it. Ferg alone. The collapse is good for the Spartans. And that late flank from Burns really to kind of shake that entire thing up. I mean, that is good from the Spartans just to kind of delay everything for that play. Smoke goes down. Aurora stays alive. Nobody goes down in that chaos. And first blood towards SJSU, that really stops everything in its tracks for the Bobcats.
Just did a good job playing it patient. Trying to see if Texas State will get, you know, kind of antsy, make that first move, let the kills come to them. And that's what happened. You tried to trade, but when the dust settled for a moment, yeah, you had that numbers disadvantage. So defensively, Texas State looking to take up space on the map early, but it is all 4 players. No hesitation towards this B site. You're going to be overwhelmed if you're Doa here in a minute.
No hesi, and Sploddy's going to see it too. Here's the comms. Doa's just got to stay alive. You can get anything here. It's big, but most importantly, you just need your life. Splody going to be in the flank. Doa goes down. Can the flank come through in time? Here he is. A team kill onto Aurora, but it's still going to be a 2-on-1 Summit versus Pent and Fawns.
Just a great call, too. We're just going to push out Doa, and then we'll just push to the side if we can find those kills. Sure, a team kill comes in, but a decision was made. Everyone executed. Now you get bombed down on A. You're going to run on together. Summit, was it just enough time to find the 1 kill? Yes, it is. Colin, 1v1, 35 seconds to go.
And Pent's going to go for the repo. Play the front of the hill. Bomb's going to be planted surely. Sub versus AR in this moment, and the timing might be great. Summit's not going to be ready for it, and it works out for SJSU to find their second in a row. Round the rooftops, no scamming, full composure.
Get yourself to about as good of a situation as you want. Get a good pick in isolation. 1v1 from there, and as everyone knows best, timing is king. And like you said, it gets the Spartans their second round on the board. Texas State need to find a way to get a response. This time it's Pent out to an early 3 in a row. I think first blood would be a good way to start, but beyond that, first blood and trying to keep your life after.
Well, how does the Bobcats answer to this one? 0-2 for Ferg and Doa so far. Splody hasn't been able to turn up like he did towards the end of that exposure. They force Pent away from you, but again, you just look at the Spartans valuing their life to hold the space because there's a flank from Aurora all the way through their spawn. Summit's going to catch it, and there's the first blood.
And now you have SJSU pinned for the moment. Just you can't let anyone out. You can't let anyone get a line of sight to get a free pick. Everyone wrap back. You have pretty decent map positioning. You're all kind of consolidated here. Here come the gunfights.
Oh, Fawn's going to trade this one 3-on-3, backing up the Bobcats into the closet, but Splody fights back. 2 kills for the Bobcats to pull themselves back into this round. 3 versus 1 against Burn. With an AR, this is not going to be an easy fight to take no matter which one you go for. And he's already been noted. So he's going to turn around and the Bobcats put themselves on.
A good one to string together and get. A different lane of the map, but kind of taking a page out of the last SGSU round where they're like, hey, the four of us, we're just going to run, pick a lane, bully these players out, did just that. Good comms all around to be able to isolate that last player, find the kill, and get their first round on the board. I think, Colin, that kind of comes with a sigh of relief to be like, okay, you see one up on the board, you see yourself pull it off. Now they can settle into this.
Yeah, it's always hard to get that first one in, but Splody and Summit have been doing it all so far. If you can get a little bit from Toa and Ferg, surely this is a game that's a lot more competitive than what we saw over the first couple. Summit, though, going to get caught out towards the rooftops, and that's going to be the Spartans striking first.
And you just, of course, have to now give up parts of the map to try to find a soft spot in this SJSU offensive attack, and you're just not gonna. Too sharp out of San Jose State. Everyone's where they need to be. Comms on point. You're getting picked apart. They know where you're at, Ferg. You're just gonna try to do your best to work some kills, maybe reposition, and give yourself a chance, but in quick response, Spartans get back on the board. Their offenses look clean.
In that moment, too, I'm just not a fan of the post or the retake setup from the Bobcats. I think that you're expecting these players from SJSU to scam, give themselves up in some of these fights, but they're not. They are playing together, they're baiting, they're switching, they're playing off the information, and you're just not going to get away with these island plays. I'd like to see the Bobcats play a little bit more together in these next couple of rounds, and dude, we got Fawns on the boomstick. Sniper out mid, he's going to see nothing.
I really like the call to just say, you can't bank it off a scam. You've got to make something happen for yourself. Texas State going to try to do that here. Oof, Colin, that's definitely, you do the work to get the first blood. End up still finding your way in a 3v3.
Okay.
Make that a 2v1. So all you've got to do is not scam this round. All you've got to do is find a way to get it done, even with the indirect team kill coming in. Pull this round off. The wrap back coming in. I think that plays honestly to Aurora's advantage as he's going to try to track this down quickly. Can he get eyes on the play?
Yeah, I mean, you're basically playing against Invincible right now. And Aurora spots the information of the cross. Oh, top broken. Sees both of the players. And you know you're in danger, but at the same time, Aurora might have the reckoning now for the round. On the flank. Timing works out. Kills the bomb. Kira can't snap to the second one. And as we know, even in Invincible, sometimes can't get away with it.
Valiant effort. In a good spot. Ferg was just to get that quick kill. Wasn't sure if Aurora was going to wrap through mid or just continue on the chase. Either way, close things out. Keeping yourself within striking distance. Just 3-2. It started off a quick 2-0 out of San Jose State. Texas State able to get in response a 2-1 round count since then. It's been the offenses for the Spartans that have really done the heavy lifting. Texas State, if they can, you always say who can win the first offense. I think if Texas State can pull off a defense here, they'll be feeling pretty good.
That's all they need, really. Just a way to answer back. You've already shut down Aurora. Can you shut down the rest of the team now? Bomb going down. Quick plan at A. No flank presence, but you do have a solid post plant with Aurora on that front line, and the Bobcats are not going to give you any chance to make it anything more than that. Smoke goes down, and Ferg inside lands the shots. Aurora's going to pop out. Can't get the second one. 1 versus 2. Burns on the exit. And the Diffie is immediately going to be jumped by Summit. Full flank from Burns, and he gets the timing. 1-on-1. 25 seconds. And Burns not going to be ready for the second one. Texas State stay in this one. Even us up in what is a chaotic 6th round.
You called Splody being the one at the end of that hard point. Texas State really kind of getting things going. Out to 8-4 in the search and destroy. Willing the team back into it. If they were going to consolidate and push into the site, everyone had to be able to find one and at least find a trade. They did just that, put Splody in a 1v1, able to clean it up from there. All even at the halfway point of this map 2. SJSU almost now being asked to make a response, but I mean, look, it's just a game of chess, right? Back and forth. We expect it to go. We expect the series to be close. The search and destroy just a microcosm of that.
6 rounds in, tie game. Spartans came out hot to the search and destroy, but the Bobcats have arrived. Can Texas State do it again? Will Summit decides, yeah, why not? First blood through mid, a little bit of a space, and look at what that does to SJSU.
Oh, you've got 2 here. You got to play with the numbers. And even at best, you just back Aurora down, which is a good way to go. You've got another battle going down mid-map between Summit and Fond. Doesn't see that he wrapped through. He's behind him now. Neither player really sniffing it out, so you'll have 2 on the flank. You'll have the wrap back out of Texas State. They're going to be like, hey, Summit, how'd they put the back lines like that? Now you're able to pin these players down. So maybe some miscommunication, maybe some bad timing. Texas State making the most of it now as SJSU players are split.
The most confusing round of search and destroy I've ever seen on Black Ops 7. And how have the timings worked out the way that they do? Re-clear through mid. Yet again, Penn's going to have a chance at this one. In the corner. Can he find a second one? Nice snap to 2. Penn's going to drop that bomb. And Ferg now. 15 seconds to pull off a clutch. He has time for the plant, but he doesn't really have space for it. 8 seconds. He's got to make a decision. And the decision is wrong. Spartans, what a round.
You're just... Yeah, I'm calling. I pretty much think you just can't let that happen. I think in a 2v1, you don't check the corner, you put your teammate in a bad spot to get the trade. Pent gets out. Less what Texas State did wrong, more about SJSU getting, I wouldn't call it a bailout, just a big play to give yourself the advantage. Thought that round was going to go Texas State's way based on how well they played around mid-map. Pent puts things on hold. Gives another round advantage the way of SJSU.
This is going to be a big one, too, for the Bobcats. You can see that they are changing things up for the moment. 3 players through mid. Fully block off that space, and they decide, Summit, you know what? You do whatever you want with this one. SJSU haven't stopped, though. They want a little bit more, and they're going to fight for Dojo. 1-for-1 trade. Aurora goes down, and here comes Summit, who's been left alone on this flank. Can he put it away? Summit's going to find the first one. Summit closes it off, and the Spartans will not take map point yet.
Down to the wire we go. Like you said, the call came in. Okay, everyone's Dojo. They're trying to take it. The only thing you needed to take from that if you were Summit was, I gotta go. Did just that. Finds the 2-piece to clean things up. Things clicking for Texas State. But what a back and forth search and destroy it has been. Who's gonna get the map point first? For SJSU, you'd love to put yourself in a sweet spot to go up 2-0 in this series. Texas State looking to give themselves their first advantage.
Can they go back to back? Summit and Splody. 16 and 12 combined. Across this game. Bit of aggression being gained out of the Spartans. Aurora trying to poke and prod out through arches. Stun lands onto Fawns. They have no idea Aurora's going to be there. So can the SMG pull it off? It would have been a great kill to walk away with, but instead it's information and your life holding on. We look to the other side. Number 8. Burn. He's got the spacing out, and Ferg's going to clear it. That's going to roll out the red carpet to the A site. And Summit's going to see the crossover through it. He finds a second one. Pet goes down, and it's only going to be Aurora now. Bobcats have their chance to completely turn this S&D around.
Oh, Summit. I mean, just the spot you're laying in. The call will come in, and he's pushed into sight. Summit should be quick on the collapse, at least without him wrapping out. If anyone can pull off the type of clutch like this, it would be Aurora. Fool me one time, shame on you. Texas State say you will not fool us in this post-plant setup again. Offensively, we are going to execute. And what a time to do it. They find themselves up 5-4. Their first advantage in this map, too. It also puts them on map point.
Summit on 10 and 6 to close that out. What a call to sit and watch that flank through their spawn, or the rewrap, might I say. What a different story we'd be saying if Burn gets maybe even 1 kill from that play pushed up P2. But alas, that's not the story that we're going to be talking about. Instead, it's the Bobcats flipping the script. 5-4, now leading. trying to tie this series up after dropping the exposure. Hardpoint and Summit going to be leading the charge out through B. He drops, though. And it's Splody to re-layer this one. Can you trade? Shots come in. Bait and switch. They line up for Splody. And he almost falls off the map, but instead it's a 3v2.
Here we go. You get the numbers. You go back and forth. Ooh, DC is close. Splody. The ace on the way, potentially. Ran out of ammo there, but Texas State get it done. The cleanup crew, they take 2 straight to close this out. I mean, I'll give you the typical saying, we've got ourselves a series now, but what a way for Texas State to respond. I think for me, Colin, it started with Summit, the back half of that search and destroy, kind of just, I don't know if it was being trusted, I don't know if it was the call just to say, hey, I'm going to do this, but the mid-map control, the kills, and first bloods, they were able to find a wonderful job, wonderful adjustments made out of Texas State there to find a way to close that one out. And yeah, it just seems like they really kind of got more semblance of the team, worked things together. Sure, I would even say self-inflicted wounds, right? Threw away a couple of rounds there.
Yeah.
Did a very good job in that map too to respond. SJSU looked good early, but yeah, you can see that back half really just all Texas State.
A couple of team kills from the Bobcats, a couple times where they'd fall off the map. Splody almost did it yet again towards the end of that last round, and who knows what we're saying if that does happen. But no, the Bobcats, they do not fall to those mistakes. They rise. And you're right, Amber. We got ourselves a series tied up 1 apiece after the search and destroy. And, you know, as we look towards the score or the scoreboard for these players in the performances that we had in this map number 2, and I do have to say, I mean, 8-8 is pretty good from a player like Aurora, but in comparison to what we had at that map number 1, I think I do want to shout out for the Bobcats and the amount of times that they actually shut down Aurora from making those game-changing plays. I mean, there were opportunities when Aurora could get it done, but instead the Bobcats did right to focus down onto where this player is and not feed into those free kills.
Really, yeah, just weathering the storm. Because, you know, Pent had that big 2-piece to put a 1v1 in and kind of spoil that offensive round there in the back half of the search. I think just mitigating, almost like whack-a-mole style. Okay, who's going to make a big play? Okay, how can we slow that down? How can we counter that? Just doing a good job. And then on the flip side, Texas State trusting their ability to make big plays. Summit having a big search and destroy, 7 non-traded of the 10. Splody, 7 of the 12. We have enough Slayers on, you know, any 8 players in this lobby to kind of go off. So I'm not surprised that Texas State was able to respond. I just think we're going to have players going off every map. It's been well-rounded to the point where, okay, 5-9, sure, not great. 4 and 5, sure, you know, not the greatest. But again, I think the team as a whole, both teams settled into the series, doing a good job now, saying, all right, we're going to go out, we're going to make what we want happen, try to control tempo, and Texas State did a good job doing that, backing that up the back half of that search.
They did. I mean, even the assist column there, way outweighing the rest for SJSU. Big changes for the Bobcats in that search and destroy, and what a way for them to bring back this series, tying it up 1-1 after SJSU came out so hot in that map number 1. And we got the overload coming up on Scar after a quick break. We'll be back with the regional playoffs.
For just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Hey guys, my name is Lucha. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting Dark Matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really knowing the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCL Regional Playoffs. My name's Seymour. With me, Cash. We've been going through the Texas State Esports SJSU winners bracket matchup. And Cash, I mean, we kind of walked into this one understanding that, yeah, the Bobcats are undefeated. SJSU underdogs, technically in the story. These underdogs, the Spartans, they are showing up. They are playing so incredibly well across this best of 5. We take it to the exposure. They walk away with the Hardpoint looking good. Aurora on top of the standings. For the Search and Destroy, a little bit of a pivot point, though, for the Bobcats. They did a great job at handling things, bringing it back, slowing it down, and really pulling apart these Spartans.
They did do a good job in response. Kind of just thinking about what we talked about going into the series, going into the hard point, we said, hey, SJSU, they need to get off, you know, to a good start in map 1. They do just that. We said Search and Destroy is going to be that primary pain point for them. They keep it close. They keep it competitive, which I think, you know, if you are the Spartans, feeling pretty good about that. You didn't get blown out and have that be, okay, a worry point if we have to push it to a map 5. So I think they still take care of things in map 2, though it was a loss. You find yourself tied 1-1, but like you said, if you're SJSU, you don't want to get to a disadvantage. So you look good in the map 1 respawn. Can you kind of replicate that performance, even if it's not Aurora? Can you play as cohesive as they did going into map 3? But sitting at 1-1, coming in as, like you said, quote unquote, the underdog, I think they're feeling pretty all right.
Yeah, I did kind of say going into this series, though, that if you are the Spartans, you do not want to go down 1-2, 0-2. You want to be the team leading going into the back half, and I think that this Scar overload is going to be so big for the Spartans to see if they can keep things rolling in the respawns and lead going into the Colossus Hardpoint map number 4. For the Bobcats, they want to take over. They want to shut that down.
Really just want to string together halfway decent slang response, and I definitely think Texas State have settled into the series in that regard. We'll see if they can string it together here for the duration of a map. So far, so good. Everyone just really playing for map positioning, trying to find a soft spot on the defensive side of either things. Doa gets taken down there, so they get the avenue they were trying to pursue, ends up getting shut down. 3 for 1 in the speed. You have clearance, you have an opening. Ferg holding things down for the moment, trying to buy time for his team. Can't walk away with the second. Map pressure for SJSU on the board for the moment.
Yeah, nobody, though, getting out through blue, though. You see Aurora a couple of chances to make that happen, but instead has to make sure you deal with a couple of these stragglers. And, you know, Texas State Esports just doing a great job at not letting anything through to their base. So they clean up Aurora, working off these spawns. Nobody grabbing overload pressure. Another 3 down for the Spartans. This might be their chance.
Oh, Aurora just going to get chopped down right before getting in. A big 3-piece coming in to clean that up. Thought you had the lane for a moment, but wonderful response, wonderful regroup out of Texas State. Now we're going to see what they can do on the counter. Unfortunately, everyone falls around you. Summit trying to run around, stay alive, able to find one, but the pinch develops quickly. As soon as you mitigate that push. 3 for 1 in the feed. Texas State clearing out this bottom side of the map. Can they get the last kill and burn? They're trying to sniff it out. Can't get the first. The trade does come through. They scoop objective. Now you need to find these kills if you're Doa. You get chopped down early. What can Summit find?
Hey, this is trouble for SJSU. Ball in hand to the Bobcats, and for a moment, Doa was doing a lot of damage onto those respawns. Ferg now trying to do their best at pushing back the Spartans, but here's the rally through Satellite. SJSU going to drop things over towards red, see if they can bunker up and deal with this pressure. Burns finds the first one in the flank. Doa trades it, 2 dead. Nobody grabbing that objective just yet. Ferg traded out, and still SJSU keeping things back for now. 8 seconds left. Sloty's going to pick it up and stop that clock. 7.4, all 4 players here for the Bobcats. And here's their rally to see if they can finish this half with one, but Aurora with that nade over the top. And that's going to be all 4 down. 3.3 now. Spartans on the counter.
Foot race ensues for either team. Texas State slows things down, get that lead blocker Aurora out of the way. So able to apply pressure. If they're going to get the kill, they've got to scoop quickly here to try and get a point rallied in for the half. So far, Spartans doing a good job just kind of navigating, working these kills. Can they get another short wave and look to push forward? You're going to send the point man out. That's going to be Aurora. Gets chopped down. What can the rest of the team find here?
Well, it's good, though. The Bobcats just not letting anyone through blue. And as soon as that ball carrier gets caught, that's going to be the halftime. Settled 0-0. And I think for the Bobcats, you're going to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
Moving over to the better side of Scar. Not allowing anything through. A goal line stop, too. I mean, it was nearly 1-0 up for the Spartans at one point. Both teams playing impeccable defense in this half.
Just rotations on point 2. Doing a great job cutting off lanes. Like you said, both teams. You can't really gripe about one or the other, but like you said, I think for Texas State, maybe gives them that slight advantage, knowing how well they're able to hold. Now getting to the preferred side. 0-0. You want to see if someone can look to pull away here. Even one goal scored, right? We know the impact that can make just to get a goal in. It took a while for this mid-map play to be made. We'll see if it develops a little bit quicker. Aurora opens up with a nade. Great pack use out of SJSU. Really the entirety of the series to this point, but even better response out of Ferg to find 2. He's on 4.
Yeah, I think one thing is a worry for me is the amount of times that we saw somebody from Texas State actually make it through on their attacking. This time, it's going to be an immediate answer from the Spartans as they look way more comfortable swapping over to the blue spawns than the green. Burns going to catch the mid-cut, see if he can deny any counterattack possibilities. And back through the middle of the map we go. Big moment for SJSU.
Strike first, strike quick. And Texas State still left scratching their heads for the moment. Aurora's losing your spawn. That's never going to be a good thing. It's going to be on Ferg to at least get eyes on that early. You get the flip around. That pressure. You want to find another kill before you scoop this objective. You've got 3 blockers ahead of you, so really, as long as they can trade, find a kill, you should be sitting all right to get this here. But Aurora, he slipped through. He's able to penetrate, find the objective carrier, get them taken out. The rest of the team in tow. Texas State just not able to find the kills they needed. Now on the quick wrap, SJSU with objective.
SJSU is going to scoop it up, wrap it through Market. Burns through the middle of the map. Nice lineup for a double kill. Ferg trying to get there in time. See if he can cut them off. They get through, but summon up the spawn. Enough damage was done that they denied the second point in for SJSU. Now working out. You can see that the Spartans going to try to see if they can rewrap some space through green. However, this is a quick dash over through red. Can they get there in time? Summit needs to catch his teammate, but he won't be there. That is a big stop from the Spartans. That could have got out of hand.
And to this point, Colin, what I'm saying is just better timed kills out of SJSU. The kills feel more impactful. The slaying, not really out of hand for either side. But the kills the Spartans are finding around the map definitely influencing things a bit more. Sure, it's just 1-0, but with 45 seconds left, Texas State are going to have to string something together. And when they're called upon to do that, they haven't been able to make it stick. Objective on the move once again.
Aurora not able to get into position for that offense. All going to be dropped underneath red. Again, remember, if it does reset, it's going to reset back over towards the plain side. So Spartans are on the clock when the ball is on the ground. 3 dead, however, and Doe is going to be the last one here. Gives himself away, and Penn leading the charge in with the ball in hand. 5 go down in a row in a 4-team game. There's only 30 seconds left with the Spartans up by 2.
5 in a row and 8 teams free. Aurora still hungry for more. As this team is ripping and roaring, it seems like in the respawns, Colin, they've really just figured it out. They look sharp. They know exactly what they want to do. And sure, insult to injury. Yeah, let's throw a third one down. 22 seconds left. I mean, Colin, this one feels, if not out of reach, about as close as we can get.
God, it's going to have to be flawless back-to-back-to-back rallies from the Bobcats, and they just haven't even been able to get this ball over the 50-yard mark. Fergan through Market, won't get through. Burns with the wall bang. Keeps things at bay. And every second that this game goes by is another second closer to the Spartans leading going into the Colossus. Map number 4. Scar overload to SJSU. 3-0 at the end of 2 halves. What a series we've got from the underdogs trying to put that loss on the board for the Bobcats. And although Texas State, I mean, they did their best across that first half to keep things 0-0, you just swap sides, and it really seemed like they couldn't catch a break against somebody like Aurora, who's 28-16 on your shoulders. Nowhere to hide against this team.
And to not slow down in the respawns. You do a great job as the Bobcats to slow down the map too. We talked about Texas State coming to this one pushing pace, how quick they can play. And sure, they're doing just that. I don't know if maybe they're surprised at how confident it seems like the Spartans have come out. It seems like they aren't playing timid Call of Duty. They're like, we're going to throw exactly what we want to do at you and see how you handle it. They're applying the pressure, and maybe Texas State caught off guard. It seems to this point in the response, they really haven't had an answer for Aurora. And knowing that SJSU can close it out here on Colossus, knowing how well they're playing as a team, working around the map. I mean, it's been map dominance in all of the respawns, to be honest. They've had a couple of moments where Texas State has been able to get a foothold, but not enough to garner anything significant through the Hardpoint or the Overload. So it's really now on Texas State to make magic happen, and knowing they've got to win the next 2, is it too much?
Yeah, SJSU just playing same page COD right now. Everybody on the ball of what needs to be done across these respawns. Bobcats have been pounded across maps 1 and map 3, and when we look into the stats from that Overload, I want to look at really kind of what's going on with this team, because I mean, you see Ferg steps up, you have a map where Splody, unlike that Hardpoint, really struggling to get off the ground in terms of that slaying. You know, on the other side for SJSU, maybe Fawn's not having the greatest series, but he's been the objective guy, and you know, in that he still gets a capture with that Overload device. You got Burns having his moments, Penn going even yet again in the respawns, just like that map number 1. And the guy we've been looking at for this team to really turn heads, 20 non-traded, 28-16, 3,000 damage out of Aurora, really making it difficult for the Bobcats to really all be there. And Texas State, again, like I said in that first half, they did a good job at not allowing Aurora into your spawn for an absurd amount of time, but you know, without that blue building to kind of hide in, you know, you swap over to green side, and Aurora just continue to find routes, continue to make impacts on the blue side spawns. And for Texas State going into this map number 4, they gotta figure out what's going on in these respawns and start to step up in terms of the slaying.
Yeah. And I think the objective kills have been the tale for these respawns. I mean, you look at Aurora with 5 objective kills. Why? Because that's who you want leading the charge. Call upon to do that, makes that happen. The engagements also, I mean, again, walking away with 44 engagements to, I mean, sure, Ferg gets in the mix, but you look at 500 more damage in that regard. Non-traded kills, you've got 8 more. Anything Texas State have done, it seems like Aurora and SJSU can find a way to do better. And yeah, pulling away to this respawn as we pivot to map number 4. I mean, Colin, look, we need Texas State to figure it out. We talk about who can come play COD on a given night. The Spartans have shown up and shown out. Texas State got to make it stick now.
Yes, they do. It's now or never for the Bobcats in the winner's bracket. You lose. You're not out of the regional playoffs just yet. However, you will be on elimination for the remainder. That is not where you want to be sitting going into this Sunday. So for Bobcats, who's going to be the one to step up? So far off the break, it's been nothing but Spartans.
It's a 7-team spree to open up. I mean, you really could not start off in a worse way if you are Texas State. You're able to get some trades in response. Burns going to open up with 5. Really, you can just pick anyone to get things rolling quickly, and the Spartans had someone answer the call. You get 15 points on the board. See if you can get a couple more in response. Texas State just trying to get a feel for mid-map, for some positioning. But early on, I mean, sure, the score only just opening up. You have control for the moment. SJSU seem like wherever they want to move on the map, they've been able to get that done. Kicking things off to 2 already for the break.
Well, SJSU already on the rotation. Big wins coming through, and you get the spawn up onto the hills. Bobcats going to have to traverse through the middle of the map. Summit leading the charge with the MPC in hand. Nice double kill, and Hopefully that opens the door for the rest of the team to follow up. Good kills coming out through blue. Couple members into P2. It's Aurora you gotta deal with, but it's not gonna make it easy. Aurora takes 2 to the grave. Penn's gonna be here, and they just continue to keep the gas down.
Able to find the trade that matters. Noah gonna get that in and buy his team enough time to provide reinforcements. You try to get out in rotation, Summit gets chopped down, so this rotation to the top side of the map, you're gonna have numbers for the moment for SJSU. Good scrap time to garner. You make it to less than 5-point gain going into the third set. So Texas State, I don't even want to say holding on early on, but based on how that opening break went, they've done good at responding.
Down by 10, heading into P3. Another double kill from Aurora. Off that mute field and going for a little bit more. Setting up shop in yellow. Good from Texas State Esports to recognize this one, and they have dealt with this considerably well. So nearly a tie game as we set up for P3. Still 30 seconds left on this hill. You see the Spartans now going to be on the back foot to see what they can do to spark a comeback or spark a retake on this one. It's going to be Aurora through green, the rest from the front. Summit going to be in trouble. Shot up from the back line. And the flood in, not enough to break just yet. Aurora finds his way through, and the spawns are going to flip.
Still with the cleanup and potential to tie this game. But Texas State feeling pace here early. Also applying pressure, so you want to see them come out. Kind of shows a glimpse of the Texas State we've come to know, right? Really just get the game back to their tempo, how they want to play, their style of Call of Duty. They seem to do that early now as they've got themselves a near 20-point lead. Being called upon for a quick break, but the irons forward. SJSU wipe them quickly. And for me, again, though it's a break, though they're at a deficit, just a quick little point to make. I think these engagements that matter, SJSU's come out on top for the majority of them. That's when that matters. That gives them 10, 15, near 20 points before Texas State can even get back in the mix. Here they go for the break again, though. Can they make a stick?
Ferg gets through. There's the break. Bobcats are in, holding on to this league. Ferg posted up, waiting for the Chalo back, and another 2 down for SJSU. So great out of the Bobcats to recollect themselves after getting smoked off the opening break. They get no time off P1. They pull themselves back on P2, and now going into the second set of rotations, they will be leading by quite a bit. Nearly a 20-point game heading into the second set, and they're going to be in for first.
Everyone double digits to this point in kills. Objective time spread evenly across the team. No one shying away from garnering points. They know it matters, right? They know every point matters here, especially with how map 1 went. If you can get on time, make it happen. No great time here. As they're looking to get advantage. Mid-map cover for the moment. SJSU looking to make this other push. They find 2, and that's what they're oh so good at now. Can you buy time for your team to get back in the mix? You're able to respond with 2 if you're Doa. I mean, it's just haymakers back and forth here, Colin.
Haymakers indeed. But SJSU punched their way through that setup. Splody shot from the back. Fawns clears it out. 20 seconds, and the Spartans are back in the hill. You can see on the map, too. Already, Bobcats looking at flipping this rotation to new. Doe with a big fight, and Penn's gonna win it. Everybody on SJSU spawns up on your team. They're gonna have that initial setup over towards this new hill where Bobcats gonna need to break it. They need to break it fast.
They are trying to work quickly, but they're simply funneling through. Fawns has been sharp with the AR to this point as well, just looking over Aurora. But you haven't been able to get out and get loose much if you are Aurora. The AR is doing their job here to just lock down lines of sight, but as well as they're doing, it seems like Texas State are just finding ways to quickly get these breaks, keep SJU, keep these players' heads on a swivel, make them not have to make easy decisions. As they've got help from the front, the spawn out comes in. Do they read Burn now as we've got split?
Right away, I mean, Burn tries to hop into the lion's den. Only finds 1. Texas State pushing their lead yet again, fighting from both sides of the field and winning. Fighting the back for Burn. Summit not able to trade it out. Scrap time getting contested from the Bobcats, and nobody rotating to new just yet. So late rotation from both sides. You can see Penn tries to overextend through yellow, see if he can cause a pseudo flank on this one, but he peels back. Unfortunately enough for the Spartans, they find 3 down, but Ferg's been hiding in the shadows, and what a play from Ferg, denying the rotation anew.
Big opportunity here to really let Texas State kind of spread their wings and blow the doors off this game. A 3-piece like that, oh so influential, and that's exactly what they needed here. Now the lead out to just about 80 points. SJSU searching for anything on the map, trying to get anything to stick, and they haven't been able to do that. Can Aurora open things up? A big 3-piece coming in there. Now to get them on the board, a good 35 seconds to fight for it. You'd feel good to get all of this. You would still be down 40, but hello, Aurora making his presence felt.
Yeah, still down by 40, but 40 is a lot better than what you're at now. Aurora finds 5th in a row. Burns gonna hop into contest, won't stay alive, and the Bobcats continue to grow this lead off their 3rd hill. And not only that, look at Doa on the rotation, already over towards this P4. Doesn't seem like he's been spotted either, so good chance to make some differences in these spawn-ups. And Doa's just waiting for that chance to strike. Takes down Burns. Allows for the players in the front to have a free opening on that hill. 3 go down and the Bobcats break yet again.
Oh, you can see they're flowing, but Splody going to be taken down. That's going to be the call. All irons forward. And you give yourselves an opening to get through if you are SJSU. But, I mean, again, with just holding these iron sights, it's going to be Texas State with a moderate advantage to try to land at these kills. You make it dicey. The Spartans get in, holding from the front. You really need to see them get another clean set of kills here.
Good read from Ferg. Still, SJSU holding on as best as they can to this P4. For the remainder of this time, again, you're trailing by quite a lot, and Texas State just not letting you have any of it. The Bobcats have come alive in this series. They're ready to go 5. And the Spartans need to dig deep if they want to shut this down now.
Respawns haven't looked convincing to this point, but again, when you need to string together a response, Colin, you're absolutely right. They want to take this to 5. They've got the opportunity to do so. Now the only thing you have to worry about, closing this game out. Do not give the Spartans an avenue back into this one. They need to finish strong.
114 to 189. Spartans would make one hell of a comeback. Aurora finds nothing down low, and here comes Texas State. Starting to garner a break through the bottom is SJSU. Summit going to be watching the blue steps. Everybody, though, coming out from behind you, and SJSU find their way back into the P1. Trophies down, setup is in. Now the Spartans looking to hold on.
Finding the kills, working the map. You want every second of this time. You put yourself at 160. That would make it a 30-point game. You find yourselves right back in it. It is so far from over. On the wrap back, Burns able to get 1. That would be the call, though. We all need to work over towards Dojo side, but you're going to have numbers. You're going to be overwhelmed for your Aurora. Can you find 1 or stay alive? Answer, no. Through the back, almost waltzing in, is going to be Texas State.
Nearly a waltz. As you can see, Fawn's going to put pressure on the spawns in the back. Everybody else trying to find a way through. Aurora gets caught to the middle of the map, and Splody with a big win for those spawns. All eyes forward for Texas State. Only 40 points away from a map 5 in this series. Looking to save their winner's bracket chances and put SJSU in a tough spot. Aurora through blue now. See if you can punch a hole through this defensive setup. Slides out, has a little bit of help in for the contest. Aurora looking to do it all right now. And the fight is just a little bit too much, but still snaps over to Doa, makes the play. The break comes through, and SJSU are in.
And you're trying to take up map space. You're trying to force Texas State to take some gunfights before they get to the hill, but they really just haven't been able to expand around the map. Floaty making things happen as well, getting in, flying high with the SMG. Gonna try to clear out and get these kills. You're not gonna want it here, but you can absolutely get close enough. Top side of the map, Summit, you'd like to find a couple here, gets 1, gets traded out. That might just be enough for a 2v1 for this early time.
Splody just not even giving away his life towards this rotation. Almost wins it versus Aurora 2. SJSU have the setup, but losing those 2 members, it is a frail setup. And Aurora, I'm not sure this flank's going to come through in time. Burns is in trouble, and down they go. 2 dead again. 7 seconds away. Can Texas State put it away here? They got the players. They got the setup. And they got the time to get it done for 4 in a row to call game. We're going to 5.
For doing his big one there. What more could you ask for in response? Uninspired. Arguably in the respawns, as far as taking care of business, Texas State have kind of come out and been hitting them out. Where you have to string it together. Berg with 4,500 damage, that is one way to put a bow on map 4. Force it to a map 5, where, I mean, again, you're favored in the search and destroy, so as we have a look at things, it was a lead early on for SJSU, but, I mean, again, what's been the tale of the series, when one team takes over, they really don't look back. Texas State put themselves in a sweet spot to push this the distance and a good confidence booster going into that final map.
This is why I said, Amber, that it's important for SJSU to be up by 2 going into the back half, because you know this Colossus hardpoint is a sweet spot for the Bobcats. They looked undeniable on this map across the board for the entirety of this team. This is the Texas State esports team that we've seen all year long take over on a Colossus hardpoint, and it's just because you got Ferg continuously putting up high numbers in that slaying, and for everybody else, I mean, you're just able to make those individual plays, play on an island, move all around, and be so impactful with your timings with how small Colossus is. Splodey's making those plays, Ferg's making those plays, everybody on the Bobcats making some big impact inside of this map number 4. And yeah, that's a big one for this team. SJSU, a little wake-up call for who you're playing. A team that is undefeated for a reason. And it's reasons like this. Looking at the stats, though, for these players. I mean, what popped out to you?
Of course, Aurora, I mean, again, just having a fantastic respawn day. 4,900 damage, 32 non-traded. You can just expect to this point in the night, yeah, you got to make his presence felt. And drop 44... to lose by, 80 points definitely doesn't stomach very well. But the slaying across the board, what stands out to me is through the respawns, Texas State, though it seems like what they've wanted to do has been disconnected, no one has really had kind of like a stinker of a respawn. Everyone's pulling their weight in that regard, and I think that makes things much better. You can say the same thing on the other side, right? Of course, SJSU, not too bad, not boasting any crazy negative performances, but I just think Texas State has kind of stuck the course, right? They've been able to ride the wave, came out and got hit, slowed things down, and in this respawn, everything kind of got clicking for them. Not only were the kills relatively even across the board, look at the hill time. The same type of thing, everyone just understanding we've all got to do the dirty work. We can't really afford to have one person sit time. Whenever we get an opening, we have to get points on the board. They did just that, and as a result, you're going to walk away with as dominant of a map as they were able to show us.
No, and I like that Aurora's 48 and 44 and 28, but a map like Colossus, you can't just pick up a kill and hit a route. And you got to be there. You got to be ready to get your hands dirty. And, exposure, it's nice. You can cut off plays through mid. You can make those flank plays and really be impactful away from the hill. But, the hill in Colossus is pretty much a quarter of the map. And as soon as you make that flank play, you're just leaving your team basically in a 4-on-3 so many times. Texas State, you find a kill, you get to the time, and that's how it was. It was rinse and repeat for every single player on this roster, and it reflects in the hill time that you see across all 4 of those members. I think for SJSU, if we ever, see them back on a Colossus, and I'm sure we will at some point, especially with the playoffs around the corner for the entirety of CCL, that's something that you got to see change. Is for Aurora, you're getting the kills, but on a map like Colossus, those kills not really turning around to turn into time for your team, and I think everybody else kind of left a little high and dry in their own right for that. However, you can also point to say that, maybe a couple of these members have a little bit of a better stat line on their own right, and a couple of those holes become a lot easier for them in the setups that we saw for Colossus. Texas State just did not give you those opportunities. And here we go, Cash. We got ourselves a map number 5. Let's look at where we're going for this map number 5. Back to a search and destroy. It is going to be a raid S&D. And you said it when we were kind of closing that Colossus hardpoint. Texas State has to feel like the favorite team here.
Most definitely. And to be taking the map that leads into that, right? It'd be different if they were up 2-1 and just lost that hardpoint. I think they're singing a much different tune going into this raid search and destroy, not only having taken map number 2. It did take them kind of some, scratching and clawing to get themselves back into it. It really wasn't until the back half that they were able to piece things together properly. But I think going into the raid, they're going to be feeling really good. The Spartans, don't expect them to roll over dead. I think to kind of sum up this series before we get into this map 5, it's not been, on this map, map 1, Texas State just made all these mistakes. Map 2, Spartans made all these mistakes. It's not really been teams giving lackluster performance. I just think whenever these teams are taking over, it's just been more so where they're excelling. I think it's been a fantastic series. Of course, a map 5 you can't go wrong with. I know some of the score lines in the respawn look crazy, but Colin, I think this series is played really close when you look at the numbers.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that, one thing is certain for Texas State is that, this is a team that hasn't really been pushed to the edge. In a lot of the series that we've seen from them, this has been a hard series for the Bobcats. And that's what I like to see for this team is how do they deal with the adversity. So far, they've done quite well at shutting down SJSU at the games that they're best at, and with Aurora having little to no impact in that map number 2 S&D, where it comes to those big clutch plays, how does Aurora become that impact player yet again for this map 5? I don't want to kind of pin everything on one person, but it really feels like Aurora just has to have one of those game 5s to see if SJSU can actually beat the Bobcats in a best of 5.
Yeah, you just hope. You called Aurora because you want Aurora to apply pressure, which is really what they've been doing the whole series. So yeah, it's not necessarily that you're putting that map 5 on Aurora's shoulders and saying, you've got to win it for us. You just need them to consistently do what they've been doing, applying pressure, just keep throwing unexpected looks at Texas State. And I think it's going to be a Summit I want to say Summit, you've got Splody on the other end of things too. Again, you can call it any one of these 8 players, but with how impactful Summit was on map 2 Den and controlling mid-map, finding First Bloods, getting out with his life, that's something you want to see replicated. I think as far as, kind of those big impactful kills, Splody and Aurora are going to be those players. Can those submachine gun players get loose? Raid, of course, at this point, like the back of your hand. Man, I'm just trying to think of, kind of where that impact comes in. And I think that's just going to have to be something where you wait and see. You want to predict where can these players go? What can they do to influence things? Anything can happen. You just have to be ready to be called upon and make a big play when it shows up.
Well, we saw Fawns a couple of times in that map number 2 pull the sniper out. I wonder if we're going to be seeing that in Raid.
Yeah.
A lot of teams towards Raid, I'd say in the past couple of times that I've seen this, like lately, especially across like Major 2 and, some of the cups, I haven't really been seeing some snipers consistently on this map. Sometimes you pull it out to make a surprise play later on in the game, but this is a fast map. It's easy for those SMGs to, make some plays quickly into the round, so you don't want to be caught with a sniper in your hands, not knowing the timings of your opponents. So you see it right away. Nobody's got the sniper out round 1. It's going to be a 4-hit out towards A from SJSU, and Ferg has spotted at least a couple of them.
And Pent with the bomb leading the way. Trying to work across that 50-yard line. Bomb is going to go down. The stun should give the intel, and you just aren't going to get shots in enough. Now you just need to get out with your Pent with your life. Does just that. 4v4 retake coming in out of Texas State. SJSU have put together fantastic offenses tonight. What we've seen in Search. Now the Bobcats called upon to find these kills. A great post-plant setup.
Summit tagged up and Burns with a big win. On that flanker, Doa trying to pull things back alongside Splody, but they get nothing done. It's just Doa in the 1v3. As soon as you make yourself known, SJSU open up the S&D just like what we got in the Den with the first round.
Texas State getting backed off the site defensively. And of course, that's something you don't, I'm not going to say give up the site for free in a sense, but the Spartans have done well tonight, just applying pressure offensively, not only taking the bomb site, but not just settling to say, okay, we're just going to take it from our side. You see them take up space beyond the site to really give themselves that assurance of, all right, we can get this down, we can get to our spots. You see Fawns with the boomstick for the moment. Texas State offensively looking to try to fly A as well, but keep your heads down.
Fawns. I don't think he got any info onto these players. Aurora has no idea what's about to come. Stun in the back, so a little bit of info for Texas State to work with. They know Fawns is back here. Do you read Aurora? That's the question. The jump shot's going to be there, but Aurora with the first blood. Ferg gets away. No trades. First blood. And a life advantage for the Spartans.
You'd love to see them play that together. But with Ferg getting the trade, you can be satisfied with that. 3v3 bomb wrapping back towards B. So can you get Ferg to make some noise? He's going to opt to just work out of the site. Now, for the Spartans, it's up to them to re-clear this and say, okay, this bomb is moving over to B. They're going to get that call. You've got to stick this quickly. It's just back and forth. It's these quick-second decisions that have to be made. Bomb will go down. Slowly going to get eyes on a couple. Caught with the knife. puts his teammates in a bind.
Yeah, so gonna have to make some plays here, left alone yet again, and the retake from the Spartans put themselves up 2-0. Taking the defense. Solid retake onto B, and way to deal with that 3 versus 3 as well. Texas State. I didn't hate the play. You know, it was good for Ferg to get in and out with that trade onto Aurora, and, you know, it's the right call to make, wrapping it over towards B. It's just, you gotta be careful for those initial fights, not to just give it up so quickly.
Yeah, I think wrapping to your spawn could have been a little quicker. You know, at this point, nitpicky, but it feels like you do, you know, have the devil is in the details as far as executing goes. It's just a razor thin margin these teams are working with. Splody kind of caught in a bad position, not quite ready for the gunfight, but as we move into this next round, makes up for it quickly with the first blood. You have to make something work with this life advantage. You can't just give it back.
Yeah. 4v2, you have information on these players as well. Doa gonna catch Aurora, looking to make a play, and it's all up to Pent in the 1v4 clutch. What can you offer us, good sir? I think they've actually spotted him, so...
Yeah, both constricted style.
Good luck, have fun.
Gonna collapse, get the cleanup. It's a cookie cutter start to what we saw in map 2. Spartans take 2 quick ones. Round 3, you get the response if you're the Bobcats. They'd like to make it a little bit easier of a route for them to close out this map 5, but as we've talked about from start to finish of this series, it is going to play close. No team giving each other a monster advantage in the search and destroys. I expect this one to come down to the wire. Summit, without a kill on the board, you're maybe thinking set him up for success. Get an easy one here. But more so, I'd like to see Texas State execute offensively.
Oh, through mid, Aurora strikes first. And an immediate follow-up. Aurora's just looking to continue to keep going. Slides back out for the reach. Hell, oh, it's so smooth. SJSU giving nothing back towards the Bobcats. Doa 1 versus 4. Bomb in hand. I mean, this would be one of the craziest clutches I've ever seen, considering SJSU are literally deathballing together.
2-2. You'd find this hard to lose. Bomb will go down. Eyes will be on the play. And as quickly as you lost the round prior, Texas State offensively just cannot get it going. And that's credit to SJSU because they're coming out with a lot of aggression. We talked about slowing Aurora down in the first blood column. Summit really hasn't been that impact player to make that happen. When you let Aurora get one in Rome, all of a sudden your game plan changes, right? You have to account, okay, we've got to get eyes on Aurora. Got to try to get the trade. That takes eyes off other players. That lets them make the play. Find yourself down a 3-1 deficit. On a 3 streak going into this round, Aurora 4-2. The changeup comes in. Summit will have his hands full. If there's ever time to get a kill on the board, it's going to be here. It's going to be this round.
Stun's going to land. Aurora going for the quick plants. And I think Texas State going to be really late to this. Smoke immediately drops, and Aurora just looking to get away, and somehow Summit goes down. So now you have to retake 3v4. The site, it's not really easy to retake in general. Fawns also has noted the flanker. This is going to be a lot of time burned before Texas State even has a chance at this round. 21 seconds for the 3 versus 4. Here comes Floaty up top. There's the trade. Looks for 2. Can't get it done. Ferg all alone. 1v2 for 11 seconds to bring things back to a 1-round difference, and there's just no time.
Whew. I mean, to this point, Colin, what more can you say then? It seems like that respawn slaying prowess has really translated to search and destroy. Maybe playing a little more timid earlier on in the series, but they are feeling it now. Of course, Aurora, you've got a call to saying, okay, he was slowed down, he was countered very well the last go around. Not going to let that be the case this time. Of course, Summit without a kill on the board, that's definitely a pain point as well. Everyone positive for SJSU. 4-1 lead. They are rolling with things early. As they'll get the first 2 on the board, make that 3. Aurora, I mean... Colin, you're watching the same thing as me, but yeah, I think stunned. It doesn't even cover it, but might be a decent start for how the Spartans have come out here in this Game 5. I mean, now we find ourselves on series point. I mean, in a blazing fashion.
3 rounds down, we decided that we want to just chow out mid. Cash, we just want to chow out mid. Take those fights. Aurora happy. 6 in a row. They said if anybody is going to take over for the Spartans, you look to Aurora to do it in an S&D, and so far it has been so good for Spartans Blue. Texas State now looking to do the unthinkable here in the regional playoffs. Can they come back from a 1-5 deficit?
Time will tell. You gotta play aggressive. In a sense, let's play aggressive, more so not give up map real estate, and they've done a good job at that. You've got Splody in a great spot for this A site. That should be the call. Look, I would love to see you send numbers with Ferg. You've got Summit there, but you know Aurora's going to be mid-map. Can you negate what he wants to do? And now just this play out of Splody. You feel like he's going to get picked. Can he get away? Answer, no. Can the trade come in?
Oh, the pistol's out.
No
Smoke's down. And Aurora's dancing. In for the chase. Oh, the turn on. 8 in a row for Aurora. 3 versus 2. Spartans looking to hand the Bobcats their first loss of the season. And it is only down to Ferg and Dawa, and now it's just Ferg. 1 versus 3. Is it meant to be today for the Spartans to send them down to the lower bracket? AR out. In for the chow. Ferg's been spotted, and that's going to be it. The Spartans of SJSU, with a 6-1 win on the Raid Search and Destroy, going to take the series in 5 and send the Texas State Esport Bobcats down to the lower bracket of our regional playoffs.
What a convincing way to close out that series. I mean, Colin, just look at the last 4 rounds. You get the first blood, and you win the round by eliminations. You said, you know, let's not put it on Aurora's shoulders. And, you know, I know what you meant by that. You didn't mean in the sense of Aurora has to win it. I think more so the angle you meant was Aurora can go out and win it. And I think that's exactly what we saw here in map number 5.
Yeah, you look at Aurora to make the plays, and the team wants to follow on those plays, and Aurora did just that in his Search and Destroy. Spartans, I mean, you live, you die by the sword, and Aurora is happy to lead for this team. I mean, that is just so incredible when we look towards the stats, too, on what came from this Game 5. Aurora 10-2, 9 spree to close it out. Just unkillable. Summit and Splody had a fantastic map number 2. Couldn't get that going in this map number 5. I think for Texas State, you're left a little bit stunned after this one on what just happened to you. They got battered in this Game 5. And, I mean, the run might not be over in the regional playoffs, Cash, but it just becomes a little bit longer.
Yeah, a little more challenging of a route, and to kind of call back to the scoreboard here, I think what stands out to me, and I really do want to give flowers to the entire SJSU Spartans team, because it's not an Aurora backpack. It's Aurora popping off, but the rest of the team doing a lot of work to make that happen. And I think I want to call to that by looking at the damage column. 4 kills, 6 kills, and 4 kills. But each player with 200, 250 at most less damage to Aurora's 10-2. That's just teammates dealing damage, getting the comms out, and Aurora cleaning up the kills, right? It's where all members of the team are involved to win that round, and that damage to me is what really gives that away. It's a team that, I mean, again, showed up tonight. They keep that winner's bracket advantage, but all 4 of them came out and played just cohesive CoD. It wasn't 4 players on one team. It was one team with 4 players, and it just showed. It was just a well-rounded performance to come out and get it done. Though it went to a map 5, like you said, you knocked off the undefeated Texas State esports squad. And whenever you were winning, I mean, it was damn convincing.
That is the monster of this bracket gone for you. When you look at that, the number 2 seed going across this one. On the other side of the bracket was Houston Cougars, was the UTSA Roadrunners, and the Roadrunners up 2-0 in that series, so might be seeing a little bit of a rematch of the Spartans and a team that has given them quite a lot of trouble across the years, so excited to see what happens when we get to that winner's final for the Western Regional Playoffs for Texas State Esports. Down but not out. I mean, that is just a little bump on the road that you expect for this team to find their way back. I mean, I imagine that in the future, we will probably be seeing a rematch between these two at some point, Cash, and it is going to be a great rematch because I think, you know, for some teams you need to lose, and losing only makes you better, and I think for these 4, they're going to want their rematch.
I think so too, and you do want to be challenged, right? As an undefeated team, you know, going into the playoffs, you definitely want to face some adversity. Of course, you're probably not big on losing that winner's bracket advantage, but you're going to learn a lot from falling here. And yeah, like you said, you want to kind of have that contest point. You want to have pressure applied where you can grow even from a loss. And I think Texas State, I definitely think they're going to look to make a run out of that. Like you said, whether you want to call it need the loss or definitely at least just need to be pushed in that way, I definitely think there'll be a better team for it as they look to try to make a deeper run.
Yeah, no, I think that even for SJSU Spartans, like, this is a big moment for you as a team in general. I mean, you've taken down a squad that has given a lot of people some hard times, and I think that I'm really excited to see what the Spartans can do. I'd like to kind of take a look at what is coming on over, you know, the future of CCL before we close this show, because, you know, we got the road to land still to focus on. We're only in the regional playoffs right now. I mean, it is April 11th. We got one more day left for our regional playoffs, and that's tomorrow on the 12th. After that, on the 17th, we kick off our CCL playoffs over the 18th and the 19th as well, all leading up to our CCL LAN finals. That is going to be so awesome to see, Cash, when we got CoD and Halo side by side represented at the collegiate level. It is going to be so epic in St. Louis. I can't wait to see everybody there.
It's going to be a fantastic time. The more FPS, the better, and that's exactly what we're going to have. I mean, we know CCL lands in the past, right? They are always a show, always exactly what people are looking for to tune into, and yeah, like you said, it is going to be a fantastic weekend all around. And what that graphic preview showed me is that, look, we still have so much COD left, and I'm so excited for that call, and just to see what teams kind of rise up, what teams make runs, and to know that whatever teams end up making it to land are going to be oh so deserving of that chance.
A lot of COD left. Not a lot of time, though, so you don't want to miss out on any of the action here for College COD. And don't forget to go follow along on Twitter at College COD to get all of the action over the coming weeks, because we got one more day of the regional playoffs coming up tomorrow. Same time, same place, 4 p.m. Eastern on the 12th. We'll see you there.